think I didn't turn on audio. Now it's
No,
on.
no, yeah. Now
Yeah,
the
yeah,
audio.
I got it now.
Great, great.
Good
Woo!
morning, everybody.
Good
Thank
morning.
you. Yes. Fixed. It's fixed. All right,
Very
so the
good.
players are underway. So,
Let's go.
Josh, this is a spelling Niamh. Nev,
Yeah.
yes?
Neve, yeah.
Neve.
Everybody knows that.
Oh, check this out. Look how quickly the bingo gets
Ooh,
spotted there. That was instantaneous.
let's go.
Very nice.
Very nice. Very, very, very nice. I didn't
So,
see that.
yeah, so this is wow, Womble Scrabble on YouTube says this is his sister. So this is pretty good intel if we need any extra info on Neve. But she spotted sluices immediately. So very nice start for her to kick things off. I know it's upside down. And I know a couple other things are still a little off. We're going to fix it. But how are you feeling today as we kick off another marathon day of Scrabble from Milton Keynes, Josh?
Not bad, not bad. I've added 4 hours of sleep at some point yesterday, so that's good. Plus another two tonight. When did you manage to get to bed?
I went to sleep at 9:30 p.m. So I'm feeling actually pretty rested, in fact. So
Nice.
yeah,
Awesome.
I'm happy about that. So Jim going next, playing Bug
Looks great.
with that X on his rack. Um,
Of note, he isn't setting it up.
hmm.
There is no XUS. That is not a thing. But it almost looks like he is.
So I
You
do
know,
have.
sometimes you know something isn't a word, but it still like sort of looks word-like.
So Neve
I get that.
is going now. I think I can maybe get the cameras here. Let's
Ooh, look
try.
at you. Yeah.
Let's try. Ooh, good tiles to pair with the X for Jim.
Yeah. Um, so Jim, I met Jim, was Jim at, I think, yeah, Jim was at the Worlds in 2023, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know
Yeah,
if I ever
was
met.
he? Am I remembering that he had
He was,
that sweet kilt?
yeah, he was sporting some nice traditional wares from Scotland. So FIE looks again like the best play. That's two in a row. And
Right.
Ibex is coming right back down as a beautiful overlap for 42. The only question in this turn on this turn was, is it worth burning the blank for uh, mixable for that
Oh,
I? Which is a
that was a.
weird,
There's a double double there. It's
yeah,
interesting.
very weird word. That would have been 68, but I really like this for 42. Keeping the R back to hit with Riff. Uh, maybe with the bingo next turn. So
I feel
yeah, both players
almost.
again. I wouldn't be surprised like to see this game so far in the first division. And both these players are high on the standings for a reason.
Oh, right. I need to get your quackle also. Forgot about that. No prob. Do that after. Almost got the players' cameras. I mean the racked timers in the right places now.
Yeah, nice job, Will. You're doing the Lord's work over here.
So yeah, this is
So yeah,
normally.
me.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, you definitely talk about the game, not what I was gonna talk about.
Okay. Viva has some very nice letters, but no bingo on this rack. there is a really, really nice overlap available on this turn if she's able to spot it, and that would be incredible. Um, and that would be Endite. Starting right here, ending right here.
Oh man,
Like,
with Ibis,
that's 40 points. Pretty crazy.
that would be so sick.
Uh,
Making a hook,
that
but
looks like her best play, but something like Ped or Eddie making Peel looks pretty strong as well. So yeah, not a bad play in sight on this turn, given how good these letters are. Jim, very very primed, poised to play Mirth next turn through that I and sluices. I don't think that's getting blocked here. If it does get blocked, that's very unfortunate. Uh,
wait,
it's getting,
Mirth? Did I hear that right?
is that yeah?
I don't think that's
Oh,
valid.
Mirth. Not
ED?
valid. Well, this isn't valid. No, just Mirth.
Oh, yeah, I thought you said mirthed because I saw the D there.
No.
But yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
this
never
isn't the
mind then.
word. I think you might be thinking about peinture, maybe? That's good, right? Or Peinture. Is that good?
Oh, painted.
Yeah, this isn't valid, unfortunately.
Yeah,
We have
it
words like this.
you can put a C in there oddly. So
Oh, painted, right. Okay, that's why.
Peincted. Weird word of that nature. Um,
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. Okay.
all right, I think we're all set here,
So,
so I can focus a little bit. Sorry, everybody. We're getting up and running for the first game of the day. So yeah, that's Mirth is coming down. I'm curious, does this give anything that wasn't already there? I guess not.
luckily it doesn't. Yeah, so Jim is playing this relatively quickly because it doesn't look like there's any other option, but there was the option to play must. Very weird word to
Oh,
use.
that word, yeah.
Um, and
Must.
oftentimes when your opponent's shown you all of their letters and you know what they have, and you're planning on making a play that opens the board, it's worth thinking about whether you're giving something back to them. In this case, the T or the H of Mirth doesn't help Neith, but would have been maybe worth thinking about. But no matter. Petty coming down. This turn, Neith's still ahead after this play, keeping NET, but Jim drawing the second blank.
Nice.
So that's going to be useful. I think next turn, this turn, it's going to be very useful that that EX spot has just been open. I think we're going to see probably WAP come down very quickly.
Yeah.
Unless Jim wants to look for an 8-letter word.
Keeping
Like thwapped almost fits.
right. Thwapped. The new thwapped, not quite available through that H of Mirth. I wonder if this is because WAP, and there he is, he has aligned it there on his rack. I feel like this is a play that you could make really fast, even knowing that you might have bingos available because it's just so strong. You're scoring so many points without using either blank. You can have that assurance that it's going to be a pretty good play and probably the best play, even if there was a bingo. It would be hard to think of a bingo that is better than that play. So
Right.
I'm expecting that to come down.
So yeah, there is. Oh,
Tapweed,
I was gonna say there's
Tapwood.
um one bingo available.
There
It's
is.
not tap weed or tap wood. And Scott, welcome to Scott, New Zealand, friend from New Zealand, on
Dewlapped
YouTube.
and
Town.
Bist. Is that
Yeah,
it? Oh,
yeah.
wow. Yeah, I think
But
WAP has to
because
be better.
Yeah, because you're scoring 40 points right now, and you're keeping the blank, and you're almost guaranteed to bonus next turn. I think this has to be the correct option. So
Yeah. He's got great chances of getting the next bingo down, and it's looking like Neve is going to have a tough move here. It's not going to be easy for her to find points. I worry that the most logical place for her to play is here,
hmm
right? Event looks
yeah,
like a play she could make, and I feel like that definitely runs the risk of getting tripled on when your opponent has two blanks. Maybe she'll elect to just
but
play.
she has no idea.
Yeah, WAP tells you nothing, right? That's
And wow, okay. I mean, if she does play event now, it's very likely that
is that
Jim
possible
on
despite
all
two
consoles.
blanks? Two
I really
blanks.
don't think you can. Can you triple with the T as a?
Oh, Vibex, of course. Yeah, Vibex.
What about 5x?
She'll play 11
Oh,
Vibex.
oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. YouTube chat and Neve both more awake than we are.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Oops.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess we're not the only
Yeah.
ones.
That's a weird hook.
Oh, and look
That's
at that.
fun.
Okay, so it works out well for Jim anyway. So she doesn't float a letter that's agonizing, and he sees Mordant. I guess the only question is he thinking about Bist, which I would not say is the easiest hook.
Yeah. You might be looking for tens as well through the use or from the bis
And there's Ancient
with
on Neve's rack too. So we're getting fireworks here, maybe. Actually, it's a race to play
yeah,
something with Bist.
that is true. Yeah, and I guess yeah, it depends what happens here, but Neve also might be able to just play like Venatic down from this V if there's some confusion or something
That would be nice as
blocking
well.
Bist. Yeah, I think Jim, considering whether Bist is a word, has spotted Mordant. You can spell that O-E or O-A. And yeah, that doesn't really appear to be much of a difference between those two. I think it's really just a question of whether you're sure of the four-letter word. But yeah, so a couple of missed opportunities for Neve, who took an early lead with sluices. Definitely a huge loss of a tempo playing that phony painted, um, allowing Jim to consolidate his rack with Mirth, then re-overlap the play of Petty next turn. So definitely some momentum in Jim's favor, but still anyone's game.
Yeah. I just wonder if he's thinking about Bist in any way, because I feel like there's not a ton else. But I guess maybe he could be thinking about, do I have something higher scoring with Diff, like you might have mentioned? Oh, okay.
Okay. Mused, honestly, if you're gonna pass up the bingo, this looks pretty nice. Covering those two triple letter scores. And you've got some chances at much better bonuses next turn than the ones that were available. And now we're gonna have to see if Neve knows this T hook on Bis.
Yeah. The race to Bist. Oh, there's a vowel.
But another R. So it's really funny. Like Jim's double blank racks have been anything but like beautiful. Normally, when you have two blanks, if you have just like 1 point tiles with it, it always just feels really overpowered and sad that you can't score more than like 65 points with them. But yeah, still, I don't like this TORRN
Mm,
with the two blanks. Just feels really sad. But yes, you could have taken your bonus last turn.
yeah. So
And also the word ancient, not the easiest common word to see
that's
either.
true. So yeah, through no fault of Neves, the best plays here are tricky. Either you have to know this weird hook. Ooh. Okay. Different hook. That is a valid one as well. Vice. But it's the interesting thing for Jim is that N is a very difficult tile to use for the rest of those letters. It feels like both players are being asked to find tough things. So now, yeah, he has Torrent, and as I'm seeing chatted, where's Torrent gonna go? He's gonna probably have to come up with some other option.
Yeah, there's one insane word here available through the end of nice. I'm sure you can spot it, Will. I wonder if chat can use
Throner?
its combined word knowledge. Yep.
Oh my god,
Throner.
that's tough.
T
But
H.
northern, potentially more findable.
I think I know the word Throner because it anagrams to northern. I've noticed, like, wow, what
There
a
we
weird
go. Oh, I think
anagram.
he's
He's
gonna
gonna
need
fix
to
it.
move this up one. Yeah, he's gonna discover. There we go.
He's like, what?
Yeah,
What?
you're good.
I love when that happens. It's like, wait,
Yes. We've all
this
done
works for me.
that. We've all done that. So this is a great play by Jim. Northern. Not easy to bingo with those duplicates all over the place. As Josh mentioned, there is a weird anagram of this, which would hit both double word scores. But that would be very high degree of difficulty, and we're happy to see him get those blanks out of here. So, nice play. And yeah, things have not improved for
Shifted.
Neve, who is
Look how round these scores are, though, Will. That
200 to
are
150 even. Very nice.
love to see it.
All right. I think.
But yeah, some pretty awkward letters now for Neve after the missive.
Yeah.
Ancient. Keeping A and T, usually that'll improve a little bit, but yeah, drawing the duplicate A, duplicate T, and that U really not great. So we might see some overlap now of northern like tattoo or something. That's good, right?
Yeah. I just wait, what?
TATU maybe.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But you said Natu. And I was like, hold on. Got a sanity check.
What a draw for Jim
Whoa.
here.
So
Very
it
nice
is this
post
is a
bingo
good,
time.
yeah, it is a very good draw. However, the word has a 7-letter word in there, but it is not the easiest of Herseled.
Ooh, wow, Neve had this probably by far her best play lined up there that I didn't see until she lined it up. Now it's not lined up anymore. Datura through the R of Northern.
Whoa. Didn't see that at all.
But I don't
I
think
was
she saw it either because she just kept shuffling.
oh,
But I
okay.
saw it. I've
Got
just
it.
been watching,
Got it. Yeah.
the tile movement intently. Oh, it's close to being lined up again.
That's tough because I was going to mention that it's hard to play to that R with a 5-letter word, but actually
Mhm.
the 6-letter words
There's three of them
Yeah,
actually. Yeah.
Natura, I guess Datura.
And then the even harder one, Tundra, would be the
Oh,
best play,
that's got to be the
probably.
best. Yeah, that's got to be best. Tundra.
That
Oh,
that level of difficulty, we're just talking about finding six-letter words like on triples for some reason just feels very, very difficult.
yeah, Tundra. Ugh, thinking about playing through that R, I definitely wasn't. wasn't wasn't looking at that. So that would be fantastic. I think you're right that she's probably going to play something parallel to Northern. It's a little more natural to find overlapping plays alongside here. So yeah, I think that's likely to be it. But
But hey, the thing about one of the things I guess that separates um, a Division Two player from a Division One player, uh, as we're watching people at the top of the second division duke it out here, is consistency, I would say. Sometimes there are players that have similar word knowledge, similar strategic ability, but the ability to not completely lose one's mind in certain positions or to consistently find good plays. It's harder than it looks. With racks like these, you just don't really know where to start. Um, you're not able to find some of these really difficult plays, then it's really hard to sort of point out what you should be looking for.
yeah,
So,
it's just awkward. I mean, Tundra being a normal word doesn't really
I was
help
gonna
here.
suggest something like this.
It's too difficult of a word to find as there's Vought is the play for Neve.
It happens to block the bingo spot
Yeah, that did
of
block.
Herschel's.
That's amazing. So Herschel was formerly, we don't know if Jim saw it. It doesn't look like there's any indication that he did, but that would have played here, and now it can't because of the T of Vought. So he is going to play Shirt and Mirths. Very defensive with a lead here. It makes sense though,
Yeah,
Josh. I mean, if you're winning in the game, which Jim is, this play, again, we talked about it yesterday. When you're winning, what's a good thing to do? These right angles. Right angles in Scrabble cut off huge swaths of the board. So if you imagine for a second that Jim had played something with a tile in this square right here, all of a sudden your right angle is gone. And now, if you imagine any old tile, what about E shirt, an online shirt? Well, now you've got a big lane here because that E is out in space. So by placing the S right there, he's just walled off a huge portion of the board. I guess it is maybe technically possible to play down from the letters of nice, but it is not helpful. And he has karmically been rewarded with potential antlered up high through that end of Northern.
yeah, and I think if Neve finds what looks to be her best play here, potentially of Danny, that's going to give a nice spot for altered or alerted on the
Mm.
top. And other than that, I don't know that she's going to be blocking this end. So if yeah, if Jim's able to bonus on the next turn, he'll be in very, very good shape. You might see something interesting happen. Play of Viney makes some sense here for Neve, but sneaky hooks.
L. Oh no.
The L hook
That's one of the toughest hooks though.
is, yeah, just totally takes people by surprise.
And treadle,
Um,
I guess, would be available, right? Like what?
mhm,
Alerted, altered, related. There, how many are there in there? Four or
I think
more.
so.
So yeah, Viney right here looking very reasonable, undoubling the ends, getting rid of the worst bingo tiles in the V and Y. But yeah, that would set up treadle, which would be funny to actually play because then there's kind of a sneaky little way to dump some hooks for a very solid score there with treadled or even treadler. I guess the S2, but that's not as helpful. Oh,
Oh,
redealt.
redealt. Yeah, of
Right.
course.
I felt like there was another
You
one.
should know that. I
Yeah, I should. There are a lot of
I
things
don't know those high probs yet.
I'm a
So
little
we see
slow.
Atney instead. Nice way to score in between a little bit, not open too much. This uh, will give some bonuses back, a couple of bonuses back to Jim.
So yeah,
Although
no
walking antlered.
no more antlered, but still fine. Bingo's coming down quick. There's no way to bingo up there that doesn't create this very, very big spot though, right? Like this going across. Imagine if Neve draws the Z here.
Yeah.
She'd need vowels. But if she were
You
to
need some
get
help. Yeah.
the Z and vowels, and we're not seeing it yet, but she would emerge from this exchange much better, right? So Jim getting 60 odd points for altered, but she would get closer to 100 for the Z here, but it did not materialize.
Yeah, and you have to do it regardless.
Yeah,
Um,
for sure.
Sometimes it's really annoying. You get a spot to play a bingo just somewhere, and your opponent hits you back for even more with a huge play. But
Whoa, not so good
oh my goodness!
draw there. Jim getting. Wow, look
Well,
at the
just like
pull. Look at the
I mean,
pull.
it's been like
It's
almost every
time.
game, Will,
It's
like with
time.
these O's.
It's time.
I don't understand. It's like, where are
Image.
the O's? Can you guys shake the bag? Can we tell them, are they shaking the bag wrong? Like, why are there so many O's?
It's
Why is
coming
nobody
back.
drawing O's?
This is
I don't get
the
it.
tile alert. O's in the tile bag alert.
Why?
Well, that happened yesterday. We had to bring it back
Yeah,
because look at them all. That is so many O's that are coming,
there's so many vowels.
and this time we actually, unlike yesterday, we actually see somebody get overwhelmed with them. Yesterday, that was the same situation in one of the games, but the O's came out at a measured pace. Devo, very nice way to use that spot. I feel like she almost has to play up there. I don't know what else was really realistic option from a scoring standpoint, but you want to get those points yourself, but also deny them to your opponent. And Jim is gonna. He's not gonna
Very interesting
exchange.
decision by Jim, just wanting to take out the scoring spot with the lead,
There,
at
yeah,
the
it's
expense of keeping 3 O's. I
he could
wonder
draw
how
more.
dubious that is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's tempting because that spot is also a very good one up there. He's drawn a
It's not the only
fourth.
spot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is we were sort of talking about this yesterday, right? Like, yeah, that triple is open and it is scary. You could definitely see parallel plays hit really hard, but there's actually a lot of places where points are on offer. This is the easiest one, so it's a very human play. I'm going to deny that one to my opponent and force my opponent to play overlaps here, something here, like that tundra type play. That's really it. Like, those are really the two places where a lot of points are on offer. But it might be enough points in a lot of situations that you score in those other spots that it might not be worth sacrificing that much to play two vowels, leaving a lot of O's. So Jim is ahead, but
For now. But if
he's
he continues to make small dinky plays and keep it really
yeah,
4 letters, then there could be some comeback potential for Neve. So that's the main reason.
yeah,
Because there are multiple scoring spots on the board, even though that's by far the best one, was probably worth exchanging just so that you can score something next turn or deal with any potential openings that your opponent who's down and needs to make something happen is want to create. So a gar here, there's no hook to that, is there?
No.
But this was a really tough turn for Neve. There's really nothing great to do. So I guess the play of AE in this circumstance is working out very nicely for Jim. Otherwise, something like Fawn would have come down for 40 points.
That's
This
true.
could actually have been a very prescient decision by Jim, but
There's a
definitely not one
logic.
we recommend.
Yeah, there's a logic to it, of course. I mean, it's not that it's a play that doesn't have thinking behind it. It's just by far the easiest place to overlap and score well. It's just the sacrifice. It's all about the sacrifice you have to incur to get that done. And now he plays loot. I wonder if he's worried about a hook or something to Auger, because that spot is sort of not that threatening. What would he be? Just maybe
No, I think
grabbing some
here,
points.
yeah, I think just grabbing some points, getting rid of two O's. But this actually does create some danger. There's oh no, yeah,
I think
there's one hook
just
available.
Clute. It's the C is gone. The
Just
C's are
Sloot,
gone.
right? Sloot is
Oh,
good.
Sloot. Oh my God. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, you got to know that. That's a weird one.
Yeah, I know that.
And
Um,
I'm not super concerned about that because this R in Northern again, it feels like at some point something's going to be played there.
yeah, how could it not? That R has sat there for so long. Eve is close to something like Zoner, which would be fantastic for her, but it's not quite there.
So hopefully we don't see a recently expurgated word come off the board here. If you think about, yeah, that AL, they removed the F,
Oh,
but it doesn't look like that's happening. Bino instead to set up the S. Very interesting play. Definitely accomplishes some stuff. You really want to keep the board open with this deficit.
get that S
But I
hook on there.
think, yeah, I wonder if Jim's gonna do his best to block that. We did see some very defensive decisions this game. Shirt was one of them. AE, so he might be not wanting that danger to lurk and maybe make some. But how do you really block this
Yeah, I'm looking and I'm
with his letters?
not loving any option there. The problem is if you want to block it by playing on this side of the R, you have to play a four-letter word or it's not really going to effectively block the S hook, right? So if you play something just right here with a couple letters, yeah, see, this only blocks a little, right? So you can still definitely hit this spot pretty hard after that. So I was expecting, is there any way to play something here? But the problem with that is it's hard for him to even play a four-letter word there or a three that doesn't hook. So it's there we go. That's that gets the job done at a cost of course, you if somehow Neve has a play like that, right, going through, that would certainly hurt, but that's very, very unlikely, and this definitely blocks better, Josh.
Yeah, very ultra defensive play by Jim. Makes sense though. That's been his MO for the last few turns with his lead. But he's only up 70 now, and he drew really well. We saw his leave, but he ended up
Yeah.
drawing two consonants. But had he not drawn these two consonants, um, we could have seen, I guess, Neve continue to score some points every turn and slowly chip away at that deficit. So it's going to work out for Jim for sure, and Neve down to 3 minutes. It's going to be a little
Yeah.
dicey.
It doesn't
Next
feel
few.
like she's been playing that slow. She plays Zune. This is a good recognition on her part that she could not play Zook. You have to put an S on, and she probably doesn't want to use the S. So Zune is a way to avoid that. Um, it is tempting, but Zooks is, I think, an oath, which is the same as Gadzooks.
Yeah.
So
Unfortunately, yeah, keeping the WU together is
yeah,
certainly can't be
I don't know what
something to make
choice
her happy.
what choice did she even have there? No, that was a tough one.
Yeah, you want to hold on to your S. I mean, we could have seen something like Zins for 40 or so, but yeah, keeping that S, even though there's no great S hook right now, and Sloot is there. I don't think Eve is aware of Sloot. Otherwise, I think you would have seen that she could play Swizz for a huge score last turn. But yeah, the S isn't great, but it's always good to have the last S. You might be able to set it up later.
Oh man,
And Jim is
more.
really just quick, quick plays that don't really do anything um,
Yeah,
bad.
look at the
You know?
score. So basically, like, if I'm Neve, there is definitely a winning plan here, depending on what Jim draws. So for me, I
Yeah, you
think
can
what
get the
that
Q.
is, yeah, you literally just play OW here, draw the Q, and play Squark, and you just like win a lot of the time at this score.
There's the Q on Jim's
Oh,
rack.
okay. Well, that's
He tried to
equally,
avoid it. Oh,
yeah.
but oh, isn't Eve gonna give him a
Oh,
perfect spot?
yeah. So that's tough. I mean, I get from her perspective, low on time, you want to open a new spot on the board, but man, Jim is just going to plop that cue down and basically, no, I'm good. Cha-ching.
This is gonna empty the bag though. Um, like yeah, the bag's already empty, but I
So
think
the J
there's
could be
nothing
coming.
really that. Yeah, the J could be coming, but
Oh,
oh, that's the last
no.
tile in the bag. Okay, so that's yeah, no chance now for
Yeah.
very unfortunate.
Wow.
Yeah, there could have been maybe some J weirdness. Yeah, this is gonna go to Jim. Who yeah, he held on to his lead despite some yeah some questionable tile leaves earlier on, but
Yeah.
yeah, Neve would have had to play a lot more aggressive. How could she know that Jim was keeping such terrible letters? So yeah, the defense worked out this time for sure.
Yeah, a lot of those blocks, I mean, that's it's so tempting to get into that pattern, and it actually works a lot, especially when your blocks, even if they score really, really little and leave really terrible leaves, if you're just addressing by far the scariest part of the board every time you do that, you can get away with it. I would say that I feel like we have a tendency, Josh, when we play defense and score really low numbers of points to block over and over and lose the game that way, the response cognitively is usually like, well, I did my best. I played good defense and it wasn't enough. Whereas when you don't play defense and give up a big play, it's, I should have played better defense. Right? So defense, this is not a manifesto against playing defensively. I just think sometimes when you get into that pattern of low scoring blocks and potentially give up your lead because of it, it's a little bit, it's tougher to trace the, you know, line of mistakes. It doesn't feel as much like a mistake.
Yeah, certainly true. Um, I think in this particular game, it really did like show how good it is practically to address just the biggest spots on the board and make it so much more difficult for your opponent to uh, to sort through their options. So
Yeah.
it's definitely. I mean, we're all playing Scrabble. We're all trying to find the best move or the best moves, but sometimes thinking about stopping your opponent from scoring or from getting an easy play down can make all the difference.
Yeah, the AE play really stood out in this game where it's not only is it probably the best option on that turn, there were a couple other. There was that R again, which is potentially never going to get used. This triple will never be touched potentially in this game. Not sure. Maybe. I don't know exactly. Looks like Jim's getting set to play under here with Chin. So that's not going to do it. But yeah, that AE play, had Jim not played that, I think Fawn is really findable for Neve. Like, this is just such an easier find. And by playing up there, he forced her into a more difficult decision. And she made a play that probably wasn't the best. So that's exactly the strategy coming alive there, right? Force your opponent into a more difficult play and expect that with that higher degree of difficulty, more mistakes are going to result.
Yeah, and I mean, I hear from, especially from students that I teach Scrabble strategy to, that they really struggle. People that are getting into Scrabble and trying to improve really struggle on boards where there really isn't a clear spot to play. And they're always just asking me, like, what do you do when you just don't have any good plays? And that really is the most difficult spot to be in a Scrabble game, is when nothing looks appealing. And that's why it takes a really long time to get out of sort of situations like on closed boards where there's really no options, and you're used to playing these games, especially in the bottom divisions where word knowledge isn't as strong, and it's just so incredibly difficult to get past those sorts of games and like play to the level that we've been watching, people like Will Anderson and David Eldar play at consistently. And it's like we don't really have as much practice, you and I, on like these closed boards, right? Like for me, I feel like it's been a while that I haven't been like
Tested in
just
that way.
slogging
Yeah.
through these games. As Get comes down, ending the game for Jim. That's gonna take the final score to 420. Nice.
Oh,
354.
I'm just now realizing that we had American flags the whole time for both players.
Oh, nice.
Fixed
Yeah.
it.
Jim
now
from
that
America, Neve from America.
now that the
Yep.
game is over. Jeez. Sorry to both of them for that.
But yeah, I guess my point, I guess if I could try and be a little bit more concise, is that um, nobody knows how to play on closed boards when your decisions don't make sense. Like nothing stands out. It's just that the better you get, the more options you find over the board, and the more likely there is to be like an option that stands out, and more likely it is that the board will be open enough where there's scoring spots, um, plenty for both players. So
Hmm.
anyway,
Yeah, very tactical game. A lot of defense from Jim specifically. It should be emphasized that this game, as far as the records and standings, these are coming from Division B. So we are focusing mostly on Division A here, but nice to sprinkle in a little bit of coverage of Division B as well. I do expect that we're going to stick mostly with Division A from here on out. Yeah, better late than never. Sorry about that. I just totally Didn't see it. It just happens that, when we start the stream up in the morning, it's like a mad dash, like insane mad dash behind the scenes. Well, maybe someday it will be
Until the
different.
sun is actually up where we are, this is like zombie hour, right? Like
Yeah.
anything goes. What is that? What is that? What if there were no laws for 1 hour? What is that stupid movie? The
The
Purge or whatever.
Purge. Yeah, The Purge.
That's where we are right now in terms of the time of day. So yeah, there's no no skin off Will's back.
Yeah. Well, it usually when you get rolling a few games in, you start to hit your stride a little bit and catch all the little bugs and stuff. I know the timers look weird. We have a better solution. We were not able to get that up and running in time, so hopefully it's enough to see. I know there's a couple other differences from the norm, but we'll see. We're able to fix those, but in the meantime, it's hopefully watchable, and definitely appreciate everybody for stopping by. Whether I actually have today, I have your Twitch chat up. Anybody want to say hi to me on Twitch? Axer Typos Twitch,
Boom.
because
Welcome.
I'm watching today. Yesterday I just had my YouTube.
Is Hemato Zune good? Let's see.
Look, I'm gonna prove it.
Oh, don't do it. Too early. Will Wanderer 15. Thank you for the sub for
Subbing,
54 months. Oh my
subbing on the
goodness.
Twitch, of course. Of course I would.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. 4.5 years. Jesus, man.
So yeah, we'll see what game we have coming up next. We could always cut to our standings in Division A just to give an update on how everything is breaking down there. Players are squaring the tiles. I feel like we often get that question. Why are they doing that? Well, why, Josh?
Because it looks pretty.
True. Looks pretty.
No, actually, it's a very important thing, at least to me, and to everybody that plays Tournament Scrabble. You want to make sure that you haven't lost a tile, so that all 100 tiles are there. So the easiest way to do that is 4 5x5 squares, because that's 5 times 5 times 4.
Very nice.
And yeah, it's important to know that all the tiles are there, and to know that your opponent is not, or you are not, trying to hide any blanks on your person. So it's both players have to wait until the other player is sitting down in front of them before putting the tiles back in the bag to start the game. Both players can see that that nothing is amok, or nothing is awry, nothing is going sour in our beautiful little tournament scene.
Can we
That's kind of
just
why.
I just want to call our attention to the definition of Jim's outplay of get, which is pulling from our database of words. So we see get to obtain or acquire,
not gotten.
and just keep.
Is there a second definition?
There sure is. Just wait. It's very. I just didn't expect this. You're gonna get. It's a very slow jump scare here, maybe the slowest. A Jewish divorce.
Oh,
I didn't.
of course.
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't. I didn't see that the first time. So we
Yeah,
had
I
the
could imagine.
normal, definition. But
Yeah, oh, that's what gitten is. Okay.
yeah,
So yeah, that's Yiddish, I'm pretty sure. But I could imagine, a Jewish mother wanting
saying
a
that.
divorce,
Yeah,
just saying, get.
Like shooing a pest away.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just looking around at the screen and then I saw that and I kind of did a double take while you were discussing other matters. Um, so yeah, we can have a look here. We've got 10 rounds in the books and the scores are just starting to come in the top division. So let's take a look and see where things are. We don't have the pairings yet, so you can see that far column. As soon as these rounds are complete, probably the next round's pairings are going to pop up. So we got Rasheed, who we saw a couple times yesterday, in the lead at 9-1, and Ben and Bob Lynn at 8-2. Fantastic job to Bob. We talked a little bit yesterday about Bob and his very, very generous contributions this year, lately, in the North American Collins scene, financially supporting a number of big events here. But I feel like I am excited to watch Sam Crispin play. So, Sam, you must have met last year when you attended this event, Josh, but he sent me a message to correct. We thought he was 17. He says he's 16 years old, competing with some of the finest players in the world.
Yeah, yeah, I was able to meet Sam last year. I mean, he looks, I don't know, he's a pretty tall kid, so I was expecting him to be a little older um than he is, but yeah, 16 years old. Very, very impressive. So that's one of the players we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen Bob. We haven't seen Bradley. We haven't seen Mark Nyman. We haven't
Yeah.
seen Ellie Dango or David Webb. So a bunch of these players, I think it would be um, high time to, maybe find a matchup between two players we haven't seen, or at least one player we haven't seen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely some David Webb requests. Totally agree. I mean, Mark Nyman is an absolute legend. I would love to see Sam. We haven't seen Bob yet. I don't know. I think Bob is known to not love being on the stream, but hopefully he can suck it up because we want to see Bob throw down. Um, Quick look at the sketch. We just got round 10 in the books. I guess we might be now having our tea and coffee break, but that's not going to be super long. I think we're already somewhat on pace to come back with round 11 very soon. So, oh yeah, the question was with
Yeah.
respect to the standings here, what did the green versus red mean? That's just the size of the cash prizes, or not the size, just how many players will get a nice cash prize here. I don't know exactly what the top prize is, but I know that the overall prize pool for this is over $10,000, if I'm not mistaken.
You missed the opportunity. Well,
Uh
it's over 9,000.
oh. Yeah, true.
You're
I
not
wasn't
going to hear that
thinking.
joke from me ever again.
Fair enough. But yeah, it's we'll try to get that info in terms of what the players stand to win. Should be a nice prize for the people at the top, though. It's a pretty big tournament. There's a lot of good players, a lot of players overall. GM level players. So, I mean, let's call out, somebody like, I don't even see Harshan Lamabadu Surya, two-time world championship runner-up. He started 2-4 yesterday. Oh, there he is. He's just off screen. I just had to scroll one down. There he is at 22nd, but he's 5-4, and there's still so many games left. So I definitely nobody should be surprised if he makes a run up the standings. But yeah, Lewis Mackay, player who's been rated extremely highly in the world scene for a while. Looks like he tied a game here, but there are some fantastic players who are out of the top 20-ish range right now. So, all right,
Yeah,
let's
very, very
pin
nice.
that
It's definitely anyone's.
in your message.
Yeah, it's definitely anyone's tournament still. So Yeah, anybody that hasn't lost all of their games is pretty much in contention at this point, uh, with over 20 rounds left. Oh yeah. We'll get word from people on site when the next round is meant to start. Definitely for those that have been to Scrabble tournaments, especially big ones. I mean, the load of organizing um, is just so much heavier than anyone realizes. So there often are some small delays at the beginning of days, but things tend to level out after around a few rounds. So yeah, we'll definitely get our next game soon. But the players deserve their tea.
That's
Speaking
true.
of
Yeah,
tea,
it's kind of nice. Are you
we've
prepared with
got
some tea as a
we've got some tea in here.
nice?
Um, Very nice. It's I think my only Scrabble mug. Actually, no, I have another one. Montreal Scrabble Club mug. All of my other mugs are chess. No offense to Scrabble.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as an acolyte of Eric Rosen, no surprise that you would have your tea at the ready. Um, the any
Are
dual.
you assuming? Sorry, are you assuming that tea is not a universal thing to
It's pretty
drink?
universal. I
You
mean,
don't drink coffee or tea, so you're special.
I don't know. I don't know how to describe how I've gotten
It's
this
like I don't know
far.
how to do it. Will you put it in your mouth?
Yeah, it's tea is fine. I don't know. I just feel like the heat of it can, if I'm wrong about how hot it is, it burns your tongue and it feels bad. Like the one thing I do like that I've learned is having hot water with honey in it. That is commentator gold right there. It really helps the voice. So that is as close as I get to a hot beverage. I like my beverages room temp only, not too cold, not too hot. Um, and
I
I
like my Bev's Pat. That's a
wow,
pretty
basketball
deep cut joke
reference.
there.
My Knicks winning a playoff series recently, exciting.
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah, beating the Pistons. Congrats to them. So yeah, let's see if we got any unanswered questions in the chat. I don't think there's really. I'm pretty sure what's going to happen is the second we go to break, the pairings are going to come up and we'll need to come back. So we might as well just chill, hang out with folks. A good comment on your Twitch. Somebody wondering what would happen if a Scrabble stream played words on stream. Yeah, I used to do that a little bit when I streamed more. I feel like we got very deep into like 100. Was it like we got to level 100 deeper?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a sniper. It was like a sniper team, you know, tactical, word deployment. Everybody firing on all cylinders. The problem is it really gets complicated with the mystery letters. So you're right. Your response was like you kind of have to memorize that stuff because it's almost impossible to do by trial and error. But maybe someday I would like to return to Twitch. I say it all the time.
We would love to have you back. I've been keeping the seat warm, Will.
Yeah,
Just for you.
focusing on YouTube with every last second of my available time. I will have a video out tomorrow somehow. Um, did not have one last week due to school Scrabble. But
So for those that are on Twitch or on YouTube, I would suggest being on both. There is an ad about to start on my Twitch.
yeah, you
So
can.
anybody watching on Twitch should head over to the pinned link to watch the YouTube stream so that they don't have to sit through ads. But for in either case, if you haven't liked this live video, you should like it. If you haven't subscribed to Will, you should subscribe. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
there's
a lot of
no reason not to.
subscribers. 54,000 subscribers. It's hard to believe. I really appreciate all the support. I've gotten over the last couple years. It actually has now been almost exactly 2 years since it's a little more. The first video I posted in the Scrabble history series, which really sort of redefined the direction of the channel, was April 26th, 2023. So it's been just over
Wow.
2 years. It's been a pretty cool journey, a lot of work, but a lot of fun. And I'd love to get to 100K and get that little thing from YouTube. I feel like that would be an amazing milestone. So I'm going to do my best to keep it going.
Yeah,
Um,
that's awesome.
some good questions on YouTube. What are the
Yeah.
criteria for GM and expert? Which maybe we'll go back to the standings because you can see the GM titles there. I actually don't know what the criteria are in the UK rating system.
Yeah, I had that question. I feel like maybe if you've achieved 200 rating, you become a GM. I could look it up.
Oh, if you have
I keep those
historically achieved
questions
it.
coming. I mean, I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Association of British Scrabble Players has a unique system. Um,
Yeah, it's
and
not
by the way, I
the.
feel like the ABSP is the only organization, Scrabble organization, that if you type in um, the acronym, it's the first result on Google.
Oh, interesting. Now we got to do better with our search engine optimization or something. Um, yeah, it would be awesome to have something like in chess where it's sort of one worldwide system. I don't think we really have that. We have sort of a United Nations of Scrabble system called WESPA, World English Scrabble Players Association, and then the individual countries that are a part of that sort of do their own thing.
Okay, I have the
So
answer.
nice.
So from the website, Grandmaster status is gained in a similar way to expert status. Um, so you become an expert if you have 3 ratings of over 180 in a 5-year period. So 3 times that you've finished a tournament with a rating in the 180s, or if you have 5 ratings of 170 in a 5-year period, or a 5-year average of 175 plus. That's when you become an expert. For Grandmaster, it's plus 10. So if you've
Hmm.
finished 3 tournaments with 190 plus, then you, in a 5-year period, then you're a Grandmaster. And 180 plus ratings, or an average of 185. So it's a somewhat similar system to E-Day, I think,
That's
in that
true. It's
regard.
actually probably better
It
than the
makes a lot more sense than ours.
North American. Yeah, the North American system is tough and weird, where you have to be ranked within the top percentage of all players. I think it's like, I don't know, what is it? Top 5%? Top
It's
1%?
top 1% for GM, which means now that there's only like a few hundred active players,
Yeah.
you have to be a top 3 player for 5
Yeah,
years.
that's really tough. Okay, there you go. We got the pairings. Pairings are up, as you can see. So a lot of interesting matchups. I feel like Mark Nyman versus Sam Crispin jumps out big time to me. Two players we have not seen. Battle of generations. Former world champion versus the
We gotta
16
watch that.
16
Oh
year
my
old
goodness.
up and comer.
That is my choice. Oh, show. Should we run a poll?
No,
I think we should just go with that
I'm
one.
telling our producers who we want. Make
Yeah,
it
Sam
happen.
Crispin, Mark Nyman.
Yeah, I mean
Definitely.
that's Rasheed versus Bob is also tempting, but that we got a matchup of two people we have not seen that is extremely delicious narratively. So, we'll see. Um, I don't know. I don't feel like this is poll worthy. I feel like this is for us to pull rank and basically demand that that's the matchup that we want on the stream. So, um, what's the best way to
Yeah, I guess.
start memorizing words? That's another question. Sorry, I cut you off. Did you have
Yeah.
a comment
No,
about the pairing?
that's great. I really want those questions answered. So yeah, good. You should start. You're the better word memorizer. You should answer that one.
Well, if you really want to set yourself up to study Scrabble words, I recommend spending about a decade of your life playing online Boggle pretty much every day. That's where to start, in my opinion. Probably good solid 10 to 15 years before you get started. No, I'm just kidding. That's sort of how I did it. So for me, because I had that hobby, I didn't have to study the short words nearly as hard. They were just all in my brain from seeing them so often playing Boggle. And there is something about Boggle that cements those short words very well. As for the bingos, um, definitely a different process. And for me, I've always done very well with a flashcarding style process where there are now several options that are really good. Historically, the best one was a program called Ziziva, so called because it is, quote unquote, the last word in dictionary study, the last word in word study. It's the last word in the dictionary. Um, so basically, it throws words at you every day. If you get them right, you see them less often. If you get them wrong, you see them more often, if not immediately the next day. That way, you're seeing the ones that you struggle with and not seeing the ones you know. It's a self sorting system, and that has worked phenomenally well for me.
Yep. Yeah, that's words of wisdom from one of the biggest word grinders Scrabble world has ever seen.
Grinders?
I would say,
Is that a good thing?
yeah, of course. You say it yourself. Like for you, there was no shortcut. You really just took the time you needed to learn all the words. But there are some really nice games as well. I'd like to add to that response. There's some nice games online right now. Studycade.com. I'm gonna link that in the YouTube. Um, this is a really great website for learning as long as you're playing with the CSW lexicon. Um, that's a great way to learn your short words very quickly and very accurately and have fun while doing it. If you're like me, that's pretty much the only way about it. The self motivation um, is not, the intrinsic motivation is not necessarily there for word study.
Yeah.
So
Talked about that
it being
yesterday.
fun is also the same thing. Like you played Boggle for 10 years. That's not oh, I'm grinding and like studying words on my own time. You're playing a game, and it's similar for me. Like the reason that I learned so many words is because I just played a ton of Scrabble for years and years and years. Um, and so I think starting off having fun is probably the best choice for the most people. Uh, Games are great games. Aerolith.org. You have daily word tables, stuff like that. I think great way to learn and have fun at the same time.
Yeah. I do feel like there's 2 points to follow up. One is to totally agree that making it fun is essential because that is what makes it sustainable. Um, the other thing is if you are somebody that just loves Scrabble but does not like the word knowing aspect of it, forcing yourself to do it like 10 minutes a day, 15 minutes a day, something daily, even if it's agonizing and you'd rather be playing, will just add up hugely over time. You will still see benefits if you are consistent. You don't have to do it massively often. You don't have to do an hour a day or something. But yeah, it's definitely it's something that diligence adds up over a long time period. So making it repeatable in whatever way that is, making it fun. But if it's never going to be fun, just finding a way to do it for 10, 15 minutes a day adds up really fast. So my follow up. I think we're,
Absolutely, yeah. It all depends on your level too. Oh, I see people sitting down.
yeah, let's cut here.
Nice. Awesome. Glad we're getting this matchup.
I have all
Yeah, it's worth
this.
noting that the better you are, like the more it takes to maintain or improve your word knowledge. So, like us experts, we say what an hour a day keeps the leakage away, right?
True, and it does leak. It's kind of like a sieve. You're gonna learn more words, but then some of the words you know are gonna leak
Sorry for
out.
the analogy.
Yeah. Um, just telling our producers, cool. They can start anytime. And Sam going first. So I think we will be all set. Yeah. So I've been using. I mentioned yesterday I've started to actually look at 9-letter words for the first time in my career, just because I find it fun, and I'm using the Word Vault app located at aerolith.org, and it's really good. I actually feel like it has potential to supplant Ziziva, just because I like that when you have a word, you can actually rate it as miss, hard, good, or easy. So I think that mirrors my feeling better than Ziziva, which is more binary of I got it right or got it wrong, and you can adjust manually. It actually gives you more control if you care to spend time on that with like how well you think you know it. You can actually put it in the specific card box, which you cannot do in Word Vault. But I think it's faster and easier, and I like it a lot. So shout out to Word Vault. Um, so yeah, but so we're seeing already some hype for this matchup, Josh. And there's Mark, the legend, I believe our only former world Scrabble champion in this field.
That seems correct to me. Yeah, very nice to see. I don't think I've ever watched Mark play live. Looks
Yeah.
like he has like a Bible score sheet. That looks fun.
Yeah, that's a cool score sheet book. But yeah, Mark is a legend. I've made a bunch of videos now where Mark has featured in them. He was a part of a video I made called The Game of the Gods, which was this insane game that he played with Nigel Richards, where Mark actually won the game, despite Nigel playing insane words and bingoing with Janizars for 130 on him. One of the first examples of a game that was deemed so incredible that it was recorded. Like that wasn't really the case for a lot of games early on outside of like World Championship finals, but everybody at the time knew that game was so crazy that they had to record it for posterity. But Mark, a world champion, and then also a world championship runner up to the same opponent that he beat, Joel Wapnick. I'm going to make a video about that someday for sure.
Yeah. Have you ever seen there's this really nice old news video with Joel Wapnick in it where like
Don't think I've seen.
the newscaster asks if playing phony words is cheating or something. He has a really nice response to it.
Joel?
I had meant to put that in one of my videos, but I still haven't done it. Because there's a lot of people when they watch Scrabble, they're like, and they see like people play phony words on purpose, they hate it. Uh, but yeah, oh, what a terrible opening rack for. Yeah,
Oh, weird. That's not a
he's gonna
word.
play this fake word to start
Yeah,
things
this
off.
is strange. So
Speaking of which, that's so funny.
I can't imagine Mark will allow this. I think he quickly, yeah, he's going to challenge. So that's
Wow.
uncharacteristic. So, Sam, I've I've seen a couple Sam Crispin games. Don't see a lot of phonies. This is definitely a surprise to open and very uncharacteristic. But it is going to set him back a lot, Josh, because now he's going to have whatever Mark has. We don't know yet. His tiles are on the table, unlooked at. But this will set Sam back. He'll have to deal with 3 L's on his next turn.
I really jinxed it. I started talking about phonies out of nowhere. But
Yeah,
yeah, it could
manifesting,
just be
manifesting.
the nerves. I mean, playing on stream is hard.
It
Um,
is, yeah, for sure. And you want
but
to
this also
play.
looks like a word.
It does. And you want to play quickly and confidently on the stream and against somebody like Mark, but Sam is seemingly, from his body language, totally unaffected. That's not the best way to start. Oh, and there's some good tiles for Mark. Could use a vowel or two.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Josh tit. Nice. This is a nice type of bird, right?
Yeah, the Bush tit and the Josh tit. Joist spotted immediately. That's got to be the play. The only thing Mark has nothing to think about. I think from the sense of, do I adjust my play based on Sam showing me that he has HOLL? And the answer is that's not adjustment worthy to me in any way, especially when you just have a clear best play. So
Yeah, reduce your joist.
looks good.
Yeah, good mention in the chat. The extension band joist, right?
Yeah, a very specific type of joist. Nice. That is very nice to see that go down. I feel like when you play something like joist and think about the banjoist extension, sometimes if you were to draw a B, it creates very difficult decisions. The B being the rarest of the tiles involved in that extension. So whoever draws a B but not an A and an N with it will have difficult decisions on their hands, and see how that plays out. Meanwhile, Sam with the same brutal letters. What should he
I'm
do here, Josh?
wondering. So he can play hollow. He had it lined up, but now he might be questioning it. Because he's played HOLL so confidently and it wasn't a word, he could be questioning whether hollow is valid. So he's going to play hill instead. That sets up the O for hillo.
Yeah,
But maybe
interesting to not
slightly missed
play
opportunity now.
Vil, right? Like you could have
He
played
could
the
play Vil
V,
as well, yeah.
which sets up a lot of things that you actually do not have. Vil would have set up an A for villa, normal word. I guess villi is also a normal word to people that know things about digestion. um,
Hmm.
but yeah, no. Oh, there's banjoist.
Yeah, he's just drawn it.
Is he gonna see
That's
it?
pretty crazy.
He has
So
O
what
ball
was I gonna
set
say?
up.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about learning words, and I think really the only thing that's between Sam and Mark, to say nothing specific about their strategic abilities, is just experience. I mean, Sam's 16 years old, so he can't have played as much Scrabble as Mark has, and is familiar with pretty much all. I think at some point you're familiar with pretty much all the four-letter words, but it takes years and years and years and years. So he's really just needing to catch up in that regard and prove his worth on the world stage, which he already kind of has at the youth championships. Uh, I think in all these international tournaments that Sam's been attending. So Jewel comes down, and yeah, the question is, will Sam
Yeah,
recognize the fun extension? And another thing about experience is that yeah, there are some players that Joyce hits the board and they immediately know banjo. It's like one day that might come up. And it's definitely come up with me. My opponent's opened with joist, or I've opened with joist. It's happened. But it has to happen for you to be more guaranteed to be aware of that there's an extension.
It looks like he has balloon set up, which would be very nice, of course. Let me get the illustrator in the right spot. So yeah, that's going to be the play. So this is a very elegant play. Unfortunately, Banjoist, that this play scoring 26, Banjoist scoring significantly more. So no sugarcoating it. Definitely a miss of a way higher scoring play, but a very reasonable one though, Josh. As you said, some players might be thinking about that immediately, but if not, it's really hard to like think of that as an option, I feel.
Yeah, and I wonder if Mark. I mean, Mark's been around for so long. Maybe he notices straight away that BAN have just been played. I think if you know the extension, if well, everyone I think at this level knows the word banjos, but if you're aware of the extension possibility, and then you see your opponent play the letters for that extension, that could actually have the opposite effect. Like that, it's obviously has the real life effect of Sam having missed it and it being 51 versus 26. But seeing your opponent miss it, and then I think next turn Sam's gonna play a bonus. Mark might not be in time to respond. Like Mark might be behind, and he might have noticed that the phony happened, and then missing banjos. I don't know. I don't know what type of player Mark is in terms of like psychology, but sometimes at a higher level, when you notice your opponent doing things that you wouldn't have done, missing things you wouldn't have missed, it can affect you to a pretty deep level.
Yeah, definitely true. As for psychology, yeah, I'm not sure I have a bead on Mark's style in that sense. I only know that he, yeah, I'm trying to do your Twitch title, but I can't figure out how to do it in
What?
mod view.
I don't know why. I thought I fixed it. Sorry, I'll fix it
Yeah,
right
you can
now.
get it. Um, all right, Mark playing Hoy underneath balloon, trying to undouble those O's and I's. I don't know what else was available there. Like something like north down from the N would have scored better, but left only vowels, including duplicated I's. So Mark has done a lot better to keep his leave intact. But
Mhm.
back to Sam, and I feel like I could see at least 1-9, at 8, I should say. And I'm wondering how many there are and if there's any good ones like that hit. So the only thing I see is inviable through this B right now. So that goes
Mhm.
down and doesn't really hit anything. At least the V is in a decent spot to deny parallels with that word. Um,
Yeah,
but what about the T of
yeah, that would be a
joist?
good
Or,
play.
I mean, is there any other? What else does he have?
That's yeah, inviolable is probably yeah Sam's best option. He's
Ah,
spotted it. But there's
vanities.
also yeah, there's also vanities. Yes, that's the other option. Uh, notice someone noticed that what is that an actual word? Evanition, like
Yeah, that is a
evanish.
word. Yeah,
Wow,
that's a word
was just blocked by HOI. That was playable
with a
through the T in
blank.
the end.
Sheesh, being blocked.
That's incredible.
So
But yeah,
vanities gets hit
Bible was spotted.
with Ravagoat.
Hmm.
So there is an 8-letter bingo through a V with Mark's rack. So if that's what Sam plays, it's going to get hit. But Mark does have Goatier, which is going to go down here as well. So Mark is looking at bingoing basically no matter what. Good spot here by Sam. This looks like the best play to me.
Yeah, it's 2 points less than vanities, but the letters that it gives back as playthrough letters and the scoring spots are really not as bad.
So
Difference.
good job to Sam for holding his nerve after that opening play. It really, if you're gonna play a phony, often the beginning of the game is a decent time to do it. In that particular case, it wasn't a great time to do it just because Sam's rack was really weak. And Mark's going to challenge just to give it an extra 5, but Sam's going to get good news here, unlike the first challenge.
I wonder if you would have challenged this if HOLL hadn't been played.
Yeah, maybe there's just a little bit of I better, make sure this guy's on the up and up with these words.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really a psychological game at the top level. I always say this to people, but no one believes me, Will.
Did we just have an issue with Mark's rack camera? Let's see. I think he nudged it. Let's hope that it's still on camera. Nope, I think it just got cut off, unfortunately. It's going to be too bad.
Yeah, we'll try to get on that.
Yeah, it's never pleasant to have to stop a game to change that, but I'm just going to let you know.
So Godier comes down, the only playable bingo for Mark. He retakes the lead, 154 to 106. And yeah, inviable, does not take an S. That's going to be, I think we're just going to see QIN very quickly here for Sam through that I in Godier, setting up that S. If you guys can see this upside down. It's a very, very strong play, keeping the second blank. An open board. Sam is very likely get a bonus down next turn after QIN.
Oh, there we go. Fixed.
No.
Beautiful.
Great.
We got it. Perfect.
Huge thanks to the team.
Yeah, thank you so much to our production team there. That's very, very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, what's your take on having to stop a game live, or not having to? But
I mean,
it's live to fix something like that.
It's certainly something.
And we both believe in the streams enough for it.
Yeah, I would try to avoid it at all costs. Of course, I would never suggest otherwise. But if the producer had to do it, I would also not mind in the slightest. It's totally fine. What's the there's no issue with that. Let me flip the oh nope, didn't need to flip. Sorry for that upside down moment there.
So yeah, now we see Mark's tiles, and he has drawn third S. We saw Sam had the second one, so he's going to be able to score extremely well here with wifeys and chins.
Yeah. Seems like a
I think
must.
the likelihood of Mark having an S was probably lower than 50%, but not too low. So QIN, of course, definitely an aggressive play, but if you had to argue in favor of it, I would play it every single time.
Yeah, if you're Mark and you see Sam play chin, the only two things that you can really be thinking there are he's got an S, or he's got 2 or maybe even 3 N's, or all consonants or something like that. But really, I'm thinking there is a way higher likelihood that he has an S with that play, so I just can't let it stay open. Mark's decision gets easier because he has one himself, and the rest of his letters are clunky, and he's got to play in wifeys, which is just by far just a killer. So it makes total sense from Mark's perspective that that's what he wants to do. But yeah, it's interesting that I do feel like chin gives a lot of info away.
I don't know. I think it gives like bits of information away, but I wouldn't read too much into the play. But I think Mark is gonna know what Sam has at the end of this turn. However, all of these bingos that are available for Sam, I feel like none of them are easy.
Oh no.
To find.
Oh, look at that. He spotted his by far best Dynamist Fantastic.
Wow. So quick.
So,
That is beautiful.
yeah, this is Sam Crispin, folks. So, that opening phony, very uncharacteristic from what we know about Sam. Spotting the highest scoring bingo here very fast. That is unquestionably just on points alone. That's the only one that hits the triple like that. So, very impressive spot. So, if you're Mark, you're probably saying, well, damn, he got both blanks. It's an even game, but that's actually kind of a good thing, right? Like, you've weathered the storm. You're about to go up with a big Z play. I'm feeling kind of good if I'm Mark here because now the rest of the game, the blanks are gone. Sam can't get any more of them, and I can, be the former world Scrabble champion here.
Indeed, yeah. So it being Mark's turn, even though he's down 3 points, yeah, he has 53 points on offer right now for Zip taking Zay. So that's probably going to be what he ends up doing. You could also play Zig if you hate the G, like me, but I think we're going to see Zip and maybe some hope um, for a bingo through this A of Dynamist next turn. There's only one eye to draw.
Yeah, check
That's
that
the
out.
thing.
You
So
see
the
from
GN combo gets a lot worse when you can't really draw an eye to make that ING. But I think you still play Zip. Maybe you play Zig though, because that sets up Zep. So that could be a very interesting adjustment.
yeah, that's intriguing. And Mark, this is the sort of thing that whenever I watch Mark play, he nails stuff like this. Like he makes those little subtle adjustments. He's going to go with this. This feels a little more standard. I don't quibble with this. It's 3 more points as well. So, that's
Wow.
part of the allure.
Well, there's a crazy option the engine is telling me is I think significantly ahead of the rest. And it's not Zip or Zig, it's Zeps and Jules.
Oh, are you serious?
So
Oh
you
my
play
God.
Zeps and Jules, that makes no sense normally, optically. You're using your S
Makes total
for
sense here,
less,
though.
and you're setting up a big spot for Zed plays. But here, keeping the ing on a board where the S is pretty much useless, it's dampened as much as an S can be dampened. There's no S hook anywhere that's useful. RING is by far and away the best leave you could be keeping.
Yeah,
So Zeps, a missed opportunity, I think. Engine's saying it's a 4 point mistake.
that's crazy.
Um, which is significant. It's not deterministic, but normally, yeah, if Engine's saying you're making a 4 point mistake, it's probably a mistake.
Wow, look at
That's pretty
that.
crazy.
So, initially, my feeling is that Mark would be disappointed with this play because it blocks his bingo of Megarones, but Franco is a word, I believe. So, Mongers will go down now if Mark thinks of that. So, play by this is kind of cool. I mean, Sam playing this to dump as many consonants as possible. The beautiful thing about it is that he has that X, and if he were to draw something here, you get a massive X play there. Only fly in the ointment with that plan is there actually are not that many vowels that make that plan work, Josh. I would feel a lot better about that play. It might be the best play anyway, but I would feel better about it working if there were like 5 eyes, to draw instead of the one.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Zex by itself is 38 points. Frank is 10. But I think this might have been an instance of them being maybe a little bit hasty. I don't know. It might still be the best play. There are 3 U's to draw, so the likelihood of having drawn something, maybe even X'd XED,
Yeah. So
pretty
he was
high.
close. He's
So it's
close
probably
to that.
still
He's got D's now.
it's probably still very close between the 2 plays. And getting rid of those 4 consonants for the long term is extremely important. But this is definitely going to get hit um, super hard. Mark gonna take a huge lead with this play.
Yeah, this is a big one. Very, very, decisive play here to seize control of the game. You could easily imagine if Mark did not have a bingo and Sam draws into his X play. Now Sam is already. Josh, I think you entered Morgan's instead of Monger's.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, such a swing for Sam to not have that X here. I'm impressed that he's not even thinking to challenge Franco, though. I feel like that is such a,
You must have seen it.
Yeah, it's not, I don't think of that as the most normal word, so I'm impressed with, Sam's knowledge and confidence in that. He's made the right decision for sure not to challenge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a word like Franco, it's basically, have I seen this word recently in my studies or in another game? And then you just retain it, but it is kind of a weird hook. So Sam's still in the game, down 69. Mark draw
Oh,
a bunch of T's.
yuck. Oof. Okay. Exactly
Okay.
the rack that we like to keep the game close. Mentioned it yesterday that the two of us become fans of the player who is trailing in the game often just to keep things close. So, like, I was rooting for Mark early on when it seemed like Sam, had the upper hand with the blanks. Now I'm rooting for Sam to keep things close. It goes back and forth. And I'm always rooting for you when I see you on stream, buddy.
Hey, the feeling is a mutual. I'm looking at this spot down here. Like, is there ever going to be a cool insertion play?
Yeah.
I feel like Mark is close to one right now.
There's
Like
so
French,
many,
Tante is a word in French, but I don't think it's
right?
good.
There's so many letters that go in here that are difficult to use. So, like, V, it's tough to actually go across with that, I guess. W also fits. So, like, wonder or something of that nature, right? Ooh, very bad drawing
Or
by me. Wander,
wanderer.
Wanderer 15. Not quite able to fit, but Wander. So, yeah, that spot would yield basically a bingo score, in fact. It's going to be right in the 60s for a lot of plays there.
I'm looking at possible Franco extensions. I don't think
Oh,
there's
wow.
one. So they did just
Francophobia.
add Francos. So that's probably why
Yeah, that's why
I haven't probably studied the new words.
I
That's probably
felt,
why there was zero hesitation there.
I see. Yeah. Because normally in my mind, I thought of it as a weird 6 letter words. A weird 6 letter word, I should say. Oh, wow. Francolin.
Francolin, like
I would
Bob
not
Lynn,
put
the
it past
French version.
Mark to know that. I really wouldn't. Oh, nice
And then
idea here.
Francophil.
Look at this play by Mark. This is clever. I like it.
Yeah, beautiful play. Why is this a good play, Will?
Really, from Mark's POV, the most dangerous immediate threat for 7 letter words is right here, playing along the triple, maybe getting some good overlaps. So the point of 2T is you're scoring not that much worse than anything else you have available with those low point letters. And of course, by putting the T right here, you cut off that possibility for Sam, which is removing a key lifeline for him on the board. I guess a little extra benefit stopping bingos to the Y. That's really secondary, but very savvy. It's this principle of if I can't make a killer scoring play or a play that makes me feel good in that regard, I'm going to take a turn to shape the board the way I want. That's exactly what Mark has done to take the biggest threat away.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Given the game score, there was possibility of making this really cute your rates insertion,
Ooh,
keeping better tiles and scoring better.
That's slick.
However, given the fact that this lane was very threatening and you want to be able to sort of block this D at some point, um, not maybe perfectly, but more words end in D than start in D. So being able to access this area of the board is pretty nice. So we like this adjustment. Um, it's you know it's not necessarily better to do this than to play your rates, but I think practically speaking, this is definitely the right call, and it's a very good adjustment by the champion.
Yeah, liking it for sure. Um, Wondering what plays Sam is considering. If I'm just missing something that he intends with like these letters set up. I thought first
Knighted.
through the T. Yeah, I
Great.
know. I mean, it would be so nice if he could just play through this R and open a little more space. I feel like that would leave the board in a slightly better situation for him. Unfortunately, I don't know what he has other than something like Rived in this spot, which leaves him CDW, which is nearly hopeless for bingoing. Um, oh, weird. He
It's
could
really
be,
interesting.
might be weird. He's getting set to try,
Oh
which
yeah, if he's able to just play VC, which he isn't, um, he's one E away from when. Oh no, he needs an A.
TEY,
He's one A
yeah.
away from Wanded, which there are 4 A's left. Same with
So
yeah,
I
maybe
I
it's just
think
Wanded.
wanded is not, is that a word?
Oh, is that still not a word? Like
I think of it as
y'all have gotten wanded at an airport before, no?
A World of Warcraft. The caster classes in World of Warcraft. I wanded him down.
Still not a word.
There are a
That's
lot of World of
ridiculous.
Warcraft words that I want to be good that are not. But yeah, it's
Well, you would know wanded,
wanded
close
for
to
sure.
wander,
Yeah,
right?
that's why I looked weird. I should know that. But yeah, this is a tough one for Sam for sure. Like I said, it would be so nice to open the board with that R. I just don't think there is a good way to do that. So I think he's getting set to play weird. This does open a little bit. I think this is for sure going to at least distract Mark a little bit. I think he's going to try to play here in some way, or maybe if he has something better from the R, maybe he'll. I mean, a decent equity play for him would be to play like Rueda right here, Rueda.
Mhm.
That could be all right, just to keep scoring. But actually, from Mark's perspective,
What
it's a little scary to make a play like that because bingos elsewhere could catch up to you.
yeah, what a terrible draw though for Sam.
Brutal.
I don't know. I think I would have played Rived instead of Weird. I
You think
think
so?
Weird
Just
was
to get the
the
two
V is just
D's, right? So it arrived here. So now you would have a D here and a D here, totally separate. Your rack wouldn't be good, but then depending on what Mark does, you might have the option to maybe you draw something down low here, but probably likelier you're just trying to draw a bingo next turn after getting rid of some combo of CDW on your rack. Maybe you can set up a situation where you can draw bingos to the D in two spots. Is that your
yeah.
feeling?
So yeah, there's that. Yeah, you're pretty likely actually to draw Wander after Rive, keeping the WD.
Mm,
The A's and E's and R's, lots left. But it's also just you're taking away a scoring spot. When you're behind, you want to take away scoring spots. You don't want to give back scoring spots. Weird. It just feels so likely Mark's gonna be able to use this spot. And the other benefit to Rived is it's less of a shallow opening of the board. Um,
mm.
yeah, it's just something gets played from the R here that doesn't open an E out in space, or some play from Mark here. The board is more at risk of closing down.
Yeah,
So I think, yeah, my principles are coming into play here. Of yeah, when you're ahead, try to keep scoring, leave open scoring spots, block bingo spots, which is what the play of 2T did very, very well. Um, a great demonstration of that concept. And when you're trailing, try not to open scoring spots and try to take away scoring spots from your opponent and leave bingo spots open. So
Like this
yeah,
play here coming down.
etude.
This looks good to me. Mark's up by 50, so you want to keep pushing that lead up into that 70 to 80 range where you can withstand a bingo, get to the end of the game a little bit faster, and more importantly, just block off this lane so that Sam cannot play there himself. There are not, I think what Mark was just taking a beat to look at was, am I going to get hit that hard with this scoring spot? What's still here? And actually, from Mark's perspective, there really are not any tiles on Sam's rack or in the unseen pool. This is now from Sam's POV, but there just aren't any good letters. Really, the worst that could hit you there is the B, which is very difficult to play in that spot. So, Mark, I like this for sure.
Yeah, this is a great play by Mark, and great recognition that there really isn't much to worry about with that placement. And even good for you, to set up that scoring spot. So I don't know if this play was on hold, but yeah, now we see Mark mixing his letters.
Oh,
so definitely.
Yikes. Mark has just been
play.
overrun with vowels, but he spotted his best play literally instantly. So he's drawn the D, and that will play there for a decent score. Of course, depending on Sam's next play, Mark may not want to do that. Just the number of tiles in the bag may dictate that he does something different. But yeah, Mark has to be feeling pretty good with this draw, because if you imagine, from Mark's perspective, it's this is unseen to him, and then the G and the K and the B. He has almost all the vowels, so Mark is probably basically looking at a tile pool that suggests it's nearly impossible that Sam could have a bingo, which is true.
Yep. Yeah, this is very comfortable position for Mark. We had an interesting question in the YouTube chat while Sam tries to figure out some way to win this game with 5 in the bag. He's it looks really, really difficult. You're down 73 already. You can't score anything without blocking. Yeah, looks pretty dead. But yeah, why players use one hand to make their plays rather than two? I think it depends on the player. Everybody has their own style, but I think it is really a lot of it is aesthetics and what's comfortable. The way you like to put down your tiles is actually
I can't.
it's an art form.
I can't. How do I put my tiles down? I can't.
Yeah, you have no artistry in you, Will. You need to
I
work on that.
I can't think of how I do it though. I'm trying to imagine. All right, I have a tile. How do I
You
put
play
it?
both.
I think I do
You
two
use both
hands.
hands,
Yeah, definitely. So I'm
which is
supposed
there's
to.
nothing wrong with it.
Am I supposed to
There's nothing wrong with it.
sort of like sit back with one hand and just sort of like laconically place one tile at a time down? That's what I should be doing for like style.
No, you
Do
should
what
know
comes
what's
naturally.
comfortable for you, and I mean, I really don't think it's really just a second thought. Like I don't think people like necessarily are conscious of it.
What if I threw them
Um,
like discs perfectly into the space? So I'm just kind of like.
well, here's the thing. Now you say that, but I think there's actually something missing in Scrabble, and that is somebody who is so comfortable with the tiles, like someone who's able to just flip the tiles over their fingers and like
Like spin it like a
just like they do in
basketball.
poker. Like
Oh
in
yeah, do
poker,
their
people
little,
people have
stacks
all
of
their
chips. Yeah.
and it's beautiful, and it really I think gives credence to the game as an art form. And so I think we need to, first of all, the way to do that would be to like have the same tiles everywhere. Just have like same
Like poker
design, same
chips.
weight.
Yeah.
Um, And another way to do that is, someone to care enough. And I don't know. I feel like my dexterity isn't what it used to be, so I might not be the guy. But I really think it's something that would make people more willing to watch Scrabbles if somebody was just like playing around with their
Flipping
tiles
their tiles that
and
that
just like
tile chips
putting
in.
them on the board. I mean, 25 minutes is enough time to just play a little bit. And there are some players with very, very cool playmaking styles. Like I'm thinking of the American Barry Keith,
Hmm.
who takes his tiles one by one, stacks them up in his hand, and then he just like,
Wow, really? I've never seen that.
yeah, it's beautiful. You should watch a streamed game of his. He just puts them into the
That's
squares one by one
incredible.
by like sort of like Salt Bay, but for Scrabble.
Oh
Like
my god.
it's
That's really
beautiful.
cool. That's fantastic. I didn't know that. Um, that's
When
neat.
I'm down to 2 seconds, I use both hands. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Makes sense. But yeah, I need to consider how to up my artistry apparently, which makes sense. That's Scrabble is an art, of course. I would never imagine otherwise. So, um, question on Twitch of do I see vodka? I did. I did when Sam had it arranged on his rack. I think it did flash into my mind seeing his draw. So maybe talking about the fact that I always miss vodka will finally allow me to see it in the future.
Oh, is that one of your? That's one of
Yeah,
your.
that's one of my. I miss it so often. I don't know how. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
I know how. It's insanely hard word to spot.
yeah, it's just weird looking with
Took me
the
years.
DK combo ends in an A. Those are some, idiosyncratic things. But yeah, Mark is using his time here in just to look a million times probably and just make absolutely sure that there's nothing he can lose to. He's got plenty of time, but those tiles are really bad. So I'm pretty sure Mark is going to be just fine to play the word that he has identified here of a reed alongside etude. He's home free at this
Yeah,
point, and this even blocks vodka.
yeah,
Oh,
looks great. But
little extra thought.
yeah, I guess I'm running the engine, and the engine says that yeah, the read is probably the best play. Saying you could also play CAA. Doesn't make any sense. I think the reason for that is you're threatening some plays with certain draws that score well, but those are getting blocked. So I
Yeah.
think your read is the best play. I think you're going out no matter what. What happens if you draw the oh, you have Aeon? Do you have anything else? That might be the only draw that doesn't go out immediately. But if you draw that O, I don't think Sam is going out into.
I thought for
He
a
only has
second you
one
might have
vowel.
anode, but no. EO is not a word. Yeah, I'm not sure what happens if you draw the O. I
So
mean,
I
what
think that's the only letter you don't go out with. But
he's gonna
again, like
draw
if
the
you draw the O,
G. The G is what's actually in there.
yeah,
Um,
tons of outplays with the other tiles. So that's what you're trying to do here. If you're Mark, you know the game is won. You just want to double check there's no weird threat with the 8 unseen tiles from your perspective, from your POV, and just try to make the play that scores well and goes out, threatens to go out on the next move, which is perfect play, a read, I think.
yeah, even keeps that.
Obviously, maybe you're a little bit concerned with like overlaps.
Yeah, you aren't concerned with it here though, because Mark has the only E, so that's nice. There's no way he can get hit to the triple,
Yeah,
so
yeah, I
that's
meant on
good.
this.
But yeah, I see the other side. You could potentially get hit sometimes, um, and that's probably where Sam's gonna play something like Bark or Bork. Right, it's
Mhm.
gonna hit decently hard right there, but that's
Yeah,
fine. You can
there's
live with that.
that's. That's among the best plays. There are 36 pointers there, and then there's um, AON, which is
Oh wow.
equivalent apparently.
Con. How about that? Yeah, that's pretty cool. So that's equivalent.
Yeah, I wonder why it's
Well,
equivalent.
you just
Oh,
use.
because it doesn't give back a better spot for
Yeah,
free.
this gives you age, right? So Bork or whatever, either Bork or Bark gives bag parallels. So yeah, a little bit better.
Yeah.
Dorba. That's pretty cool.
Adorbs
Dorba going down. Oh no, ADE.
doesn't quite fit yet.
Yeah,
Arbok, Pokemon spotting.
that's right.
Very
That's one
nice.
I know. You mentioned a Pokemon yesterday I never heard of because I
That
only.
wasn't a word, so it's fine that you didn't know it.
Well, neither is Arbok.
Well, as in, sorry, it wasn't a real Pokemon.
Oh,
I said
really?
Shallot. I was thinking of Swalot,
Oh, okay. Did you get roasted for
which you
that?
probably don't know Swalot,
No,
but
I don't
yeah,
know
yeah.
that one.
Someone, there's always someone in chat that knows Pokemon better than you
That's a
in
rule. That is
these
definitely
circles.
a rule of streaming for sure.
But yeah, Mark's gonna take down the youngster. Yes, just as we expect, world championship level or world champion level play from Mark.
Yeah, he
Sam
played
definitely
fantastically well. Sam did too, though. After that first, I mean, the opening phony was all the initiative Mark needed. Sam did draw both blanks. He's gonna play Boke. This is also valid. There's no
mhm.
real difference between this and anything else, so this seems fine. Showing off that fours knowledge.
It's sort of tantalizing now because you know that
You
Sam
might
has
stick in.
VRD.
Yeah,
So you might be thinking of blocking DERV or VERD here and going out next turn, but it's not worth it.
yeah. It's
Play
probably
for
just
Mark would
playing
be
a.
after this. Oh,
Oh wait,
clock is good.
Sam didn't commit his play. I didn't notice that Sam's clock was still running. So he's going to pick it up and play another co-best play here.
Mhm.
Unbeknownst to him, I think those two plays will secure the same margin of victory, but it does force Mark to
Margin
find
of defeat.
something right, margin of Mark's victory. But yeah, age now the best play for Mark, and how what a relevant word to go out. Mark with the age advantage, experience advantage on Sam. But I feel like, again, if not for that opening phony, Sam played very, very well in this game, and you can see why he's at the top of the standings and doing so well in his career at 16 years of age, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, yeah. Very impressive stuff. Um, yeah, definitely a little bit, just a little bit of shakiness we saw with the words, and like I said, I just attribute that to age, to experience, and the more we see Sam play in these big events, the more impressive he'll get. So great to see him show his stuff, um, and yeah, nothing to be ashamed of here against the world champion.
Yeah, we'll probably see him again on the stream. I would be surprised. It's so exciting that we have this many more games to get to see all these fun players compete. Um, I want to see as many games as possible. That's why we're all here. Of course, so many good players in attendance at the International Scrabble Classics this year and every year. As we've mentioned a couple times, you were one of those players last year. And
Mhm.
how does it stack up against other of the tournaments that you've attended?
It was nothing like the other tournaments I've attended. It was just so cool to be on foreign soil and just playing something so not foreign. You know, like it's like you go to some place that you've never been and everything is new except when you're playing Scrabble. Like you understand what's going on, you speak the same language, and it's just all these people that I've never met. I got to meet these people that share the same passion. It was just a phenomenal experience. Very much enjoyed myself. Little known fact, I didn't have a fridge in my room
That is a
last
little
year,
known fact. I'm not sure.
and I decided it was pretty cool when I arrived in Milton Keynes, so I decided to put my refrigeratable goods between my two window panels in my hotel room, try and keep them cold.
Mm.
So yeah, life hack right there. Except then it got sunny and stuff wilted. So
That is a
cool story, bro.
harrowing experience. Amazing that you still gave us such great games on the stream despite enduring that extremely disturbing series of events.
But no, it was a great time. I really can't stress how fantastic it is to have a worldwide community like the Scrabble community, and
Yeah, for
being able
sure.
to compete with said community is an extra plus. But just meeting everybody and hanging out was just so much fun.
Yeah, I really appreciate the team at MGI specifically as well for all the work that they do behind the scenes to bring all this coverage. I mean, certainly it's enough to set up such a big event with well over 100 players competing, a lot of the best players in the world, but also a lot of effort goes into getting set up with what you see here. So I'm certainly very grateful, and I'm sure hopefully all of you out there on YouTube and Twitch chats are as well. So they're talking about the game. I think probably tomorrow we'll try to be able to provide some audio. I actually might be able to do it now, but I'm too scared to
Mhm.
fiddle with anything. So it would be something to try to test a little bit. But we might.
Yeah, and look at this. Sam's all smiles. Like, what great sportsmanship.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention that they're talking like it's sometimes you open with a phony word and it's like very harrowing. But just yeah, just really appreciate the sportsmanship. And you're talking about all the work being put in. I mean, what about all the work you put in? I am insanely appreciative, Will, be
Oh,
able to commentate with you. You've done so much behind the scenes to make this possible.
thank you for that.
Thank you for streaming it on my channel. Thank you for for giving me the opportunity to hang out.
It's my pleasure. It is always a huge pleasure to do these projects and streams with you. But we have breaking news. Breaking news. We have a pairing question, and I feel like we are going to have our first David Webb sighting on the stream. The options
Ooh.
are David Webb versus Bradley Whitmarsh, neither of whom we've seen, or Bob Lynn versus Kevin McMahon. I think for me, the choice is clear. We got to get the game started.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. I think, yeah, I think the opportunity should relish in the opportunity to feature our friend Dave,
Yeah.
who I did get to meet last year, like I said yesterday. I love when people are the same as they are online. Like, you know, people, you're the same. Like you're not putting on a show when you make videos. David Webb is the same. Just stand up guys. Um, so yeah, great to meet your
Oh,
heroes.
agonizing. He started already. Oh,
No, the game has started.
yeah, they say he started.
No,
Damn
the
it.
game has started. I mean, that's what we get for 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 our attempts at doing a David Webb
All
impression.
right.
Well, I'm sure we'll get him on later.
Yeah, that I'm so sorry. The choice was presented to me as if it both were possible, but then it was vetoed. That's fine. So
So Bob
I
Lynn and
yeah,
Kevin,
still
you
a
said?
great game. I mean, we're spoiled for choice here. Bob Lynn, who is in third place right now, pending the result of his previous game, which we don't know yet. But Kevin McMahon was in first place to end the day yesterday, I think. Um, so definitely a game at the very, very top of the standings between the players who are currently in third and fourth place. But yeah, if David Webb wins his next game, we're for sure gonna be getting him on the stream. So I'm sure that's going to happen. I'm going
I
to
mean, even if he
assume
doesn't, it's still so early.
it
Doesn't
is.
really.
But you never know. We want to get him while he's, in the mix. The odds of him remaining in the mix are very, very good, but this is, just a tough field. Oh, Bob said he doesn't want to be on stream. So
Yep.
Rasheed versus Mark. Okay, that's fine too. Um, we'll figure it out. I mean, that's a good matchup. It literally consists of the player who is in first place versus the world champion that we just saw. So there's
Sure.
going to be good games all around. If that's the game we're going to get, we'll get more Mark Nyman. Mark's going to switch sides at the table and go to the opposite.
Okay.
So we'll get that squared away. Let's take a look at the standings as everything sort of, you see the lunch announcement there. Don't worry too much about that. I guess it's relevant even to the audience here. But yeah, I think we're going to have Mark versus Rasheed. Can't complain too much, Josh. Rasheed is in first place right now.
Yep. Yeah, this is. I mean, there's so many matchups to choose from. There's not a bad matchup in the air. So, um, yeah, I get to see Rasheed again. Get to see the player. It's kind of like when you're playing sports or something, or you're playing Blitz Scrabble. Winner stays on, right?
That's how we usually do it. I mean, towards the end of the event, I think it's going to be much clearer. Usually on the earlier days, we do try to show a mix of different players that have not been on the stream yet. Later on, we are going to stick with the most pivotal game in the standings, and it is going to feel much more, as you said, like winner stays on, which I actually love that part. I know that some players or viewers would rather have that variety, but I actually love it at tournaments that just stick with the top matchup no matter what, because that's when, for example, if Nigel Richards is there, you get a healthy dose of watching Nigel, like at those old Causeway Challenge tournaments, Josh. That's just so
Mm-hmm.
epic, I feel like.
Everyone just wants to watch Nigel. I mean, whenever he plays these days and there's a stream, it's literally just like Nigel City. Like, just every opportunity that you can possibly have to see Nigel is a good one. So that's what the viewers want, right? YouTube viewers only want one
That's
thing.
certainly, yeah, that's certainly, I mean, I'm trying to strike that balance, trying to strike the balance.
It's not up to you.
Well, it is, right? It's absolutely up
It
to
is and it
me
isn't. It is and it isn't.
it's
Yeah.
up to me what videos I make. And the nice thing
Yeah.
is, for me, I love making videos about Nigel because he does so many crazy, awesome things that are fun to sink your teeth into.
Mm.
But I also feel like the only reason that I've been able to release however many videos I have is because I stick to making stuff that I want to make. I'm not totally in the thrall of what the viewers want. I am in the thrall of wherever my creative spark takes me, whatever game makes me excited. A lot of those games are Nigel games, but a lot of them are people who aren't Nigel. So I try to find that balance, and that's it. That's all there is to it.
And yeah, you do a great job. I just mean, people want to watch what they want to watch. And I think you do a great job at balancing that act. But people are gonna want to watch Nigel no matter what.
I mean, there's just a lot there. In addition to him playing in this beautiful style, there's just this mystique that not that many people can attain in our world. So, in any case, I'm told that Mark has gone for a smoke break, and in any case, he'll be back. And the matchup, let me see. I haven't actually been able to show this screen ever. Did I get this right? Yes, it is. So the standings actually are different now. Rasheed just won his previous game to move up to
Wow.
10 and 1 plus 682. And as we saw, Mark, we know he won his last game because we saw it on stream versus Sam Crispin. Very, very precise and surgical performance on his part. He moves up to actually 5th place with that 8-3 record. So Rasheed's crushing it. I'm not surprised to see Rasheed among the top players, Josh, but it's going to be very tough for him to hold off challengers like this going forward.
Oh yeah, yeah. Rasheed, fantastic player. Mark as well, but yeah, it's just gonna be champion after champion, GM after GM at this stage. So yeah, if you can stay up there, that'll be awesome.
So yeah, neither
Nice.
player
I
at the
love
board
that. I
yet.
love that sequence there.
The little stinger. Yeah, we're trying to class
Mhm.
it up here best we can. Um, so yeah, no player there yet, but we are told they are going to kick off shortly. So yeah, we saw Mark just now in the clash of the. I definitely would hesitate to say past. Like Mark won the world championship in 1993, but then he has come very close to winning it again multiple times, like 20 odd years later, 25 years later, something like that. So he's like, there is a longevity aspect I feel in Scrabble where um, you know, Nigel's in his 50s, maybe late 50s, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it's definitely possible to be a world class Scrabble player later in your career. I don't know if that's necessarily the case in chess. I feel like Gary Kasparov was playing at a insanely high level pretty late, but some of these games are becoming the province of the young.
Yeah, I mean, looking at there was a question in chat from shout out to our current world champion David Eldar.
Nice.
When's the last time Mark has played in a rated tournament? It was the eighth seniors world championship took place in 2023.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, that goes to your point for sure.
I'm sure. Yeah, I think Mark won that emphatically, if I'm not mistaken. No?
Um,
There we go. We
Probably.
got Rasheed. So we did see Rasheed yesterday. That was a fun game. Are you getting the result there? Sorry. Oh, we got
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. No, he did win.
Hopefully they don't move the. If I'll tell him, you can maybe explain to the players. Try to keep the timer phone in one place. Just let them know, because then we have to keep changing it, which is not that bad. But yeah, maybe at lunch break we'll try to get what we had yesterday with that.
Yeah, good point in YouTube chat. Ivan Chuk, many people's favorite chess player.
56
Has
and back in the top 100. Wow.
yeah, has done really awesomely in the last couple of events and seen a bunch of his games. So, you never really lose your spark. You never really lose what makes you the amazing player that you are. It's just the neuroplasticity.
Yeah, it's just
Um,
those friggin' words, right? Like as we were talking about before, it's probably different for everybody, but there's so many dang words in the dictionary, so many weird idiosyncrasies to keep straight, and it requires upkeep. And you might have great neuroplasticity and words go into your brain and rarely come out, or you might need a lot of upkeep to keep those words in there and keep them sharp. And depending on that, you might start to feel like, man, I'm starting to forget words faster than I can refresh them. So that's a factor. I would say that is a factor more so than as you say, learning how to play, knowing how to play, all of those sort of instinctive, strategic considerations. But then, in addition to that, there's like a calculation aspect at the end of the game. I feel like if there's any reason why age would affect a chess player, it's because calculating the lines is exhausting, right? So it is actually energy expenditure type thing. And in Scrabble, towards the end of a game, especially, there can actually be some very tough calculations, very resource intensive calculations. Um, Getting
Yeah, I really
Rasheed is
think
starting Mark's
similarly.
clock. I just want to point out we have this idea that Mark is late coming
Wow,
back from his smoke break. I don't know whether
really?
that's going to frustrate Mark, but by rule,
Wow, 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 wow.
everybody else has started, so that's surprising. I don't think Mark's going to really
Yeah,
be affected, but
the
yeah.
rule is 10 minutes, right? Since the end of your last game.
Yeah.
But yeah, we haven't seen this, I don't think, ever on stream. I think streams tend to go a little bit later than the regular programming. So
Yeah.
we'll see if this is an official ruling, then wow. Gonna have some Magnus Carlsen style late arrival world champion type shenanigans.
Yeah. Is Mark wearing
Um, I
jeans?
I honestly probably I honestly think that it's an advantage to have your clock started. I have never won a game where my opponent's clock was started because they were late. I don't think
Nice.
I've ever won. Like recently, our friend Austin Shin had 4 minutes left on his clock um, coming into the game, and just completely blew me out of the water in 4 minutes.
Yeah, I feel
And
like
at the
that's
World
weird.
Championship
It's so
happened as well.
that's so weird that that happens. It definitely feels bizarre how often the player strolls in late and just draws great. Um, but yeah, this is
Because you don't
surprising.
know if you should like put the time pressure on or if you should just play normally. Wow. All right. So, he
They
tried to
didn't.
stop his clock.
Yeah, he didn't neutralize it
Get his clock
successfully.
stopped. Like he should. Once he's in the room, his clock should be stopped. Um, yeah. Let's hopefully get that sorted. That's okay. This is starting to not be super
There
fair.
we go.
Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
he hit it to Rasheed.
Oh. So funny.
I think they can actually. I don't know how much Rasheed cares about that. He looks like he's pretty chill. So
That's hilarious.
Mark, instead of neutralizing it, he actually caused 4 seconds to go off of Rasheed's clock. But I'm pretty sure it's all gonna be water under the bridge. It's not that big a deal. But
I feel
maybe
like that's
if
yeah.
Rasheed was litigious, he could have said, "No, no, no, that's not. I deserve my 4 seconds back." But it seems like they're relaxing
I
about
think,
that
as they
detail.
say in Australia, that's it's all fair dinkum, right?
Nice. Um,
Always wanted to say that. Now that
that's
there's
that's
an
great.
Australian in the chat, then I'm happy to probably misuse that expression. All right, so the game is gonna start. Oh, don't move the board too much. Mark will be going first this time, and Rashid to respond.
There we go. So Mark looks completely unfazed by a couple
He's seen it
minutes.
all, Will. He's seen it all.
He has seen it all. He's done it all. He's done everything there is to do in Scrabble. He's won the world championship. Rasheed wasting no time starting his clock again. I like that. By just to be clear, totally justified. I believe you're allowed to
Mhm.
start it as soon
Yeah,
as your opponent takes that
definitely.
tile. Here we go. Round 12 underway. I think this is it's round 12. Players have 11
What's
games in
that
their
Sinatra
records.
song?
There's a lot of them. Which are you?
I've seen it. I've done it all, or whatever. I
Oh,
did it all.
yes, right. Um,
Okay.
Vexed. Mark spotting Vexed. That looks like it's the play, and Rasheed has
Wow.
enabled his ability to play a
Yeah,
bingo.
who's enabling this guy?
Yeah, we had a good.
Often when you're 10-1, you've probably drawn some cracks like this.
Yeah,
But enabled isn't going to come down. Um,
Yeah,
so
that's
yeah,
the beautiful thing about an opening like Vexed is how closed off it is. The V preventing overlaps. No
okay,
hooks. The
there are
T is the hook. So yeah, there is a bingo here. I think
there's
Bandalet.
two. Yeah, I wasn't sure of vendable.
Yeah, Vendable or
That is good with
Bandalet.
the I, right? As well, vendible.
True. Yeah, I think they both take an S hook. Not that it would matter here, but yeah, I think Bandalet feels maybe a little safer. Oh man.
Yeah,
So
if Bendable comes down, it almost looks like Mark and triple triple.
uh,
Waltius,
Waltius
not
doesn't
quite.
quite. Yeah. Does he have anything interesting through the B? Probably not. I can't imagine.
We're not gonna see kilowatt. That'd be cool.
But yeah, it seems it's certainly the case that Mark is going to bingo. He sees Waltiest. He has it lined up. If you're in the chat saying, what the heck is Waltiest? Um, you could be forgiven for that. Vendable, I guess, does score three
There's
better,
three
but
more,
the
but
E here, this is so
that
dangerous,
E
Josh.
placement. Do you even play Waltius now? Do you play weight for like 55?
Oh, crazy. That's really interesting. So, yeah, Josh suggesting, hold on, the board's got to get flipped here. Josh suggesting that with all these nice overlaps, Mark can play weight for a huge score 54. Waltiest does score 83, but I feel like that's roughly the amount that you would need to score to keep a blank, right? 83 versus 54, you keep
Yeah.
a blank for next turn, which massively spikes your chance of getting a bingo. I don't think Mark could be faulted for playing Waltiest here, but I think weight is better.
So yeah, you're right. Like normally the blank is worth around 25 points raw, but paired with that LT combination and with that E and Vex just sitting there, lots of bingos are going to fit to that E. Um, so the combination of the LT blank, which makes up for the difference in score, 29 points, and that E being in space makes weight significantly better than Waltiest, according to the engine, 4 or 5 points. So this might be a slightly missed opportunity for Mark.
Really hard to
Very
pull the
hard to
trigger
fault
on.
mistaking.
Yeah, it's tough to pull the trigger on plays like that. I mean, I would consider it to be a
I don't
non-trivial
know.
mistake, but not like a massive, like a 3 to 4 point equity mistake is
I, I just don't
non-trivial.
know if he considered it.
Yeah, I
That's
think
my question.
probably. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to have that blank and see that. All right, I've got an 83 point bingo and just lock in into that mode, right? Um, but yeah, weight leaving the blank. I mean, think of it this way, right? 83 points now versus 83 points now, and then whatever your average score per turn typically is, probably something a little bit close to that range, maybe a little lower because you haven't had a chance to groom your rack, something like that on your next turn. So for Mark, maybe we give him like a mid 30s number for that versus 50 and then likely another bingo coming back next turn. So you usually
Ooh,
work out a little bit better. So
this is not a typical play by Rasheed. He had those same letters playable right above the EXT
yeah,
for 10 more points.
surprising. Why just not wanting to make the ut hook? That's definitely not scary enough to justify.
No, I think this is just a whiff for Rasheed.
Yeah,
Playing a little bit quickly, maybe wanting to exert that time pressure. Obviously, this play makes sense optically. You're sort of opening a sevens lane for yourself. Um,
with that
yeah,
blank. Yeah, I mean,
but no, I don't like this at all.
yeah, it just seems like It just seems like a needless sacrifice of those 10 points. The board is already pretty open. If you have a blank, if you just play FOU, the nice thing about that, this actually does take an S in Collins. So now you've got an S hook for your sevens. You have all these lanes really open. All of these letters, whenever you see an opportunity to play 8-letter words with letters that are in the center of the board like this, they are incredibly flexible, right? It's basically anything you could draw through those letters is still going to play. Anyway, Mark's going to play Geo. Note that he could have played Agio there, but this would be a little dangerous, making a scoring spot for a couple different tiles. And the A helps his leave a lot. It's a good bingo tile along with this other stuff. I think that's a nice idea. Not sure how you feel, Josh.
Yeah, it looks great. The other benefit is that it sets up that S with ifs. So one of the reasons that FOU was a better play, not just the 10 extra points, is the spot for the S. If we can get the board flipped, I can show it a little bit
Yeah,
better.
it was the cameras went off. The cameras were the rack timers were off. I had to adjust them back. They're moving the camera.
So if you play FOU, you're setting up the S for sure. Whereas with foul, if you're going to get your S down, it needs to end in like your word needs to end in like ES or AS or something IS. So FOU actually created a better spot for the S. Now Geo just does the work for Rasheed and creates the, I guess, pure S hook. So anyways, back to Rasheed, who's got the VU combo after drawing an extra S and a V to his SOU blank leave.
Oh, he's gonna
He's
tack that
decided
S on.
between Vodun and Voduns. Yeah, I wonder. What do you think?
Well, from a purely theoretical standpoint, when you have two S's, it is okay to use one in this way to get a couple extra points. There's no need to hoard them. They sort of diminish in value for every S after the first that you hold. You are giving Mark a lot of information here, though. I worry a little bit about giving that info to somebody as strong as Mark. He will adjust his play accordingly now. So if he has a reasonable option, if he's choosing between two options, one of which creates an S hook, the other does not, he will definitely elect for the one that does not. So, for example, he's got the two O's. Maybe he would have played something here like ooh, if he wants to do that. This is easy to overlap with sevens. Maybe he adjusts his play to Oxo, right? Like he could do something like that. It's fewer points for sure, but given that he now knows to a certainty that Rasheed has this S, or else he would never do this, that's the sort of adjustment that we could see. I guess there's a lot of places you could play two O's here, though.
Yeah, I guess that's the question. Where are the O's going to get played? So Mark not deciding not to. Oh, thinking about it. So I think your concept here of not opening the lane that OO opens, because now that Boduns has been played, this sevens lane is dead. There's no lane here, really. There's no lane here. It's kind of hard to hit here. Nowhere for an S. If you play OO, you're, I guess, setting up socks and a lane here, but knowing that your opponent has an S in reserve makes them far likelier than average to have a bingo next turn or bonus.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could have seen an adjustment, but Mark has decided against it, going for the pure aggression, which I don't think there's any problem with that. But I don't know. I think I would have said that yes, you're giving your opponent information about what you have, but rarely is it really going to let them lean into that information on this board and make an adjustment. So I'm okay with Voduns for that reason.
Yeah, I'm definitely not suggesting that it was a mistake or anything. I think it makes sense. I also feel like if you're Rasheed, there are enough other options, right? Like playing something here, for example, is going to be possible a lot. Play from the B. So there's certainly, even if Mark were to play his most defensive option, you're still doing okay, and Rasheed should just worry about maximizing his own bingo chances, not how much information he's giving away to Mark. It looked like Rasheed was strongly considering playing YER there, Josh, instead of the Z.
Yeah, that would have been probably better, just to be a little bit more patient and not keep the duplicated R's. He was close to doing it, but the 9 extra points and keeping the letters for bingos, we have that row book now, I think makes sense. But I guess maybe more um, deep thought into this position would have uh, led Rashid to keep that Z. But yeah, I would say probably minor mistake. Even though it's 9 more points, the Z is just so strong. I don't really see. I don't even see like a great spot for it on this board, but I just know intuitively that like you're going to be able to score super well with it, almost regardless. So who knows?
Um,
But yeah,
it's pretty cool now. We have a similar scenario for Rasheed where even if he had bingos, there's going to be plays with text and like COR and stuff that actually are really appealing to play. um, Saving the blank for another turn, depending. It all depends on like what he has available after Mark's next play, but plays like that could be solid no matter what.
yeah, yeah. Back to Mark, who is only up 3 points and still only has those 1 point tiles. Really struggling to form a bingo in his rack. He wants to play off IE now, but he also doesn't want to keep playing off 2 tiles for 10 points. So there might be something to be said about going a little bit more into the scoring route with something like AE.
Mm.
Keeping those 2 I's does kind of feel wrong, but I mean, where are you playing the I? Like I lie here?
Maybe just to max out
Like
that leave value.
5 points versus 21. Feels
Yeah.
kind of weird.
So Rashid, if that happens, let's say Mark plays here and Rashid goes ahead and plays like carrots or something like this. Mark could
Mhm.
definitely hit that. Like, all right, he's gonna play lay. Okay, well now
I don't know.
you think he should just take the extra and live with the 2 I leave there? Yeah, it could easily be right. It's a lot more points. 21 points
It's
on
just,
offer for this as opposed to 6. So it's a
of course, wanting to bingo soon is good, but where are you bingoing? You're bingoing in spots that are very bad. Like,
yeah. Well, I
I
mean,
really
maybe
don't
he's
like this.
thinking that he's setting up a spot for himself.
Yeah, but it's bad. It's bad. You're giving your opponent a huge triple,
Ooh,
bunch of letters to play through.
Jay. All right, so now for Rashid, he's got a little bit of a better place to play his C, so he can play going across with that. I don't think there's much to think about here, but it's still, man, it is still tempting to just play like COR. How much is this? 21,
Yeah,
4,
it's 34.
34. Yeah, it's probably not quite enough. You want it to be.
Ah,
I mean, you are, when you play carrots, you're putting an S in a triple lane, which is pretty good.
yeah.
So I would be tempted. I would be sorely tempted by this. But I think it's. Oh, he might be thinking about that exact thing.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think with the scores the way they are, I think you're okay taking 80 points rather than 34 and
Yeah, I
really
think
just
it's.
weathering the storm.
Right. I
But
agree.
the problem is the last plays that Mark has made, OO
Yes.
and EI. It's like
Yes, for
the
sure.
I guess the issue is regardless of what you're doing, if you play COR, you're setting up all of this, you're not really stopping Mark from getting a bonus down. But you play carrots. I mean, there has to be a significant portion of the time that you're giving back a triple triple. Um,
Yeah.
so I don't know. I might adjust here. I might make a big adjustment and play COR. The engine says it's a 6 point mistake to play.
Oh, he's going up high
Oh,
with this.
Going up high instead, not playing CIT.
This is going to let Mark
Interesting.
really hammer this spot a bit harder, actually. I think this is just unquestionably not as good. It's fewer points. The S is a little more flexible, going up and down, as opposed to at the base of the board, you can't really extend it down very much. I wonder what the thought process is
Yeah,
here.
I think the only either he didn't notice what LEI did. No, I think that the one consideration is that an 8-letter word can no longer end in S. So if we imagine carrots being played um, over here, a lot more 7-letter words become 8-letter words ending in S. So that's something to be said about adjusting a little bit there, but that's really the only thing other than I guess, yeah, you're not really blocking any sevens with carrots. So
This is
I don't know. I think maybe a human fault has been spotted where
yeah.
I don't know. You're sacrificing how many points? It's only 4 point sacrifice. I'm not really sure. It's really hard to tell with these decisions where like
Inference makes a change in it. But what will Mark do here? Because Jesuit, there's a whole thing about Jesuit.
oops.
So Jesuit is not valid in the current Collins 24. Weirdly, we don't have to get into the whole deal with that. So he would have to. So if it were valid, it would be unquestionably the best play. So this is like,
This is
how well does
regardless,
Mark.
Rasheed's gonna just play Thanage.
Right, but playing Thanage would be even better after challenging off Jesuit.
Yeah, of
But Mark
course.
has made a good play. He has known that Jesuit is not acceptable and made what looks like a really solid play here. He could also have played Jesus
Yeah,
in there,
Jesus. I think
which,
I would have liked to see Jesus.
yeah, maybe
Um,
slightly better. But yeah, you're right though, Josh. Even after scoring 60 odd points and getting very close on the scoreboard, Rasheed just has to know that he has a 7-letter word, and it's there. It is nicely spotted. He's got a spot for it.
yep. Yeah. And the engine is saying Jazzies and Jesus are very close in value to one another. So
Hmm.
just a stylistic thing. But yeah, Thanage is coming down. So Mark having equalized the game. Uh, get the bad news here. So yeah, very interesting
Crazy
sequence of
sequence.
moves.
Yeah, crazy sequence. Um, so Rasheed up a lot now after that bingo, and blanks are out. One S left. So Mark is going to have an uphill battle here, especially because we've mentioned it a lot already. Just look at the shape of the board. A lot of inaccessible area, right? Anything radiating out from this right angle zone of the board is going to be hard to access. This is going to be hard to productively play in open space. This is going to be a difficult board. And Rasheed spotting that if an E were available in the right spot, he would have another bingo of Heliodor, which is very impressive on his part. He's not going to get an E to play through, but I think Mark kind of has to play through this E, even though it doesn't do much. Um, Maybe he'll, I don't know, play parallel to
This
this.
is
Oh, he can also play here, but none of those
there's one
things
play there.
open.
Yeah, Caput.
Oh,
Caput,
kaput.
Caput.
Nice.
Um, would be 40 points. The problem is, yeah, you're just letting Rasheed
Leave that spot
play through this
open.
E, score super easily, not open anything. So that this, what do? You play Apery, Apery, just to score similarly, because you're down by 82. So you need more than just a lucky bingo at some point where like where is that even going to fit that bingo? So I think you need to, yeah, I think I don't know. I think this is a big enough scoring spot. with the unseen letters, there's an F out, a G out, uh, a W. Yeah, there's lots of letters that go here and score really well. So I think you just play kaput and hope that Rasheed doesn't have a huge response.
Got a nice raid on Twitch from Evil Budgie. Thank you, Evil Budgie. Rating extra
Yeah,
typo.
thanks for the raid.
Rate of 30. That's nice. Hello,
Yeah,
everybody.
a lot of people.
We are on Twitch and YouTube both. Wherever you prefer to watch, you can do that. And you can dodge ads, like you've been saying. But yeah, this is pretty brutal for Mark, just because what he wants to do here is to score points and do something that opens up. And none of his good options do that. They're all interior to this part of the board, which is kind of like too clogged to be that useful. So this is tough. See if he winds up wanting those 3 minutes, those 3 minutes back. He's got to make a move. Looks like he's getting set to play maybe PUY here, which those are his three
That's
weakest.
His best leave.
Oh, he's playing it there.
Oh, he's playing it there. Yeah, that's
Blocking.
very sensible.
This makes sense. Yeah, I like this idea. Prevent Rasheed from just doing exactly what he wanted to do and score really well down there without opening anything new. So it makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And I guess Mark is hoping for if he could somehow fit a 7-letter word with ag here, or if he could somehow squeak one in, specifically the O of carrots. That's really it. It's hard to see him bingoing anywhere else.
Mark's having trouble starting his clock, so we've lost, sort of lost the timer. But yeah,
he's just a little tap, just a little tap.
Yeah, we've had some issues with this phone clocks recently. Sucks to see.
Oh, it's off camera now.
The PUI, a 1-point sacrifice over shifting that over 2 spots, but a very, very valid sacrifice to interfere with that triple. But yeah, that other scoring spot that could have been used for more points is going to get used with Doler, which is a great decision. You could have scored some more points on other parts of the board, but yeah, keeping things on the interior with Doler, blocking a lot of space over here through this O is a very smart decision. And we have to see what Mark has drawn. He's drawn DAR. And he's drawn a bingo. Wow.
Wow.
Insane.
He seriously is going to play Cart Road. Oh my God. He spotted it immediately, too. That's crazy.
Insane.
There we go. Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, time ticking down. So he's seen it. I don't know what he's thinking about. Maybe he's not 100% sure. But what else do you do here?
Fantastic.
Right? Beautiful find.
Crazy. That's awesome.
Wasting
Mark's
time.
His word knowledge is so good. I mean, it's not surprising to see him land this, but that's it, the draw and the spot of the word both very impressive.
Yeah, and that's why keeping CART, the bingo leave, was probably a very smart decision, because even though there's such little space left on the board, you could still bingo, you could still draw into Cart Road, you could draw something down here. So yeah, very fair enough. By Mark, who's now only down 12 points. Still an uphill battle, especially with a 10-minute deficit on the clock. But
yeah,
back to Rasheed, who has some balanced letters, but nothing fantastic here on offer. Would you play Nash and a CHE? Niche. There are lots of eyes left.
Yeah, I mean, something like that looks called for. If you're Rasheed, you're up by 12 plus whatever you get, and I feel like addressing this area is a must. Worth noting that in a vacuum, something like hyena could be very attractive, leaving the ing combination, but I just feel like there is no way that Rasheed won't play up high.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I guess the question is if he does play something up here like niche or Nash, as you said, just have to be careful. Try to seem like Mark's going to have that easy of a way to play underneath, but maybe the I is tougher, right? Like I might want to play niche over Nash for that reason, just to make it a little more difficult to play high scoring consonants underneath. The problem, of course, is if you play niche, you're breaking up ing. If you play Nash, you keep ing. So,
So here's my thoughts about that, Will.
yeah, what good is ing?
What good is ing on this board? It is not good. It
It's
is a
not.
red herring.
Yep.
I think you play niche for the reasons you mentioned and because this board is just not very friendly for bingos. And so keeping that A is almost always more flexible than keeping that I for shorter plays. And with those four I's remaining, I think this is a great adjustment
Yeah.
by by Rasheed. Very very nice play.
Very nice. And just think like had he played the A, I feel like there's definitely stuff somewhere. Is there a way to get the M with him a little bit easier? I'm actually not sure what options there would have been. Haven't really analyzed it that carefully, but like
Do you play Fam now, Mark, and just keep the board so close? I mean, it's your best score.
Bam scores so well.
There's one higher scoring play if you toss there's an insanely cool play here available for Mark that scores more than Fam. I He actually has it lined up. I don't think he's seen it, but it's like one of the highest level finds. Oh man. Do I just spoil it right now? Eldar finds it. David Eldar finds it in the Twitch chat. Playad
Crazy.
through LEI
That's
is on
amazing.
offer for the world champion.
Whether that's a good play, it's hard to know, but it's a good play. Is it the best play? Is it better than Fam? I'm not 100% sure, but that is very, very slick to see that and play that here. That would be insane.
The time ticking down. There's still 12 tiles in the bag. So we're seeing Fam. Okay, no hesitation on the new word. The veteran. So very nice find, and Rasheed has the cue.
I was pretty impressed with not playing Jesuit. I feel like I would be sorely tempted to do that. It's hard to keep track of the words coming in and out. Oh, look at Rasheed's tiles. Yuck.
Yeah, this cue is going to be a big problem, I think.
Pre-audit?
There's...
Pre-audit. Oh.
Do you... Okay, I mean, we might see Cot, though, right? Like, doesn't Cot makes the most sense for Rasheed? Or am I...
That would be a
biased?
stinger. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Oh, that stings.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark not going to get to play that bingo to the T, which in Rasheed's defense, it definitely makes total sense that you would not only want to use the Q in that way, get it off the rack however you can, but also blocking that T. That's really the main threat left after Fam and a lot of these other plays. That's it. I want to point out that I feel like there are at least one or two extensions to niche. I don't know if any of them are still playable. I guess it's worth thinking about that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, there was a mention of sub niche is still
Isn't
playable.
corniche is a word, but that's not
Corniche, nice.
available. The C's one's here. Maybe there's other stuff. But yeah, nice job by Rasheed. He saved himself there
Corniche and
pre-audit,
corn.
ready to go down.
Yes, I actually remember things. Yeah, Corniche and Coric. I had to check that. Yeah, so now back to Mark, who's around 3 minutes left on his clock.
Yeah, that clock
So
is gonna matter. Now Pleiad is
there's nothing
probably
good
it's Pleiad
other than
here.
Playad. Yeah. You can the only other thing that's reasonable, I think, here is Yade.
Hmm.
Yead. And I guess that's less dangerous than Playad, but it's also 13 fewer points. So um yeah. If not Playad, I think Rasheed's gonna have a pretty big advantage here.
Oh my god, look at that. Owana niche? Are we getting trolled? Or is that real?
Wananish, yeah, that's a word. I know that word. Oh my gosh.
There's no O's left, so it's not possible. But that is
Wow.
insane. I would love to see that. But the O's are gone, sadly. All right, let's see. This is a
Speaking of
tough
PUD,
turn. Yeah, Pud. Where is that? Oh, Ugg and
uh,
Diff.
right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's tough just because it doesn't. Mark actually would not have any vowels to
Yeah,
overlap the
nobody will.
P, so it's very sort of dooms the board. If Rasheed is aware of that, he can just let that play sit forever and not do anything. Is it possible that playing something with Agio is the way to go here if you're going to play over there?
Well, the suggestion of pad instead keeping the U for usually
Yeah,
you never want to keep a U, but you
but
keeping it
here,
for the overlap
yeah, you can't double
might
it.
be worth doing.
Yep.
But Mark's got to make a move.
Yeah.
Obviously, those that are watching from chess think, okay, a minute and a half to finish this game. This is not going to be possible. But there is overtime. Mark's just going to lose points every minute he goes over. So yeah, those points are going to be really important here. And Mark is certainly not seeming to have that fire, um,
He's under
that
no
yeah,
duress.
inclination to just go.
Yeah.
Like you gotta go. This is crazy.
Sheed still with 13 minutes. If he plays Pud, that's just going to be very bad. But he's got to play something quick, I feel. All right, here it comes. So Pud is sort of. Oh, he's thinking. Yeah, no vowels left that overlap this P. So if Rasheed picks up on that, he literally does not have to do a thing about that part of the board.
Yeah, you're just doing yourself. You're down 12. There's 5 unseen letters, so she's gonna have good tempo going into the end game. I think this was probably the
He's
yeah,
playing Wii,
the stick to break the camel's back.
plays it
We
fast.
very quickly, fair enough. Makes perfect sense.
Mark
And
draws E.
insanely terrible. Oh my
Yeah,
god, okay.
brutal.
Well, he's gonna draw that. I don't think he had good chances.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was going to be problematic no matter what. He's going to play year. That's oh my god, he's really
Oh,
having a
he
hard
missed
time
his
with that
clock.
clock.
Oh man, there's gonna be a problem. Probably gonna be upset when he notices his clock wasn't hit. But it wouldn't have mattered. Um,
Yeah,
I
he was
guess.
the. I think it's pretty academic at this point, but yeah, he just needs to. He's getting pissed. So hitting it
Sorry,
harder.
sorry.
Yeah, there
I
we
shouldn't be
go.
laughing.
Just a soft tap. Rasheed's. Yeah, it's just a soft
Yeah.
tap. Just a little boink right in the center of the number. Um, the anger, oddly, is only gonna make it worse. But I totally understand his frustration.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the best clock. It's definitely unpreferred. Um, we have better clocks in the Scrabble community that are much easier to start and stop.
It's a
But given the
concession. It is a concession
yeah,
for streaming, really. It's just way, way easier. We're not doing it in the optimal way right now. That's another thing that we'll try to fix later. But it's when you have an actual screen mirror of it running through the producer's computer, it's so easy to show the clock. So, yeah, that's just a concession the players make for that. But yeah, Mark going to be taking at least a 10-point penalty. There's one tile in the bag. Rasheed has a narrow lead, but he has great scoring tiles and should pretty easily be able to finish this one off, especially with the extra 10 points at minimum that Mark's going to lose.
yeah. The best play here, I think, would be to play AAM in this little hidden scoring spot.
Looks great.
Get rid of your two highest scoring tiles, score 25 points. I think Rasheed's just double check. He might not have even tracked. A lot of the time, when players are attempting to put time pressure on their opponents, um, especially in the situation where Mark lost a couple minutes to start the game, they will not track tiles. And then at the end of the game, when it becomes, I guess, essential to know that there's nothing being threatened, um, the tracking will happen. So we see Rasheed on the player camera just knocking off tiles and yeah, just forcing Mark to bask in the sadness of his current tile rack. But yeah, Rasheed will figure out that there's nothing to be worried about here. The last tile in the bag is a B, but even if Mark had that B, it wouldn't even be close enough to close to good enough to change the situation where Mark is down 11. He's actually down 21 with the time penalty. So there is nothing to worry about. But Mark's just gonna have to wait until Rasheed's tracked all the tiles.
Yeah. Frustrating game for Mark. Pre audit getting blocked by Cat, the cherry on top. And yeah,
Yeah,
Rasheed's got plenty of time to think about this.
yeah, yeah. Very definitely very unfortunate draws for Mark. There were some plays that I think he got slightly wrong. I think uh, Waltius was a mistake, but really barely a mistake. Like
Yeah,
the
tough one.
mistakes that Mark made were really small.
Oh, what do we got here? Lek.
Just let
Okay, that's that's okay.
yeah,
Um, I'd be a
playing an
little
extra
worried
tile off.
if I'm Rasheed. I would be a little worried about keeping my eye with so many coming and then have to deal with two in the end game. But it's all good. He'll be just fine here. I think Mark realizes that this is there's just nothing doing the end game for him here. I'm curious if he what he's gonna do.
It's just so hard to make a move with these letters. Like,
Yeah,
it's funny. The
plays in
engine suggestion top suggestion is SNEE
Snee and Spud
for
right here.
12.
Crazy.
Completely
Leaving
disgusting to me, to be
three
honest.
eyes.
It's not correct. It's not the end game engine, but
Yeah,
it's like the
that's
first thing that comes up.
that can't be.
And it
Yeah.
looks like in is a 12-point mistake over actually just the same letters playing
Oh.
ion just because
Oh, because yeah, that's
of
why.
the nub setup.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's Rasheed's
but
response.
yeah, it's
Right.
all academic from here.
Oh, okay. Mark got that play in. Not sure if Rasheed's going to be able to end the game here, though. And Mark might
No.
take another 10-point penalty almost no matter what, which is going to
Yeah, I wonder what I would rule as a tournament director here.
about the
Let's
clock
see.
thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's your responsibility to see that your clock has been started, but it is just so unfortunate. And it's only a question of like, I guess, um, differential. It's not going to be the difference between winning or losing, but I kind of feel for Mark here.
Yeah. So he's going to take that extra penalty, which he's not happy
Is
about, but
is
it's purely academic, like I said.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no chance that one of these players is stuck with a tile, is there?
It's getting close. The
Where
G
do you play the G?
gal, and maybe that's it.
So do you do you play AL? No, you can't block
How do you
gal.
even do anything about that? Yeah. So even if if you're
Okay.
Mark, this is the only G spot, you can't do anything about it because Gale is also a word. So he's gonna he actually needs to play something or else he's gonna incur another time penalty.
Yeah, he's down. He plays Day
Oh
instead
my
of
God,
REI
please
in the same
God.
spot.
Yes, he got it. He got it. Oh, it's like giving me secondhand grief, secondhand agita.
And there's a beautiful spot for the G actually that we both missed.
Oh,
Just the REI.
Glay. Oh, Rasheed didn't miss it though. Very, very
Yeah.
nice. And Mark just has to
Sorry, it's
just need a little
oh man.
orientation or something.
Yeah,
Um,
is that a legal play? I think it is. Is it?
Fame.
It's, yeah, you put the E. Yeah, it
Oh,
must be.
yeah.
I
All
think
right.
the rule is if half of the tiles are the wrong orientation or more, then the play is not valid.
Got it.
Anyways, after all is said and done, 464 Rasheed, either 415 or 405
It's
for Mark.
405. Yeah, depending on ruling. So big win for
We're heading
Rasheed.
to lunch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nicely
11 and
done.
1. Holy mackerel.
Crazy. What a start for Rasheed Balogun for sure. So Mark dropping to 8-4. Rasheed moving to 11-1. Looks like he's going to be 2 games clear. Players are going to be talking about the game a little bit, but if we just the standings, this is basically the last game in the round. Well, not really actually. There's a bunch more still coming in. But you can see regardless of what happens in any other game, Rasheed is going to be 2 games up from the rest of the field here. Pretty amazing performance by him so far, Josh.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. He got off to that early lead with Vendible, and yeah, that Thanage draw was just incredibly fortunate.
Yeah,
For
timely.
Rashid.
So timely.
And, yeah, he hung on. I know how to speak, right? It is middle of morning, or I guess early morning still for us on the East Coast, but players in the UK are just about ready for lunch.
Yeah.
They have another 47 minutes to eat.
So we just
Like I was
had round
mentioning yesterday,
12. We're here now.
buffet in the hotel, if I remember correctly. So don't have to go far. So even though these games are ending a little bit late, that shouldn't be a problem. Players, so we should get going relatively shortly after the end of the hour.
Yeah. I think
But
it
I
should
guess we're gonna
be.
take a break, Will.
Yeah, we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna get some breakfast. We're gonna try to fix a couple things on the production side during the break, if possible. If not, we're just gonna ride it out, and probably tomorrow is when those things will get fixed. But yeah, exciting morning of games. Nice job to Rasheed, but a cast of grandmasters will be nipping at his heels. We've got other players we have not seen yet on stream. So in the afternoon, David Webb fans, I'm sure we'll be able to get a David Webb game in for the first time. Not sure who else we haven't seen on the stream yet. But yeah, should be a lot of fun. 4 more games coming today. So we'll have the clock up. I think instead of showing a VOD during the break, I'm going to need to be talking a little bit to our producer behind the scenes. So we'll just do our normal little carousel of content for you all. But yeah, we'll be back in about 45 minutes with 4 more games from the 2025 MGI International Scrabble Classics. See you in a bit. All right, everybody, check it out. We're back on time from a break, just as we are every time on this stream and all Scrabble streams. But Josh, hope you had a nice little breakfast or break there because we got 5 games. We got a lot of games coming up. Let me read my own schedule. Wow, 5 games.
Yeah.
We're at round 13. So a nice marathon session in store for the two of us. And our matchup is going to be our first and second place players in the standings, Rasheed Balogun and Sammy Okasaga. Don't worry, we're going to do our best to get David Webb and other people we haven't seen on the stream this afternoon. But hard to argue with number 1 versus number 2, Josh.
Yeah, this is going to be an important matchup. I mean, the tournament's not even close to halfway done, but it's still important first or second place. Rashid's 2 games ahead of the field, so we'll see if Sammy's going to be able to take a game off him.
Yeah, it's early yet, but somebody has to beat Rasheed for him to not run away with this. So is that going to be Sammy? We'll find out. So yeah, players, I'm going to just let them know they can start anytime. We're good. So Rasheed going first. And with a 2-game edge. His spread, though, you can see, not as good as Sammy's. So Rasheed is vulnerable. If he is caught in the win column, he's going to drop behind other people on that basis. So, all right. Players are going to bag it up and get going. So, thanks to everybody. We have, hopefully, some tweaks. We got the rack camera, or I should say the board camera. Zoom looks much improved like it was yesterday. And the timer cameras are now in with a screen mirror, so we're not going to have to worry about that. And hopefully no more issues hitting that clock. Can be a little finicky. Seems like we jump scared some people. A lot of people got jump scared.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of internet lag. I don't know if people are
I have no dropped frames.
Okay, great. But yeah, it's gonna be a great game, sure. And she's first, so Sammy can start his clock whenever, according to World Scrabble rules.
I really enjoy watching Sammy play.
A-E-O-R-I. Okay. So decent letters for Rasheed, but nothing doing for this rack.
Yeah.
Do you play long? Do you play short? Do you exchange?
The eternal question with racks like this. And if you exchange, what is the sub question? I'm tempted to just exchange OE here. That's exactly what Rasheed does.
Very nice.
See if we can
I
get.
like it.
Yeah, this is vowel heavy, of course. Got to worry about that. But at the same time, all those tiles are very good bingo tiles. So no concerns in that regard, except you draw a duplicate and another vowel. 2 consonants that were not a D or R would have been just what the doctor ordered. Instead, Rasheed is going to be at the mercy of Sammy's play. He'll definitely... Actually, Sammy can play a lot here to give him a bingo.
Question is why... I'm sure somebody would ask the question, why do you exchange OE instead of playing it? So I wonder if, Will, you have some insight into why that is.
Yeah, it's a really good question for anybody asking. You're giving up 4 points there. You could just play OE instead. The problem with playing OE is that there's no way to do it that doesn't place a vowel next to a double letter score, which that is something we typically want to avoid on the opening play. But it goes deeper than that. Every letter that you put on the board gives your opponent a chance to play an 8-letter word through that letter. So you actually are increasing your opponent's bingo chances with OE significantly, because almost every 7-letter word guess you would. I don't even know where you would play OE, which spot you would play it in. But either way, has the same problems where you're making a lot of your opponent's scoring tiles hit harder, and you're giving them way more bingos than they would have, especially with such a nice letter as the E, which is often the primary, like the difference between a lot of racks not doing much and bingoing is an E. So that's my take on it. What am I missing?
Yeah, yeah. For me, it's just you increase your opponent's chance of getting a bingo, and you increase their chance of constricting the board and giving you fewer tiles to play through.
Yeah,
So
that's a
that's
defensive concern
why
too.
it seems like theory would lead to exchanging rather than scoring 4 points for that reason. So yeah, very interesting decision for Sammy. Normally, I think you play either Vom for 16 or Voema for 28. The A and the E definitely add at least 10 points of value to the leave of ST. But yeah, perhaps you can exchange here, keep AEMST, and not give Rasheed any letters to play through, because in this particular instance, um, the M is going to concede a bonus. But yeah, I wonder if you play Vom or if you exchange. I think it's between the two. I think I would play Vom and be okay with whatever happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think these two plays are quite close. Give me a second. I have to tweak one thing, then we'll flip the board back. Um, there we go. Yeah, these two plays are super close. The leave makes up the difference in the point value between the two plays. You get a lot more points for playing VOEMA, like you said, Vema. Not sure how I'm saying that, but yeah, much better leave here, and the leave contains an S as well. So basically, a lot of the plays that you would see Rasheed respond that are not bingos. I wonder what he's radio or that that can't be what he's hoping to play. I'm sure. I feel like this is a rope a dope for the viewing audience here, and we're gonna see Airdrome at some point.
I don't know. It's not the easiest bingo to spot. A very weird formulation of letters, and um, I really think that it's just a matter of being patient if you haven't spotted it. But yeah, we're seeing a pretty big miss here by
Huge
Rashid.
swing. Yeah, that's a surprise. That's gotta gotta get Airdrome down. So now Sammy gets a golden opportunity. So he has Sealant. David Eldar in the chat. Some people can draw Sealant some of the time. All's well that ends well for him. Famously, David fishing for this play in epic fashion in the World's Finals. But Sealant would have played here, setting up a dangerous S hook. This is much less dangerous. So similar
Yeah,
score, um, but the danger of that hook is much less. How many points of a sacrifice even is this? It's not. Maybe it's more points. So you don't have to
it's
worry.
the most points. So yeah,
Yeah.
but Rashid very quickly spotting his probably best bonus here of Radiance. He also saw, I think, Radicate through the T, but that's far worse. This scoring 76 versus Radicate 66, so good comeback from Rashid, and Sammy's gonna have a small score advantage and a turn advantage
Two empty
after the miss of
racks.
your drum.
Two empty racks. See how they fill up. Sheed gonna have 83 on the scoreboard after that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what the players
Oops,
draw.
let me guess.
Whoa.
Important draw. ING.
Oh, there we
Okay,
go.
lording.
Lording, Gerlond. Do these plays actually fit anywhere? Is there anything through the E?
There's no playable bingo for Sammy.
Wow. Painful. So natural
But there is an
7-letter word.
incredible play available. I didn't find it. You even found it.
Is it a radiance
Yep.
extension?
Yep. Radiance extension. I thought you said it. You said, is it a radiance? It is irradiance.
That's it. IR you can add.
IR. Isn't that cool? It might
Are
not
we
be the best
sure that's
play.
the
The
best?
leave is
Yeah.
really, really bad, but
It's
if you are
pretty
setting up
cool.
the I for ing,
That is pretty cool. Irradiance. That would be impressive to play. It's probably not, even if it's the best play, it's probably not like obviously the best. So this is one where you could miss it and it's not going to hurt your winning chances that much. But I think we all would love to see the 10 hit the board just for style points. I would not be. So Sammy clearly seeing his sevens, he's going to look around and realize eventually there is nowhere for them to go, and then he'll have to pivot. Probably a more natural play is to just keep ing some way or other, or he could dump if he maybe correctly determines that this is not a good ing board. How do you know that in the audience if you're asking? Well, just imagine you have an ing word like lording. Where would it play? The answer is it doesn't. So maybe he'll say, I want to play godlier through the E of Radiance and dump all this stuff and move on. Try to get an S or a blank, which would be much better for his chances of actually bingoing. What would you do, Josh?
yeah, Godlier looks quite good. Um, it scores very well for what you have, and also sort of inhibits this E of sealant. It's going to be harder to go down
Yeah.
with maybe a Q or an X or some high scoring consonants. So I think given the game score, given that it's a close game and Sammy's letters aren't amazing, like you said, that ing isn't really going anywhere. I think it's okay to blow up the rack in this case. But irradiance would be nice, and if you're assuming your opponent's challenging irradiance, then that's
Yeah.
5 extra points for it. So
Extra
that might be
5.
the best practical decision.
This is a nice play. I think if we're going to do anything other than Irradiance, this feels like the only play that could surely be considered as good or better. Nice thing in this particular case, as you said, Josh, the E of Sealant looks like easily the best non-bingo scoring play on offer, and Rasheed was probably excited to play Embo on the previous turn. No longer fitting. He'll have to come up with something else. So you can see in this actual scenario, the benefit of Godlier. I guess there could be other scenarios much less often where you play like Exode or Exome or something like that that wouldn't play there normally. So maybe every so often, Godlier gives Rasheed a play he would not normally have, but that is way rarer than the number of plays it takes away.
Hmm. So Rashid turning his tiles around, he sees Bat Women would have been possible
Mm.
through an N, but yeah, a few too many high scoring constants, I guess. Maybe just Dwam from the D of Radiance looks pretty good. But you can also just play Wombat. Wombat fits pretty nicely next to the RA for 30 points. There's also a really weird word, Waboom.
Waboom! I don't think that
And not only does that
means
fit
it's here
through the O,
with
yeah, it's with MM.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. What do you think that means?
I don't think it means like kaboom. Does it?
Okay.
I thought it's like a tree or something.
I don't think. I wouldn't assume that it would mean kaboom. Waboom
Okay.
could be.
Well, Wombat is a very good
Wombat
play.
comes down.
This is a solid choice for sure. We like it, I
Mhm.
think.
Yeah, yeah, good play. And back to Sammy, who's also got some scoring power here. I think I'd be immediately looking right next to this Wombat play. I don't see anything great, but I'd put the Y here if I could. You just play FY.
That
It's
looks
a
good.
lot of points.
Definitely some plays to be
Great
had
draw for
here.
Rasheed. Wow.
You could play OYE here for a good number of points. However, that leaves more of the clunkier tiles on the rack. It keeps NG, which is good, but it keeps the U, which is not, as well as the F. So I might like your. Oh,
This
this
is
is
right.
way better. This is way better.
Yeah.
Fogey. Yeah, this is fantastic. Nicely spotted. Nice one, Sammy.
45 for that.
Fantastic play.
We would have seen that if we were playing over the board, right, Will?
I hope. I hope so. I mean, I feel it's weird with the it's hard. Commentating and or producing and seeing all the plays appears to be a little bit of a nerf to my play finding ability, but hopefully can make up for it with the fact that we also have an engine to help us. So um, you just got a nice little gifty on Twitch.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you for the gift subs. Much appreciated. So this rack looks fantastic for Rasheed.
I was about
And
to
yet,
say, is there really nothing with
there's not
scat?
only nothing, like, there's no 10 through ARE. That's what I was looking for. There's no 7s to play, no 8s. And the top plays recommended by the engine are just really bad. Like, nothing
Well,
great.
they're low scoring, but this is kind of a devious one, right?
Yeah.
Setting up your
Yeah, you could
S.
play carrot. You have an
That
S,
looks
you have a
kind of
blank. It's
cool.
very, very nice.
Yeah, S
But it's just
blank.
like you would want to get more out of this rack.
No question. That's definitely true.
Yeah, CARET would be fantastic here.
Yeah. It already
By far.
feels if you're going to play that, you have a bunch of other options there, but none of them both undouble the T. So you could play Teared, that undoubles the T, but it doesn't set up the S hook. You could play Cared, which neither undoubles the T or sets up the S hook. But this play is the lethal one that sets up your S blank in a way that if you look at Sammy's rack, he's going to be completely helpless against that.
Yeah, yeah. If Rasheed does find this play and has the cojones to make it, he is down 45. He has an S. He has a blank. There are two S's left and one blank, but I think, yeah, at least half the time Rasheed's going to be able to take full advantage of the setup. So I would definitely hope to see that play come down. But we'll see.
Both
There are other
players
plays that are great.
are close, sorry, Josh, to plays through EO. I feel like with all these consonants, both players are going to be looking through that EO for something. Sammy really close to evoke. If he had another E, that would be dynamite in that spot. And Rasheed, I mean, it could be tempting to try ECODS here.
Yeah,
But
pretty good. Sorry, I'm just smiling because remember what we were ecods isn't a word, by the way.
right, that's what I'm saying. It's tempting to try
Yeah,
it. You might not
you you
remember that
you,
it's
you got me. You
e
got me.
ECADS. ECADS for some reason is good. ECODS is not. I would be tempted to try it here because it's so nice to score much, much better, put an S hook on the board, and it looks like other words that exist. I would definitely nominate it as the phony that would be most likely to be played here. But yeah, not valid.
I just I'm laughing because Sammy has so many of the letters for Antetokounmpo through the MO.
Yes, that again. Exactly.
I don't know why I'm obsessed with this,
With
but
Giannis, Giannis is a pretty amazing guy. I think it's okay to be obsessed with him. No?
yeah, yeah. Just so many, so close. But I saw that because I'm considering, yeah, you're one E off of evoke. So are you considering playing like Rumpo? But it keeps KNNV. And that's the way that Sammy has the tiles aligned. It's just that your rack is so bad, so that might be your best shot. That's really awful.
Yeah, Rasheed normally a pretty fast player, taking his time here. Ooh, he's gonna play dict, which so this sets up the S in a very aggressive way. Has a big flaw though. He's not gonna get punished for it,
Oh,
Josh.
that's I mean, he hasn't hit his clock yet. Maybe he'll notice that this also sets up that A hook. And take it back exactly.
Yeah, he's thinking better
Right
of
on
it.
cue.
Hey,
Oh,
okay,
oh,
okay, all
what?
right, all right.
What?
What does this mean?
Wow.
What does this
This
mean?
this means that he thinks this takes an S.
Is he
100%.
because
100%.
you're sure you think so?
Why wouldn't he play cared? Is he really so worried about that spot? I'd love to be wrong.
So I'm not a
Oh
hundred
man.
percent sure yet that he is doing this because he thinks this takes an S. He could have just been finding a way to get rid of two consonants, and maybe he's baiting Sammy into burning one if he has it to block. I don't know. I don't. This is very mysterious to me. Is this a setup or is this just a bait? I can't quite read this yet.
This is crazy.
What is your
People
take
are
on
we
this?
should run a poll.
Yeah,
I don't So on the one hand, you can just play ecods
you flipped
for
this. Sorry.
33 if you think it takes an S and set up a lane for yourself. There are two S's left. There's a blank left. So making a play like this, setting up an S is very dangerous and not necessarily called for in this position, but the upside would be very, very high. I just don't really get why Rasheed didn't play cared with the same
Yeah,
letters
you're right.
for
Yeah,
for
it's
8 more points. That's why
that's
I feel
the
like you would have seen that spot. Maybe not though.
Sammy is easily clever enough to notice that and say, "What's going on here? Why would he do this for so many fewer
Yeah,
points?"
I have no read, but my instinct is that Rashid thinks this takes an S.
Yeah, so we could see some major fireworks here. In any case, Sammy exchanging tiles down to
Yep,
PR.
that makes sense.
Um,
He could have
yeah,
played Parev through the ARE, but that sets up a huge
yeah,
E hook.
can't do that. So Josh pointing out PAREV, valid in Collins, takes an E hook, which is just not, you can't do that, especially after ECOD, which signals a lot of strength. All right, here we go. So I do think it's reasonable, if I'm Rasheed, to forget that it's ECOD. These are both archaic variations of EGAD, right? I think that's what these words mean. So EGAD, EGADs. Hard to know which ones of those take an S, especially because, again, E, if this was an A, which is also a valid word, that does take an S. The O
I
does
just
not.
don't. Okay. If Rashid knows for sure this doesn't take an S, why
Why
would
not
he be
cared?
thinking
Why
that
not cared?
Sammy?
Yeah.
Why would he think that Sammy thinks it takes an S? And why would he think that Sammy would not balk at the fact that he played Ecod in that position, which doesn't like make any sense unless he
Well,
has like all of the S's.
so he
I
has Tuniest. He has valid sevens here for sure. Many of them, in fact. Tetanus. Uh,
why is he lining up all of these
it's
words? They
coming.
don't fit on the board.
Oh, this is killer. So
Okay,
Ecods is
okay, we should
coming.
have bet on it.
Yeah,
We
it's
should have
see
bet
that
on it.
does seem most likely that it's a setup. It's coming. Sammy is going to challenge it a million percent. There's no way Sammy's not challenging. I would be
I hope you're
shocked.
right.
Sammy,
Uh, there's no challenge. I
Sammy,
hope you're right. He's no hold. Is there a hold? No hold.
Sammy.
No hold.
Oh my god. That is
No hold.
so brazen. That's amazing. I'm
It's not
shocked.
brazen. It's just a It's just double blindness. I
What
mean,
did I
this
say?
happens even at the top level.
I said it before it happened. I said Cods
You
is
did.
my pick for the most likely phony to see be played here, and I didn't actually accept when I said most likely. I didn't mean it was likely. I definitely did not think it was going to happen. So yeah, crazy, unbelievable.
Wow.
I am shocked to see that.
It's just the first place swag, I think. Like it's just you have the aura.
Yeah,
To use a term.
that
You have the
is
aura about you when you're 2 games ahead
that's
that
wild.
just everything's going your way.
This looks
As we
like a
see
good
upwalk,
play.
which
Yeah,
is
this
like by far. I guess the question is, do you want to open the triple here, or would you rather sacrifice 4 points and play it to this tee?
yeah,
But
I'm not concerned about that U that much.
yeah,
It's not that dangerous. It's worth 4 points to me for sure. Maybe in a really specific. Oh, look at this. Rasheed's going to challenge this word. So yeah,
there's no way in my mind that there's any doubt about Econ, but
yeah,
maybe.
that's surprising. I'm very surprised by that because I feel like if I'm sitting there, I might forget. I definitely might forget. I know in my dictionary study, I've come across ECAD and ECOD, and I know one of them takes the S and the other doesn't. In this situation, I'm challenging if I'm remotely unsure, right? Because I know one of them doesn't, and
Right.
the upside is so high if it doesn't. That yeah, I'm surprised by that. That Sammy wouldn't just give it 5 points just to be sure. It's not a heavy price to pay. So that's the thing that surprises me. If he went to the challenge computer thinking, man, I'm really sure this is good, but I'm going to challenge it anyway, that's fine, right? Like it's okay to get
Oh,
mixed up.
overdraw.
Ooh, overdraw. That's a big deal.
Sammy drew 6.
Sammy drawing 6 tiles after playing 5, so it's hard for us to know exactly what happened. Maybe I don't know if anybody's on site seeing that, but
Wait,
we'll
why are all of
investigate.
his? Oh, because he mixed them. Okay.
Nice
But yeah,
play,
very, very nice play. By far best
killer
play.
play. So far
Rashid,
the
like
best play,
17 points of equity higher than anything.
and sets up his D. Couldn't be
Yeah.
better. Killer. That's a great play.
And despite um the overdraw, Sammy still has a bingo in his rack, but nowhere to play it.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I don't think it even would have played before the very defensive Hioi. The
Yeah.
Merriam-Webster dictionary lets you put an S onto this, as anybody veterans of my Twitch Scrabble streams know. That's the days of that are
You
now
had to mention
over.
that.
We actually got that fixed now, but yeah, that was pretty goofy. But yeah, retinol on Sammy's rack, as you said, Josh, nowhere to play. So he's now, I mean, he's got options now alongside
Yeah.
that are
So
pretty
how
good.
aggressive are you going to be? So you can either play not or ton. So you can either put the N or the T here. If you put the T here, that takes an S hook, takes a T hook, takes an A hook. You might be missing one. But
And
if you
on the
put
just
the
takes
N,
everything.
takes everything, right? So given that you don't have a hook for pit, is it worth setting up this? I don't really see this relationship that often where there's this like blocking 2-letter word here that allows you to set up this double double with impunity. I've never really seen that shape before, but it's a very very unique position that Sammy's in. So I'm very curious to see what he chooses here. You can
I,
also just play NO.
yeah. My read is that Sammy might take the defensive approach and play here, a 2 letter word here, to avoid making this like insta lose situation. Either way, he is going to be hit with dotties from Rasheed. There's pretty much nothing he can play here that won't be met with a bingo, but he may balk at making the double double lane. I think of Sammy as being pretty defensive minded,
Mhm.
won't really want to make such an easy spot there. I thought he was getting ready to play or, which normally you would want to keep the R, but maybe he's doing this because the L, the N, and the T, all of his consonants fit here, and maybe if he's able to draw something ending in any of those, it will fit. Whereas the R after a play making woo, that's the only letter he has that doesn't play there. He's gonna play on.
Yeah,
So
this makes sense. That's what you said he was going to do.
up.
Oh, oh,
Okay.
this is GG probably if he pulls the trigger on this. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't know that he's down. He's gotta play a little bit aggressive. But
He's gonna get
this is
hit immediately here for sure.
yeah.
We had some
This
requests,
is
Josh, about the.
Rasheed's tournament.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
crushing it, but
Overdraw rule.
right. Go into that a little.
Sure. Yeah, as Rasheed plays his 95 pointer here. Um, he also would have had Tediums worth
Oh wow. Right.
uh,
Nice.
if nothing was open for him. So the overdraw rule. So we saw. Oh my God, what a terrible U draw.
Yeah.
Um, we saw the game stop, and Sammy basically took all of his 8 letters because he had 8 instead of 7. He put them all face down, and Rasheed got to choose 3 out of 8 and choose the one of the 3 to go back in the bag after flipping them over. This is the punishment for drawing too many tiles. If you draw too many tiles and your opponent just gets to choose 1 out of 8 to put back, that would encourage cheating. That would encourage people to purposely draw too many tiles and try and get like a blank or whatever. So instead of 1 out of 8 being seen, 3 out of 8 are seen. So that's what we've sort of decided is the proper punishment for the most common infraction. Say.
Yeah, for sure. By a lot.
Happens all the time. It's not really suspicious. It's just a matter of drawing too many tiles. So that's if you have 8 tiles. I mean, people have overdrawn a lot more than 8 tiles.
As you well know.
9 tiles, 10 tiles, whatever. Yeah, as I well know, it recently happened. My opponent overdrew by what 7.
Your opponent, who I
It's happened
just
before.
mentioned in the YouTube chat, by the way, Ben Schombra, as
Yeah.
a player
So
that's impressed me. That's why I mentioned Ben.
mhm. Yeah, so the rule is basically X being the amount of tiles that you've drawn extra. So if you have 8, that's 1 extra tile. X plus 2 tiles are flipped over. So if you have 10 tiles instead of 7, that's 3 plus 2, so 5 are turned over. Then 2 are returned to the rack at any point. So that's the rule. Hope that makes sense. You saw Sammy played QI, most common Scrabble word by far. You see it in so many games. In this case, Sammy could not have been happy to draw that Q with his over 100-point deficit. Rasheed making a very nice play, I would say, of BEY. He's delaying playing the J just because he knows that if he's able to just keep scoring points every turn, there's no way that Sammy's going to catch up to him. So keeping the scoring tile like the J with many options on this board to use it makes a lot of sense practically. So
Yeah,
I like that.
for sure. It's notable as well that this is a very brutal board for Sammy to come back on. Even this lane right here, where normally you'd say, "Oh, I could get an ED word here." Not on this board. Not with all 4Ds having been played. So, and there is a blank, I guess, but it's going to be very, very difficult to use that. So, given that,
Gotta say, like these players are playing 4D Scrabble. Sorry.
beautiful. I have never heard that one.
4D
That's
chess, they say. They say 4D.
4D. Yeah, we're always
Yeah.
playing 4D Scrabble. I forgot about that. We got 4Ds in the set. Nice. I like that. Sammy trying to open more space and cover up that triple before Rasheed can play there. I don't really. I mean, that has to be good. Um, Seems totally fine to me.
Maybe you play the Gilet instead, just because you maybe want to
Yeah,
try and go for an ing later.
we do dump on the G a lot, but putting it here is one of the better letters to end an 8-letter word, and eventually, oh, okay, rope-a-dope on that one. But yeah, it makes sense. That could be a nice little improvement. However, that you do give up the E as well in space, which is a good
Mhm.
terminal letter. You replace that with an I, so it could be somewhat neutral. But I like the idea of playing gilet there. All right, here comes
Gene probably.
Gene.
Yep.
Yep,
Great play.
nice. Good play. Doesn't open anything else. Closes the M technically, and I guess the W technically. Those aren't really
So yeah,
big
what
threats
this
though.
does is it doesn't really block anything, but it blocks the potential of maybe opening the board this
Yeah,
way. So a nice prophylactic move by
yeah.
Rasheed using his J to score just like he planned. So yeah, this is pretty much clinical at this point for the leader. He's gonna probably, unless something insane happens, climb up to 12 wins. Well,
I guess it's
and that's
fair to
the blank.
say, yeah, 12 blanks, 12 wins and a blank. 12 blank. He's probably drawn at least 12 blanks in 13 games so far. I was just going to say this spot is actually deceptively good. Like if you had an R, you could play something like Kiro here for a really, really good score
Mhm.
as well before the J hit the board. So Orf is a word. Sammy's going to go ahead and make an aggressive opening. Green, sure,
Yep,
that's fine. But
this
yeah, this
point.
is
But
likely
you need
to.
everything.
Actually, it's not the easiest for Rasheed to deal with this. Doesn't really have any good hooks to ON. I don't think he's going to
Wow.
burn the blank.
There's
So,
one bingo playable here. Can you guys find it?
oh, I see it.
Oh man, Will,
Yeah,
you're a beast.
yeah.
Oh, and we got,
This will be a
wow,
sick one
that's
for
over in
anybody that sees it. It's been said on Twitch.
Twitch chat. Yeah. Wow. Very nice, Vanitha. Beautiful, beautiful possibility here. Turning the blank into a very odd tile. Playing to that E of legit. If Rashid spots this, might not even be his like optimal play. Is there some
Yeah, oversize.
over oversize? Wait. So let's say Sammy had oversize after this
Yeah.
this word. I'm
All
gonna
right, it's been
spoil it.
pointed.
Valkyrie.
Yeah, it's been pointed out in both YouTube and Twitch. Valkyrie.
So if
Here,
we
I'll
have
draw the rest of it for you.
oversize through this V,
Yeah, it's there, right?
15, 21,
O E
uh,
R S.
239. So Valkyrie scoring 82. That's 157 difference. That would win the game for Sammy. So actually, the bingo is wrong. You want to try to win as best as possible. And we saw
Yeah.
this actually with the roles reversed. Well, one of the roles reversed. Sammy earlier in the tournament had a position where he played Hoistman, and
Yeah.
it was his only bingo,
Conceding
but it was,
conceding hooligan.
yeah, it was a 7 out of 8 win rather than an 8 out of 8. In this case, Rasheed, if he doesn't open a triple triple, wins 100% of the time. I don't have the math in front of me, but it's whatever out of whatever. Same out of same. And playing Valkyrie loses with the specific draw of HNEUX.
There is other
So
stuff
that's
too.
one
Oh,
draw out of.
yeah, there's going to be more stuff. Overspin.
Does that win?
Oh, maybe he doesn't score enough. Yeah, overside. You might need the Z. You're right. Might not win.
We can go over to analysis and see.
Sure. So this is from Rasheed's POV. Oh, let me see if it looks right. It might not. I'll fix it. But yeah, you go ahead.
So if we
Fix the
put the
board.
entire pool, what are the threats? Oversize, overspin, aversion. Those are the threats to Rasheed's victory. If overspin, um, let's see. What happens if overspin? Sammy wins by 11.
Wow. So
So
it's
there are
he
two
still
two
gets it
threats to his
done.
victory.
Yeah, there might be more. I'm not sure. Did you looked
That's
semi-exhaustively.
it.
Go to Sammy's POV here.
Two those are the two triples. So we don't see Valkyrie. It was probably missed, which is good.
Yeah, but that's fine,
And what did we see instead? Through the R, what was played? Verl, right? And now there's 2 tiles left. Sammy with EHINPSZ. He's staring into the barrel of AEKORRUX blank. So probably not really much of bingo threats available for Rasheed, but we look at the choices here. Za potentially will lead to a bingo next turn. Keeping EHINPS. We don't really have his full rack. Oh, we do, right?
Yeah, I'm fixing it.
If he uses that Z. Oops.
What I do with
Play
the...
Za.
Oh, I see the timers. I gotta continue.
There might be... So in phase doesn't fit. Is there a draw with Za? Phonies. Sphinx. Sphenia.
I might have an F on my OBS.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let me see. Okay. Nope, it returned. Oh my god, I thought it was going to crash. Okay, good. Did not crash.
So I don't know if you're drawing any bonuses to EHINPS. AEKO. Yeah, maybe not. In Sphere. Oh, okay. So yeah, maybe you play Za because you get to draw in Sphere with an R. Which is actually a word that haunts me even to this day.
Oh, yeah?
First time I ever played Adam Logan, the one and only, was on annotation at the Canadian Nationals in 2016. And I played Free Shine instead of In Sphere as a triple.
Oh, is that so? Huh.
And then made a bunch of other mistakes and
Free Shine.
still could have won the game, but yeah.
Yeah.
Very sad.
Rough. I feel like I've seen
Anyways,
that word before.
I think Sammy just plays I don't know, maybe you give up and you play more tiles here. But if he sees that he can draw in Sphere with 3 of the 9 unseen letters, I think that looks pretty good.
Yeah. Good way to cut spread if he hits those draws. So it looks like he has the Z off to the side. He's probably seeing that. But yeah, this game, I feel like Sammy had this game gifted to him. Not really. It would have, I mean, even if he challenges ECODs, which, just for the record, if you're just joining, I know it's hard to distinguish between a lot of the words on the board. We got some normal words on the board: sealant, radiance, legit, even though that's not what that means. Wombat, yeah, I think gene, tetanus, those are all pretty normal. I know it's hard to distinguish between the other words on the board, but ECODs is not valid. Rasheed played ECOD. We weren't 100% sure what he was up to. Was he setting up an S? Of course, it's actually not valid. So we were curious, is he trying to bait Sammy here? Turns out he was setting it up, gave Sammy a golden opportunity to potentially challenge it off. Sammy declined. ECOD's gambit declined.
Yeah, this is like I said, it's a question of double blindness. I think both players pretty sure that, like, with no hesitation, that ECOS was valid, but just happens not to be a word. But it might as well be. So this is a cool idea. If you draw R blank, after this play of Zep, you have Zephyr, the blank Y.
That's pretty cool. That's a very, very specific draw, but given the 2 R's in the pool, it's definitely possible. Rasheed has all 3 of those tiles, so it's not to be. Sammy is going to draw. He actually is going to draw. Yeah, he did not have the tiles he would have needed to play in Sphere anyway. But yeah. So that's going to do it for this one pretty much. Rasheed just has to deploy that X. Nice comment
really, really
good comment
cool.
on Twitch.
Yeah. It's a really, really cool play. Is it the best play? I guess it isn't. Because you only save yourself 1 out. But there's the engine showing me once again Aura Tricks.
That's insane.
Through the OI, but that keeps KU, and there appears to only be 1 spot to play KU.
Okay.
On this board.
Yeah, maybe.
So
maybe it's style points.
Run it and see.
Style over substance with that, but yeah, maybe there's a better sequence. Maybe it's still best because there are no other really simple sequences. Oh my god, I just see the engine sequence. It's so sick. Cowrie setting up X-Ray.
Yep.
The backup of presumably somewhere you have something with the X. That's crazy.
Yeah, where?
What do you do with the X?
Where's the? Yeah, this is a fun puzzle. Why? Why is this the best play?
Not seeing it yet.
Hmm.
So the engine, just so you guys can follow along, the engine likes for Rasheed the best play. We have to confirm that it's actually a good play. Using the blank as a Y, play Cowrie right here.
Oh, I see it. Oh my god.
Because
oh my god.
It sets up X-Ray and something else that Josh sees.
Right here.
Ixora? Oh my god, your other outplay is Ixora. That is unbelievable. That is some Nigel Richards stuff right there. You know Nigel would see that. You know Nigel's playing that. That is so crazy.
That is an insane endgame.
So yeah, K-A-U-R and a blank Y. That's what Rasheed is supposed to play. K-A-U-R. Nope. The A is already on the board. K-R-U-Y, leaving R-A-X. The Y is right here. That gives you X-Ray with your R-A-X or Ixora with your R-A-X as an outplay. That is absolutely wild.
Yeah, we could show it on the analysis for those that still are.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
So if you play K-A-U-R-Y here, X-ray is a word because I think the best thing to do is play through this Y. Yeah, Hoys. If you play Hoys, then Ixora comes down, ending the game. If you don't, instead you decide to take some points with Hoys, like here. Well, this would be terrible because you're giving back racks for 44. But maybe something else like eyes. X-ray comes down for 30. The reason that's a word because it's a letter. It's a what do you call it?
Alphabet, NATO alphabet, or whatever, right?
NATO phonetic alphabet. X-ray. X is an X-ray. G is in golf. That sort of thing. N is in November. Quebec.
So what did we actually just see there?
We saw Q, which sets up Oratrix. Is he gonna spot this outplay?
That would
so this was suggested as a potential.
Oh, I thought he was going there. Dang it.
Yeah,
I so thought
just
he was
to
going
try
there.
and threaten Oratrix because it's so hard to see. It should just get blocked. So the play of Hong was not correct. But oh my gosh.
This is a good question. Who is the second most likely player to find the right endgame move of Cowrie? Who would you think? I don't even. It's definitely
Um,
not myself. No way.
it really just is Nigel, and then everyone else
I
will.
agree.
I really think that's
Yeah. How do you even nominate somebody? Maybe
I don't
Adam?
know.
Adam?
Adam probably, yeah, Adam or Weekend.
Maybe Dave. Yeah. Dave's sharp. So good at endgame. Mac? Could be
Yeah.
Mac. Yeah. Mac if he knew
Well, Mac
Collins.
and yeah, and North American. But
Yeah. Crazy. Anyway, this is a wild one. So let's see if we can read his body language. I feel like he's gonna get the news that Ecod's is not valid here, and we probably will know from looking at him that it's when he discovers that. Not sure that's happened yet. He looks too
yeah, I
happy.
wonder if that's what Elias telling them about.
But another
But
win for Rasheed. He
crazy.
continues his march up the standings here. So yeah. Oh man, we have had a lot of Rasheed, Josh, but Rasheed plays David Webb next.
Okay. Yeah, we gotta keep him. If unless we're doing another Division 2 matchup.
Not that I know of, but I mean, yeah, Sammy versus Sammy.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I feel like it's got to be David Webb time because we're sticking with
Yeah.
Rasheed. He's in first place. We got to see if somebody pulls him down on the standings. But I think it's a no-brainer, and Rasheed's here, so David cannot have started his next game. So we got to get him. Webb
Yes.
Rasheed.
Please.
The
We
people
want
want
we
Webb.
want Dweeb. We want Dweeb. Dweeb or Riot.
Rashid seems utterly at ease on the stream, and it's suiting him very well. So he's wins by over 100 here. We got to see what score he enters, of course. But yeah, he's going to be in first place.
Yeah, they're
And
looking at the position.
yeah, I don't know if we come up with the ECOD's realization yet. I'm not sure.
I would like to know, yeah. I would like to know. I mean, apparently, I really think there's such a tiny chance that he knew. But if he knew that Ecobs was not good and it was just like pulling a fast one on Sammy Okasaga of all people, that is just like peak confidence.
Yeah.
I so highly doubt that. But yeah, there's some lore. Maybe we'll never know. Maybe someone will give us Rashid's side of the story. She could very well say, "Oh yeah, I knew," but actually he didn't.
Yeah.
um, I guess so. We'll never know the truth, and that's actually why I love Scrabble. Will there's some positions?
There's some things that are destined to remain mysterious.
Yeah,
Um, which is a good thing, right? There are a lot of things about Scrabble that are going to be very very difficult to quantify, even when our engines continue to improve, which of course they will. But yeah, the idea that sometimes you're going to be able to get a read on your opponent. Of course, computer engines are going to be able to do better at inference and all of that sort of thing, but there's going to be a human element. Sometimes you can get a read from your opponent's behavior or the way they're looking at their tiles. A computer is not going to, I mean, maybe in 50 years, we're going to have like chat GPT behavioral analysis that can look at somebody and know the way they shuffle their tiles. They probably have a blank and then apply that inference to a Scrabble position. But that is some space age stuff right there. We're nowhere close.
yeah. So for me, when it comes to whether players are sure of words or not, for me the best indication on their certainty is how easily they recount the last time that word came up or that non-word came up. They're like, "Oh, yeah, I knew this wasn't a word. This guy played it against me at this tournament this year," and they can link you to the game. And that to me is the only way I'm going to believe somebody when they say that they purposely played a phony word. So who knows?
Yeah, fair enough. I think the rack cam got tweaked a little here. Um,
Yeah, hopefully they fix that.
yeah, it's fine as long as it's on. As long as the entire thing is on camera, I can work with that. But actually, it's maybe. Let me ask. Any chance of?
So, good question in YouTube chat. Do phonies tend to stay on the board more in CSW due to the larger lexicon, or does the different challenge rule offset that? The different challenge rule definitely offsets that. However, you might think, oh, it's just 5 points. How could a phony ever get by? But everybody makes mistakes. Sometimes both players make the same mistake. Sometimes strategically, phony works. 5 points isn't nothing. So there are a surprising amount of phonies that stay on the board in CSW games, even at the top level. But it's far fewer than in North American Lexicon with the different challenge rule because, as many of you know, the challenge rule used in the North American Lexicon is double challenge, which means if you lose a challenge, you lose your turn. So it's a huge risk to play a phony word, but it's also a huge risk to challenge a word you're unsure. Whereas in CSW and international play, like we're seeing in this tournament, that we're going to be seeing the whole time, um, yeah, 5 point challenge. It's a very imbalanced rule wherein if you play a phony word, you're very likely to get punished for it, but you're also more likely to get other words challenged that are valid because it's only 5 points. Challenge a word. And you
Yeah.
get your turn back. Anyways, hopefully, let me get this reset. Let's see. Let's get the scores reset. Who's first in
David.
this game? David is first. Great.
So yeah.
So we're gonna see it. Is that true? We got confirmation?
Yeah, for sure. Rasheed just moved to the other side of the table, which is where he belongs as the player going second. He went first in the previous game, so we'll let him take a little break. We can look at the standings meanwhile as we wait for the players to return. So you can see Rasheed still way at the top. Bob Lynn, who is not a fan of going on the stream, eventually, if he continues to remain at the top, we're going to have to prevail upon him to get on there and show his stuff. Because can't have our eventual winner not appearing on the stream if he's crushing it up there. Got to get him some FaceTime, but we'll see about that. I haven't seen Depot Akanbi on stream yet, so there's somebody we might want to get a look at if he keeps winning. And you can see Ellie Dangur still hanging out around in the top, but look at Harshan, Josh,
Yeah, he's coming
emerging,
back.
rising like the phoenix from 2-4, 8-5, and climbing. He can keep going. Nobody should be surprised to see Harshan work his way back up.
Yeah, I mean, what's really surprising is seeing Bradley and Harshan, two of the top tier players in the field, with negative spreads and positive win losses. To me, that says that they've had some very, very rough games where potentially they were losing from the get-go and maybe trying desperately to come back and getting punished even more than they would have if they just gave up. So to me, that means they've had some very hard-fought wins where they won by only slight margins, maybe didn't draw super well. Um, yeah, we'll see. They're going to have to keep winning because at this point, your margin of victory is quite important. See people at 8-5 with plus 700. That's Ellie Dangur. It doesn't feel like you're going to catch up to that if you're 8-5 minus 37 or minus 160 this far into the tournament. But it's a tough field, Will.
Very tough.
Yeah, no easy game.
Trying to work out why my timer says that we have 23 hours until the next round. Gotta see what I can do here. think it's...
It's not true, guys. Don't worry. More like 23 seconds. Am I right?
Yeah. What's going on here? 3, 5, and let's say we're gonna start in like 5 minutes. Know exactly what. There we go. We got it back. Okay, that's a more accurate time. It's actually going to be faster because David is actually here. So,
Yeah, looks like both players are there.
yeah, they're sitting down. We got the, oh, nice. We got the rack camera reoriented. But yeah, David Webb winning a bunch of games, working his way up to 4th place, well worthy of his first time on the stream. So there he is. He's getting set. I'm sure that David Webb is basically, I'm here on YouTube streaming. David's really been the OG Scrabble YouTuber for a while. He's got his formula, plays entertaining games, has an extremely soothing voice to listen to. I'm sure there are some David Webb fans out there who are excited to watch him compete live. So if you're a
I'm one of them.
Dweebovision lover,
yeah,
let us know in the chat. You are one. I would say I've watched a lot of David Webb over the years myself. So yeah, definitely a big debt that we can all pay to him to have sort of a built-in audience of a solid number of people that are already watching Scrabble.
Yeah, and I guess if you're the Gotham chess of Scrabble, don't start laughing yet. David is the Godmator.
That's fair.
Although he's much better at Scrabble than a Godmator is.
Yeah, David is a GM. David's a grandmaster.
Yes, this is Jason Bourne. True. You remember that clip? Oh, you should show that clip. Oh my.
Is it a Dweeb clip?
No, I made this like random.
Oh,
YouTube
yes.
If he wins the game, do you agree to show it?
Sure, if you link me the clip, I'll put it up. Of course. No problem.
Yes. Okay, the score is still not set. So if we could get the crew to get Rasheed to submit his score from
No, it is.
Oh,
it is.
Okay.
I just didn't have it.
Great.
It's my bad. It's up.
Great.
Let me get the comma here. So yeah, they're all good. They can start. We are all set.
Whenever.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the classic. It's the game has started. The game has started. It's me to go first. I've got. Do you want me to comment? Should I commentate this game from David's POV, like I'm him?
It's up to you.
Nah, not the whole game, not the whole thing. I've got balanced tiles. Good synergy.
Unlisted.
Don't have a bingo quite yet. I've got
Here, I'm sending you the link.
Where?
If they've started, I will.
No, they haven't. I'm letting you know they should be good to go anytime. Let me see.
Okay, sent you on message.
Nice. All right. If David wins, I'm showing this clip.
Yes. And if David loses, you can show it too.
Fair enough. Yeah, I've let our producers know they should feel free to start anytime. So we got the players seated. We get to do it. I can do the first rack as David. Because I feel like that's... Go ahead.
Ox on column 11 as well. I remember that one.
Well, Scrabble.
He's in some of my shorts, like Scrabble out of context.
Yeah. That's Scrabble out of context is just a thing, right? I have so many of them, as I put in my channel trailer on Twitch, as anybody that's watched that knows. I have a lot of those in there. I've said many Scrabble out of context things that aren't in that little montage. But yeah. such
Yeah, I still have
as
a few of yours for the next one, but
oh,
I
that you haven't
haven't
used?
haven't
Yeah.
made it yet.
I
Yeah.
mean, I've said stuff like, "Thank God I still have diarrhea." I once had
Wow, I haven't seen that one.
I once had Airhead get blocked in a really good fashion, and then I played diarrhea through an R, and I said, "Thank God I still have diarrhea." So that's a pretty good clip, I would say. I don't know where. I'm not sure where that was. Yes, I do remember the. Yeah, there's definitely yes, that's right on Twitch. Yeah, I felt delicate about saying that one. Trigger warning. There's some words, you
I
know.
I guess the reason they haven't started is the round hasn't started. I think
Oh,
there's probably
really?
like maybe some announcements. I
All
think
right.
they do like the tournament director says, okay, the round has started. Basically, much more official than what we're used to in North America.
I see. Oh, I didn't realize
Um,
that. So they're just gonna kick everybody off. They'll say you can start your next round, and then we'll be good to go.
yeah, I think
Cool.
so. But if you want, you can show the clip.
You really want that, huh? All right, hold on. Where is this? I need like a special scene or something. I have to show the clip.
Yeah,
It's not just audio.
yeah, that's true.
Hold on.
If it's too much work, don't worry about it.
No, if we're waiting, it's not a big deal. Got it.
But yeah,
Wait,
before the game starts, yeah, David Webb at 9-4 in fourth place, but 3 games behind Rasheed, the sole leader. Um, oh, very
I'm
nice,
fixing it on the analysis board
very
here.
nice.
Actually, while we're here, I might as well also fix this. Uh-oh. Just lost something. This might be... Hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did we lose our board cam? Yeah. Give me a sec.
Okay,
This could be
everything
bad.
broke
Yeah, this could
because
be
we're trying
bad.
to watch the clip play.
Oh, boy.
Oh no! Right as they're starting,
Let me see if
what
I can,
happens
like,
to our
get this
board
back.
cam?
Check whether board cam is still up.
Yeah, we might have lost power. Hope not.
Let's see. Let's see if I can get it back by refreshing the
We should be able
cache.
to follow the game at the start. Hopefully, there won't be any um, weird moves that. Yeah, we can still sort of see the board. So,
Yeah, we
worst case
can.
scenario, we'll,
This is kind of like chess mode where we can always just do it with the quackle. No, we don't need that. We got this. So yeah, we'll work on that. We can see the board a little, like Josh said, and as soon as we get it up, it will be you'll see it there, and we'll do the clip later. Sorry. All right. So yeah, the David commentary here would certainly be what does he say when things are bad? I've got to
we'll have
bad
all
rack.
5 vowels.
All 5 vowels. Got to decide how to get rid of vowels. I could exchange. That's
Good play.
it. I'll exchange 2 tiles. Got good chances of drawing a bingo. So Rasheed definitely playing ooze here. I can't imagine. What else?
You could exchange back.
Exchange keeping ZOEL or something.
Something, yeah.
Try to draw dreadful rack. Gotta switch it to Rasheed's POV. Yeah, it could
Looks
just be
like
that
they're
we
working
lost.
on the board.
We
Yeah.
might have just lost power to it. I'm not sure.
Oh, he's playing Olio, setting up the Z.
Oh, very nice. That's pretty slick.
That's what it looks like from here. Olio for 8. Maybe did he see ooze? I wonder. Well, this is gonna work out. David drawing AU to OU.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Not great for David. He definitely has eights that he could potentially have played through other letters. I can see a bunch of them, surprisingly many of them, in fact.
Yeah, right,
None of which are available here. How many 8s are there?
Well, you're testing me on my high prob.
I see a bunch.
I see B, N. That's about it. So we're seeing AUA underneath Olio. Keeping EIRT. Looks pretty good to me. I think you want to play AUA there, or just yeah. I don't think you play ALU. You could play ALU for 5. I think I like this decision. But yeah, we're working on that board cam. Everybody, please bear with us. But
yeah, we at least have the ability to follow a little bit with the game here. Hopefully,
so second chance for Rasheed to spot the word ooze.
True.
I think that's by far his best play here.
Yeah, now it's even potentially better. What would he play if not
I wonder,
that?
The thing is, I wonder if he saw it last move. It's a 4-letter word, of course, but it's not an obvious one to spot. So the fact that he hasn't lined it up yet, to me, maybe he saw it last move and passed it up, but
oh wow,
he's just gonna play Zay.
Okay.
Right
so
on top.
He
So
dodged.
that's a mistake.
You see the bullet he dodged, right? Ooze gives back K
wow.
Retsu double. K Retsu for a billion, like 100. So that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's so obviously part of the game of Scrabble is timing. And some people, consider that part of the luck aspect of the game. But yeah, I know that in tournaments where I've performed very well and won, there have been lots of positions where sure I made a mistake, but it actually worked out super well in my favor to have made that mistake. And sometimes that's just how it goes. We're dealing with, one specific instance of what happens after a certain play. So it doesn't mean you're necessarily making all the correct decisions. It just means that a lot of times what happens is the decisions you make just work out well for you. So we see Tuskier as an underlap or turkeys.
Very nice.
I think he had Tuskier lined up, so I'm going to assume that's what he played.
He played that for sure, the way he put the tiles on the board. That's a nice idea. Putting the R out in space, that's a good bingo tile, but turkeys putting an S out in space, even better. So this has a little defensive merit on that basis. Sometimes that S, when you put that in space, in fact, in this particular situation, putting the S would have given pro tense back to Rasheed.
Oh, you're right. Euclid in the YouTube chat is right. I think Rasheed last minute moved his placement of Olio over. This makes so much sense.
Olio, Awa, Zay.
Okay, we'll get that fixed. That's why Zay was played.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
And now Tuskier scores way more.
Oh, with Ook. Yeah, yes. It does look like it's a little further on the board. Okay, yes, makes sense. But same principle applies though, right?
Oh no. We're seeing a pony here, protein being played.
Protein, that's surprising. No way, hold. I don't like that word. I'm going to challenge. I don't think that's a valid word. Let's go to the challenge machine now. Look it up. Yeah. Well, if that was going to be the case, then it didn't matter between Tuskier and turkeys if Rasheed was just going to play that. But among valid words that could be played, right, turkeys, putting the S here would give a bingo back. So that just shows in action the difference between putting an S out in space versus a R. I know it is very results oriented in this specific situation, but yeah, that's it is a general truism as well. So that's a big swing back to
Huge
David,
swing, yeah.
and with all those consonants, he can now do whatever he wants. He can exchange tiles freely, knowing that given the letters that Rasheed has, there's no bingo. He's gonna have to take some time to do something else, and it looks like David is exchanging all 7. Exchange 7. Maybe seeing that Rasheed doesn't have a blank or anything, and knowing both blanks are there, is that I would probably want to keep a letter or two, especially the D. Right, you have a nice spot if you draw an E.
Yeah.
Overlaps there.
That's very interesting.
Would you keep? Well, maybe the D is just not worth keeping. What would you keep there, Josh?
Either the N or the D, yeah. Probably the N. That's that's surprising. The N is almost always worth more than nothing. And so early in the game, I think putting all of your cards on trying to draw a blank is sure to screw you over, just like it is here. This is a terrible, terrible draw for David. But if he had that N, at least he'd be able to do something now. So we see the P being fished. Where did he play that? Looks like he played up for 4? No, he just played P.
P's. Got to be P's, right? Yeah, it's a great place to fish the P. I guess it could have been nice also to put the E at the end, just because you're then setting up a better lane if you know P'sin as a word. And look at David's exchange. Oh my god, this is horrible. Let me try to get these.
Keeping
ranks.
N, keeping ND, keeping one of those two would have allowed him not to exchange again. So this is obviously an extremely terrible circumstance.
Yeah.
But it really does show why just keeping that one consonant or a little bit of extra balance can sometimes make the difference between 0 and 20. If he kept the D, he would have had viroid through the R. If he kept the N, something like avion. But now he's exchanging 7 again. Let's see if he gets what he wants. So Rasheed drawing the Y off of his 1 tile play. That's not going to lead to bonus. He's going to play Tyrone. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Underlapping. Wait, Tyrone.
No,
is
Tyrone.
Not good without
it's
the
a
S.
sticky S, so this is going to be another phony. Oh my gosh.
Oops. Oh no.
Rasheed is
He's
having some confusion
stumbling.
here. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Rasheed is a very good player, but I do feel like he'll make a mistake like this from time to time. He's made a couple of them in the first few games that we've seen. But yeah, this is definitely a recipe to lose a winnable game here, I think.
This is crazy because, like, we see the score. She's only down 24 still. And yeah, the draw from David still not what he wanted. Still didn't get a blank. Drew VU. So we'll see how heavy the plot armor is for our our first place contender. But still anyone's game.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking a couple things for this temporary situation. I think whatever.
Is
that? Get into it.
No, there's a question. Is that 4-0 score plays? No. Yeah, the P was just played 2 turns ago. But if it had been 4-0 score plays and David exchanged and then Rasheed phonied again,
right,
then the game would end in David's favor. But that's not happening. That'd be incredible.
That would be wild for sure. So yeah,
So yeah, the play of Zep, if we go back, was perfect. You draw a lot of uh, bingos after this play. You can draw Orienter, an I. Um, you can draw something like Rodent doesn't fit, but yeah, there was a lot of draws like Rottener that you could get, but there are a
You
lot
think
of
it's
draws that would also miss.
you think it's better than tacking another Eon as well?
Maybe not, maybe not.
It's close, like it might be. I mean, it really with stuff like that, it's all about the specific draws. So yeah, I mean, Peas versus
Well,
Zep.
we can go
I
back and
guess this would
see.
be pretty. Yeah, wow, decisive. Oh, never mind, too early.
Yeah, it's
Very
saying they're
close.
close. P's setting up the end, which is very nice, is potentially slightly better.
Yeah,
But yeah, both plays very strong. Anyways, back to David, who has not made a move. Good, because I wouldn't have known what he did. So he can play Gravid and Zoe, suggested in the chat, keeping the lone U. Now it's not ideal because it keeps a U, but scores very well. Instead, it looks like Irva being played with Azo,
well, it's funny because
keeping DIG.
David knows he still knows Rasheed's exact rack, right? Like
Mhm.
Rasheed played protein, two E's in it. Then Rasheed just played a P and then exposed six other letters, which did not include both E's. So basically, David knows the full rack, so he has to at least be thinking, am I giving anything back with the precise rack that Rasheed has? Let me cut to his POV. It's his turn. Oh, he's playing
Playing
some
tourney.
tourney. Okay, through the U. Might as well, burn through some of these letters and get some new
And
ones, I
tourney is good.
suppose.
Pretty
Tourneyed
sure.
is, yeah, it is. It is good. I know that. I've just seen it recently. Um,
Oh wow, you're really studying up.
yeah,
Nice, Will.
just saw it a day or two in the card box. Yes, but
All right, and back to David, who he's drawn 4 consonants. Yeah, he's been drawing awfully this game. I mean, he hasn't been helping his case as best as he could, but this is definitely brutal uh, for our hometown hero.
yeah, webheads in the chat. Um, we've got to remember though, despite those draws, because of the two phonies, he's winning, right? Rasheed drawing the other blank too.
Rasheed's drawn the blank. There's
Crazy.
the first blank after David's exchanged a total of 16 tiles over the course of
Yeah,
6 moves.
can't say he hasn't
Um,
been going hard for better tiles and just drawing unrelentingly bad letters.
but that's the thing, I think a lot of players have this inclination, even at the top level, to defer to what we call tile turnover. And yeah, when in doubt, just try and maximize the chance at a blank, but it does backfire a lot. You will draw the blank more often, but you'll also draw really awful racks more often. And those awful racks can actually, long run, prevent you from playing the amount of tiles you'd rather play to go for those blanks. So that's exactly what we're seeing here. Obviously, David is not getting the look of the draw, his decisions, but um, yeah, potentially sort of a stick in the wheel of the concept of tile turnover.
Yeah, I mean that was definitely the prevailing decades ago. That was the prevailing opinion about how to play good Scrabble was, and I think it was couched in a fair assumption, right? The assumption being the player that draws both blanks and the majority of the S's wins an overwhelming majority of the time. So I'm going to maximize my odds of drawing those tiles for that reason. Looks like David plays Bling instead of Glib for the 4 extra points. Makes a lot of sense. over to Rasheed
Bling,
now.
Bling much better. So if you're just joining, we will get that board cam for you as soon as I guess the game is over.
Yeah, I
It
just
might be
don't.
a charging issue.
None of my scenes are really well suited to this possibility. I know it might be nice to see. Maybe I can improvise. How about I do this? So the player cam, I just have to move it on top of everything. And then maybe I can do this. You guys can see this on both. It's a little weird looking, but we'll go for this because there's no point having the messed up version.
Yeah, weird turn for Rasheed, who has drawn the blank, so that's a glimmer of good fortune after having lost 2 turns. But there's nothing amazing here. Have to make sure to not play Welty.
Instead of wetly. Yes, I feel like that's always a
so
threat.
We're seeing Rutty, I think.
Yeah, makes sense.
Play. No. Butty. No, he's playing Butty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So 2-point sacrifice.
Oh.
And he's drawn Kremwen.
Somebody
oh my god, who knows about Kremwen?
Get Okasaga on the horn.
Oh my gosh. He has to tell Sammy about this rack.
Yeah.
It wasn't that exact rack, was it? It could have been.
It was
it was both blanks, wasn't it?
Maybe.
But I think it was an R instead of an N. What was it, 2015?
Yes. So that was I can't find the record of that game. I've actually looked for it. I looked for it all over. I know it exists somewhere, but I could not unearth it. So the story there is Sammy Okasaga. We've seen him on the stream a couple times now. Great player, former Nigerian champion, almost world champion. Instead of playing the regular word crewmen, he inverted the W and M and played Kremwen. And it was not challenged, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Sammy did not notice.
It was Gomon?
It was Gomon that played it.
Yeah, Gomon played it.
Yeah, he inverted tiles. Sammy didn't notice. And the commentators were actually from the UK, and it was the best commentary I ever heard. Just like, has he just played Kremwen? It was just like, and I did a terrible rendition of that, but it's like,
yeah, it's pretty good though.
It was awesome, and then midway through the game, Gohan realizes what he did, and he looked at the camera and did the best face palm I have ever seen.
Oh man.
Okay, so what are we seeing here? We're seeing Dwam.
Yeah.
26.
I was thinking, oh yeah, Dwam. Okay, so now let's see if Rasheed finds newcomer. That feels pretty good. I'm not sure what else there is available. I don't know if Kremwen is available or crewmen. Doesn't seem like it.
Wow, this is the highest equity.
I was thinking about that when he played Buddy. The first thing I thought of was, well, does he have M? Does he have an M? And the answer is no. He had WE. Now he drew an M. So yeah, Butty Men for 45, leaving CW blank blank. That's pretty amazing. A coal worker. Who among us has not said a solemn thank you to all of our Butty men working in the coal mines? I certainly do.
Yeah.
That's pretty clippable.
Definitely worth
getting myself in trouble.
So yeah, this is a crazy situation because you have both blanks. It's so hard to find bingos with 2 blanks. So newcomer being missed. I don't think it's worth playing down come. Way too dangerous. Buddy men missed and newcomer missed.
Yeah.
New comes down for 26. hoping to bingo on the next turn. And finally, somewhat balanced rack for David, but
Yeah.
still no great options.
I feel like after all this carnage in this game, oh, look at that draw. Oh, what were Rasheed's chances
Maybe
of
a little bit of karma, yeah.
Rasheed's chances of
Finally.
bingoing were probably so high. And he just
You
airballed.
draw one vowel and you're fine, but you draw two N's and an R.
Yeah,
and
he's spending another. So sorry, I got to go back to David's turn. It's his turn. He's thinking here. This game has proceeded very slowly. I feel like David is not playing slowly. We've just had a lot of turns already in this game, so his clock is quite low for the number of tiles that have been played. You can just see there's a ton of game left, and he's already pretty low. So we'll see if that comes into play. But I feel like Josh
struggling. It's very understandable.
It's been a horrible slog for him. But where I'm building to with this is if he makes one good fishing play here and draws a bingo, he could be in commanding position in this game. Even if Rasheed eventually gets his bingo with the two blanks, it's probably not going to score that much. So if David can make a good play, hit a bingo here, after everything that's happened, he's going to be in pretty good shape, amazingly.
Yeah, so he's going to play Yoop, it looks like, from the Y and Butty. No, he's going to play Oop. Okay, so he's taking a 3-point sacrifice, play Oop and YO instead of Yoop, probably because of the danger lurking underneath the OP. Okay.
Are you sure? Yeah, he's playing it there. Right, exactly. I think he's playing it there. Yeah. Cool.
And this draw for Rasheed.
Yeah.
There's really nothing here.
Absolutely brutal.
You either exchange or you play something like Aaron for 8, which is sort of counterproductive. We see the exchange, keeping RN blank blank. So exchanging the CNN, our favorite news network, right?
Absolutely. David with Darndest and Stranded.
All right. Good. Actually, no, our favorite news network is BBC. We're in the UK, right?
True. Yeah, so this is exactly, oh my god, Rasheed with the Q. I see it now. Holy crap.
Wow.
So this is it. This is the escape. This is David Webb escaping from drawing absolute trash for a huge portion of this game.
Yeah, and it's crazy because the two bingos that are available for David, we're sure he's gonna find one of these or both. Just given RN blank blank. If I put in that partial rack, I know you guys won't be able to see what I'm doing. I'm going to tell you what Quackle, our engine, gives as Rasheed's average score with those tiles. And oops.
Yeah, run that sim again, yeah. It's worth noting the engine likes Stranded significantly better than Darndest. Makes a lot of sense that D.
Do we know what he played?
Yeah, almost certain it's Stranded, which is correct. The D in that position much harder to triple through by a lot. So
engine is saying average score after Stranded for Rasheed is 99.
Yeah.
Average score after Darndest is 103. Just because of how insanely potent his leave was, but he's drawn the Q, so maybe it's David that's getting the plot armor at this point. Because this is totally crazy.
Yeah, pretty wild. I'm wondering if we're gonna see a blank get burnt here for Rasheed, which makes a ton of sense. Sorry, I'm not in the habit of changing the scenes as often as I should be here. Kindar through the D could be a nice way to get the Q out, score a lot of points, and you still have one of the blanks going into next turn. That feels like a very good play, unless I'm missing
that's
some.
an amazing recognition from Rasheed. I think most everybody here would just drop QI and say, all right, maybe I'll triple next turn. But the likelihood of that D getting blocked and the extra points, given that you're down 126, I think you have to go with 48 pointer here.
Very
And
nice.
just hope for bingo next turn. Slowly claw your way back into it.
So we definitely support that play. Gets Rasheed in striking distance. I feel like if I'm David, I definitely am thinking there's a higher than average chance that Rasheed has the other blank here. I don't know about you. It's definitely, possible that he wouldn't, but it seems really likely that he's got the other. I'm not sure how that affects my play if I'm David Webb here, but it definitely is something I'm thinking about a lot.
Indeed, yeah. There's pretty high likelihood that the second blank is on Rasheed's rack, but it's so hard to imagine that if you're David. It's like, I've exchanged 7 twice. He's the one that drew the blanks. So I don't know. I'm not sure if David is going to operate under that assumption, but that's a good one to have. So Balks being suggested for 39. That looks very strong. Play Flaxen for 1 more point. Don't really see why you wouldn't keep the E here. Yeah, seems like a great idea, and it looks like that's what's being played.
Yeah.
39. Question
nice
in oh, you answered the question in YouTube, yes. Like we said, we just don't want to bother the players too much. So we're gonna let this game play out and then get that board cam back for you guys. So HIL, ING blank or Rasheed. We see that ING possibility. There's one way to play ING, and that's by using this nice L hook and playing Lithing with Lazo. But there's a slightly higher scoring option, which is probably not worth playing, of Neil Guy for 88.
Very risky. Very risky opening up this triple back to David. Lithing instead in this spot, opening nothing and scoring only a few points less. It is fair to say, though, Josh, that maybe Rasheed welcomes the volatility. Is it possible that he wants to play, sorry, wrong spot, that he wants to play Nil Guy, to create this spot just because he's down and he needs it?
No, I think he wants to keep that R open, Will.
True.
I think by playing Lithing, you are, of course, occupying a lot of space. But there's still some space left to reopen, and that R staying open is probably better than forcing a play turn after to block it. And you will have these floating letters afterwards, the NILG, but I don't think that's quite worth it.
Do you even lith? Do you even
lith, bro?
Do you even lith? That's what Rasheed needs to be asking. And we could say Aerolith as well. That's what I think about Aerolith. Do you even lith, bro?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Is it lithing, not lithing?
Okay, yeah. It's the form of lith with an E. I think this is maybe good as a noun. But lithe, maybe it's lithing. Either way, this is the common, shock value thing of competitive Scrabble where, yes, it's true. The rumors are true. We don't define all the words that we play. We can't. There's too many to memorize. It's too fun to play Scrabble with all the beautiful strategy. Just want to know what words we can play and what we can't. We don't really mind, so not knowing every definition. And he's going back to Nil Guy here.
So this will be the difference between having some chance and having close to no chance. I think Rasheed was looking at Lithing, but was not 100% on its validity.
That's fair. I mean, that makes sense.
But he's gonna play. Oh, he's gonna play it
Oh,
on the
he's going to
left
play
side.
the way safer one. So he could get
Yeah.
13 more points for playing it
No,
on the
that's
other
I like
side.
it.
But positionally, this is way safer and maybe better for his continued comeback chances.
Yeah. This opens more space. This doesn't give back a humongous scoring spot. This N now is very nice, very nicely placed. There's going to be some chances to reopen this space, maybe even this space later on. Yeah, I like this decision a lot. Being unsure of Lithing or even being sure of it and preferring this placement, being down by so much. I like it. All right, David to play. Probably going to play Fervid, if I had to guess, through this eye. The guy does a good job of eliminating a lot of counterplay and getting rid of the FV combination. Dreadful. I don't think it's worth playing Draft. Keep ERV, which is okay.
Yeah.
You're probably going to score a lot more next turn after Draft, but there's no way this is the play. So
Yeah.
Fervid
Forbid
taking a
spotted.
70-point lead.
Very nice.
And Rasheed, I think his chances are close to over with this quadruple E draw.
Not a good draw at all for him. 70 points exactly, as you said, Josh. Really tough board for bingos. Yes, he has the R of Kindar because he intentionally left it open with his positioning of Nilgai on the left side of this S right here. So now there is this. Rasheed is nowhere close to hitting that right now, and he's going to struggle to score. Meanwhile, David drawing the J. Not 100% sure right now where that plays, but he'll certainly be able to do something with it that scores decently.
I think that J is a welcome sight from David once again, like last game where Rasheed kept the J and scored with it later in the game. I think this J on this board is going to be quite the weapon to maintain a bingo lead, which is what David needs to do. He can try and block some of the spots on the board, especially this R that we were talking about. But I think the best way forward here is just to try and continue scoring. There's 13 tiles left unseen. There are 2 S's. Neither player has an S. But right now there isn't really a spot for the S. Fervids, not a word. Fervid being an adjective, unless it's somehow not.
We're
But
seeing a
Rasheed has
big
decided to play C.
right here, setting up Neff, but that's going to get hit pretty hard immediately by David. He'll do something
I was
good
going
there.
to suggest, like someone suggested Eocene. Unfortunately, Eocene as well, an adjective, does not take an S. So that would be very counterproductive as well. But yeah, I really wonder what else there might have been there. You could have played Eocene in the same spot. Kanji? Oh, maybe you play Kanji.
Set up your
And
S, yeah. Maybe try to draw the other. Something big there. Makes sense. No D's left. It's pretty good.
I think this one's not going to do it. David was pretty likely to have a hook to this R.
This is a cool idea. Instead of the very reasonable plays using the J, I think he's considering playing Arctic using every bit of the space that's open here and keeping the J for next turn to score with, which is especially nice because you really aren't getting hit with any other high scoring tiles. Sometimes if there was, let's say, QXZ still available in the unseen pool, you might want to use up the J now while you can so you don't get hit with those multiple high point tiles you're going to struggle to deal with. He could go back to Raj and that would be fine as well, but I actually kind of like the theme of Arctic. Makes some sense to me given the pool.
Either of these two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I really like that. The J is going to be able to score way more than the C is. The one benefit to keeping the C would be you can use it as a defensive weapon. Maybe
that's
block
true.
parts of the board.
Yeah.
And you are scoring 7 more points. But I think between 41 and 48, I think you're just going to choose the one that gives you the most outscoring chances next turn.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's possible David's only going to have one more turn before the bag gets emptied. So I guess if he plays a little bit slower, it also gives Rasheed more time to consolidate, but also gives David more time to consolidate. Interesting trade-off there. I think after Arctic, yeah, Rasheed's gonna do something, and it looks like Arctic being played. And David's probably gonna have to empty the bag. So hopefully he'll have enough to either block what he can or outscore what he can.
Yeah.
Back to Rasheed with Soigné Genoise. And nowhere to play either of those.
Yeah. Ouch. So 7-letter bingos on the rack that do not fit. Always a painful Scrabble rite of passage that if you play enough of this game, it's going to happen. And it never feels good, but part of the game. Rasheed down almost 100 now with that J lurking on David's rack to continue to pile on. It's almost a certainty that David's going to score more points than Rasheed will on this turn.
Perfect.
Yeah, nice draw.
That was a perfect draw.
You like are you excited to see joshing potentially be played? I think it takes an S. I don't think you can do that if it's like.
Where can you play joshing?
Oh, you don't have a G. Sorry, never mind. Yeah, David doesn't have a G.
Joshings is good.
Joshin.
So that would be hilarious.
Sorry, I misread. Yeah, Joshin. I conflated the two racks together. But yeah, Rasheed seeing the 7. Sag.
Yeah, I guess. Is Matt good? No. I guess for Rasheed, he's gonna either want to play something like Geo or Ego
And hope.
and like
hope to
set
draw
something huge up. Maybe you play like up here instead. Set up the line over here, but it's still just not enough. You're not scoring nearly enough here. So yeah, maybe you just have to take the points for OG, leave one in the bag, and hope you have enough. But it looks incredibly desperate and dire for our leader.
Our leader.
Rasheed.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to drop a game after his incredible run at the start of this tournament.
It's going to be tough for him too.
Ove is really cool, by the way. Setting up.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty sweet. Maybe you can get a cove setting up. Maybe if you just get the N in exactly the right spot, you could get a bingo here. That's pretty amazing. If I'm David, what I want to... Oh, it looks like you just played something...
Oh.
Yeah, maybe here.
I think Ho.
Yeah, it looks like it's one. Right, it's one square above. So David's gonna hit this pretty hard. Yeah. I'll play some of you.
David didn't have the last S, but he just drew it. So yeah.
Yeah. If I was David, I was hoping to see the I get played. Oh, there's another I.
Yeah.
Wait, is that? Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I was going to say, if Rasheed played an I, it might allow David to play Hajj with impunity, but there was another lurking, so that was never happening. So, yeah, David, sorry, we'll switch back to his POV. He is almost certainly going to
be a little bit careful. Yeah, go ahead.
Just play Shoji. A couple people have noted. Yeah. That seems like it should get the job done every time.
Yeah. I'm trying to see, is there any way... Like maybe you want to. I don't think you ever want to just not empty the bag. But I think even if Joe comes down, no matter what, it looks like Rasheed is not going to have enough with what he's lined up. He's kind of lined up, Senor. But yeah, Shoji to empty the bag, taking 150-point lead. Very, very much GG here.
Yeah. Pretty. So, just for the record, Rasheed, this is not the right spelling. He would have had to invert these two vowels. And if he did that, he would have had a bingo to the R. But if he was going to spell it this way, it would have been challenged. So there are a lot of words like this, like peignoir is spelled with the vowels in that orientation. But yeah, it seems like maybe we could have seen a third phony potentially, unless he realized his mistake there.
He had it lined up first, I think, and then switched
correctly. Oh, okay, never mind.
So I wonder. I think he would have probably figured it out. But yeah. Wow. Crazy game. Very, very interesting set of circumstances.
You gotta feel
was really close.
If you're David, you gotta feel great about winning this game. I feel, Josh.
Yeah. You waddled or waded through those terrible racks in the beginning. You challenged off two phonies that you were probably very sure were phony. And you just made it through. You didn't draw a blank, but you just kept scoring turn after turn, making good decisions, and luckily dodged a few bullets from Rasheed's end.
Big time. So yeah.
Still just crazy that Stranded was supposed to lead to, like, I think 80% of the time a triple.
Given the tiles Rasheed had prior to his exchange. So that cue came at exactly the right time. And David, just to be clear, David has to bingo there. There's no way he can't play Stranded or Darndest, one of the two. He chose correctly, by the way. Definitely very savvy decision on his part. But yeah, as we knew, Rasheed was poised, like you said, Josh, to absolutely pounce on that spot, but it did not work out. So now we just have an end game ahead of us and a big win for David Webb that's going to bring him to 10-4, so very firmly in the mix. He is already in 4th place right now, and he's going to help do his part to bring Rasheed Balogun back to the pack here. That's big news for everybody else at the top of the standings, and we just have to figure out what our next round pairing is. We got them all in here. Bob Lynn versus David Webb would be great. I don't know if we can twist Bob's arm. Probably not. Until Lukeman is back in the saddle, potentially.
And we see the thumbs up from one of the organizers looking like the phone has charged. That is our board camera phone.
Yeah.
Happy to see that. We'll have that back next round.
Yeah, for sure.
As this game takes its final breaths. Oh, that's pretty morbid. This game takes its final...
Well, final flourishes.
Strides?
Yeah, I don't know.
Flourishes, nice. So I don't know what was played here.
He left.
Was it Oni?
Yeah, Oni and Opa.
Oh, Oni here, yeah.
Like,
okay,
yeah,
that makes sense.
That's it.
We'd run the end game. Probably will be pretty close. Yeah, 2 points off.
Very
of
close
Oni
to
through
the
end.
best, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
And David's best play looks like Bin down here or Abba over here.
Seems good. Get rid of the B. Scored 20 points in both cases. I'm sure he's very likely to pick one of those two.
Indeed. And yeah, we'll probably get the next round going pretty soon after the end of this game, since both players have used pretty much all of their time. So yeah, we might take a short break just to reorganize the cameras and everything. But we do want to show you that clip, right, Will?
Yeah, we got the David.
It's
here. Down. Yeah, it is somewhere here. I could probably cut to it right now, in fact. We'll do it after the game. Oh, Rasheed's... looks like David did play Bin. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
This match hasn't ended. Yes, it's close. Finally, you can see the players are both real low on the clock. Usually, you don't see grinding down every last second like that. But again, this game had so many turns in part because of David's exchanges and Rasheed's phonies. It took quite a while to finish. This is about as long of a game as you are likely to see. So, yeah, just trying to get to the end of this and pray that some of our other matchups haven't started yet.
No, I really don't think so. I really think they go round by round, Will. I really think they
okay.
They're waiting maybe till exactly the top of the hour to start the round. But.
So next round we got Rasheed against Deepo Akanbi, who is in third place and we have not seen yet. I know we've seen a ton of Rasheed though, so maybe we want to mix it up. Bob Lynn versus David Webb is an exciting matchup to me. We haven't seen Bob, but that's because he doesn't want to go on the stream. I think at some point he's going to have to do it against his will, but I don't know if we're in position to force him to do so right now. Sammy Okasaga versus Chris Lipe. That's a good game. Ben Schonbrun versus Ellie Dangur. Kind of appealing as well. Haven't seen Ellie. He's, I think he just lost, so he's worked his way down a little. Anybody hear anything they like from that? Depot just dropped to third. He was in third when I looked a second ago. But yeah, so we'll see. How do we redeem a dweeb impression? All right. Yeah, here. Okay. Should I show this clip now?
Sure.
All right. Sure. So this is,
and I'm gonna
let
me take a small break as well. Come back to y'all.
Oh, wait, what?
I'll watch it with you.
Oh, okay, then you're gonna take a break. Hold on. Let me make sure everybody can see all of the screen. Oh, what's this? What is this element? I don't know. Why is there two of this?
I feel really bad.
Oh, all right. I got it. You can remove this now. There we go. I figured it out. So this is
the analysis for...
No. How far does this go? There we go.
This is one of my favorite things that I've ever edited.
This is a Josh Sokol special, folks.
We're not going to hear it, but you guys will, right?
Yeah, they'll hear it.
Wait.
Okay.
David Webb. That's your real name.
The boy.
One of the best things ever. Oh my god. I've seen this before, but I forgot how amazing that is. That is absolutely incredible. Everybody should enjoy that link in the YouTube chat, by the way. This is fantastic. Josh Sokol edit. Unreal. Everybody give that a watch. Oh, it's an unlisted link. Is that like to not, dox David or something?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not like part of the regular stuff that I post. Like,
but you should definitely.
It's a little bit too dank, I think.
It's not. It is absolutely the right dankness to me. All right, there we go. We got the Quackle back. So yeah, we're gonna figure out who the next round game is, and I think maybe what we will do, as Josh suggested, is potentially take a little break to try to get all those cameras set up as we had them, but it's not going to be long until we're back with round 15. So yeah, let's do that real quick. Okay. I have played against David Webb. There is a streamed game lurking somewhere on YouTube of me playing against David Webb and bagging him very badly, so any clever people can probably dig that up. But yeah, we'll take a quick break and be back in just a few minutes with round 15 from the MGI International Scrabble Classics.
All right.
Oh. Gotcha. Audio's still on. Sorry, Josh. See you later. All right, everybody, we're back. Players are getting set here. Do the
Nice.
scene. We're here. It's going to be Rasheed again, still in first place, and a newcomer to the stream, Deepo Akanbi. We have not seen Deepo, so we want to get a look at him. Expert player, hailing from Nigeria, listed in the rankings as being from Nigeria. Not sure if he is living in Nigeria at this moment or not. That's how he's listed under the WESPA system. So if anybody is a Deepo Akambi knowledge haver, let us know. And
Well,
we should be
I
ready
guess
to rock.
Yeah, we get that second instance of the player cam out of the frame.
What's that? Oh,
Yeah, we got the board back. We got everything back.
where is that? Hold
We
on.
got Rasheed back as well, who has WU together. I think this is an instance of don't exchange, play worst. WURST.
Where's the player?
Or no, you have Whirly. Oh no, Whirly, how do you spell that? WURLIE is valid, not without the E though. But he exchanges. I think this is a mistake. I think he was liking those 4 tiles, but I think the 24 points is just worth it for worse.
For sure. Looks like up by is about to be played very fast. Nice way of dumping all the junkiest letters from Deepo's rack. That looks clearly correct. Trying to get some of these board images centered a little better. Actually, that's as good as it gets, in fact. Cool. So
Rasheed to respond with thrives, probably.
Yeah, thrives. Nice. He'll be able to play that. So the exchange, probably not correct, but at the very least, it leads to a higher percentage of bingos than other plays there. So he is going to be able to play thrives. He spotted it. So yeah. Let's see.
So we just saw Rasheed take his second loss only in the tournament.
Wow, I can't believe it.
Uh-oh.
Crazy.
This is not a valid hook.
Up by is an adjective. I can't believe this. So Deepo is he's
very silent. Very
he can't let this stay.
Stoic.
Please.
And he is on hold.
He's holding. Yeah, he's holding. So I think he knows I think he knows this is not valid, and he's just thinking to himself, well, I have bingos. He could play debuting here through that T at a minimum. But yeah, he's going to challenge. It's definitely better to do that, keep the board closed. And I feel like he might be able to do something that blocks all of Rasheed's bingos here. This is going to be a challenge, but Josh, I think it's definitely possible that he can come up with something.
Yeah, it's actually pretty simple here. You just play BEDU, I think.
Oh, yeah. Does that get it done? Yeah.
This stops TE, stops ET, and does not take an S either.
Yeah, that could
So
do it.
I do not think that if BDU gets played, that Rasheed will try BDUs. But it is still a possibility.
Yeah.
So, wow.
Ambitious.
Yeah, this could be a huge swing very early on in this game.
Yeah, once again. So, yeah, we'll see what Deepo elects to do. It's definitely tricky, but I feel like what's working in his favor is that play is already a pretty good play here. Scoring well, leaving ING. It also happens to have a really, really important extra attribute, which, as Josh just broke down, it's going to leave Rasheed with no bingo. So, yeah. What is he thinking
without
about?
that, it's really hard to block everything. I guess maybe something like GEED, GEED would do it.
That might do it, yeah.
But
that might do it.
Yeah, if Depot knows his BU words that don't take S, which he does in this case with up by. He should also know the BEDU. Apparently, it's just an adjective relating to Bedouins. That's a cool definition.
Yeah, nice.
It's a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit off the beaten path to sort of even consider making a play that extends, because you just assume that you're giving back spot for thrives. These are the toughest positions, the ones that take the most time, I would say, knowing both your full rack and your opponent's rack. We see Bungeed, however you might pronounce that phony,
Yeah,
lined up on Depot's rack. That would be very interesting if he phonies right back. I don't think we'll see that, but
yeah.
yeah, things get very weird when you know your opponent's full rack, and very hard to play with that knowledge. But here it's actually just very, very simple, as long as you know that Bedu is not taking S.
Oh, here he goes. Is this him setting it up? Yeah. Nice. So here he has spotted it. This looks great. As has been pointed out, this does give back Thrive to the triple. So if you see Bedu on the board like this, then Thrive going across is pretty good, but I just don't know what else can accomplish the main goal. Yes, Thrive is a lot of points, but reducing a bingo score of Thrives to that is still a huge win for Depot, leaving ING no less. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hiver's even better.
Oh,
So yeah,
true.
maybe actually, I wonder if there's some
Hivers versus Thrive.
better
Yeah.
blocking option. It just feels like it's too strong. Like, even though you're giving back so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely good, but I wouldn't rule out that there's some sneaky way, not sure what it is yet, to stop everything. But either way, 50-0 to start the game for Depot. He's got to be feeling good, leaving ING. Let's see what he draws. Oh, Y. Not the best.
Yeah, oh, B gun. Rasheed. Oh,
That's,
that was hasty.
yeah, that's
A little bit of frustration, seemingly, for
14
Rasheed.
points with 54 points on offer. No real way to sugarcoat that. Trying to sugarcoat when I can, but that was definitely. And he's gonna draw ivories and shut. I mean, the
Sure,
nice.
I mean, you're gonna draw bingo a huge,
Yeah,
huge portion of the
this is a
time.
great leave. But yeah, the two-turn swing of scoring 14 and then a bingo compared to 54 and then whatever you're gonna get, you're usually working out better with the 54. Also, ivoryist. We flip this for you all. So if ivories and shut is the play,
There's a better spot. Well, there's a higher scoring spot for ivories. You can play it down here.
wow.
But that would open up a huge triple, so maybe not worth it. But yes, this hook on ivories
Yeah, two
might come into
T's.
play right now.
T's for Depot. If he thinks of that, he can play it. He's also got, oh, there we go. Twite. I wonder if something like Weft wouldn't be better, though.
Yeah, is he playing Twite or White? White, okay.
So this is
Yeah, maybe
good.
Weft instead.
Yeah,
FV together, terrible, terrible.
Yeah, I think I'm liking Weft just to keep a little better balance and get rid of at least one. Actually, you want to get rid of two of the 4-point tiles that you have, W, F, and V, and Weft is really the best way to do that. But back to
Yeah.
Rasheed, Josh. Yikes, another good draw.
Plot armor again. The plot armor is back. Yeah. This is not going to lead to a bonus straight away. It looks like there might be one. I would take a while to make sure that I'm not missing one of those.
Starting up again, hopefully. Oh, Okay. I'm seeing us back up now. Not sure if you're seeing.
I can check.
We're back.
Yeah, we are back.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
I have no idea. Got a weird message on OBS saying something about stream
I think it was
keys.
just an internet blip.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
saw your connection get a little bit
Yeah. It's been
lower.
fine. I mean, we haven't even dropped a frame, so I don't want to jinx it, of course. But anyway, we didn't miss anything. Rashid's been thinking
Yeah.
about this blank rack the whole time, and
Yeah.
we're good.
Yeah, I guess on my end, I still see just your virtual cam, but I think everything's working on the stream.
Oh, yeah, I got you. You see it?
Mm-hmm. Nice. Okay. Fantastic.
Yeah, should be all right now, hopefully.
Professionals, guys. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? You think we're gonna leave you hanging?
Hell no. Yeah, Rasheed indulging us. It's like the best possible time. We easily could have had an issue with, lots of plays being made that we had to fill you in on. Fortunately, we're good. So Rasheed's still
yeah. So what was I saying? 5 vowel 8s. Very,
yes.
very, very, very important, because the difference between an 8-letter word that contains 5 vowels and not a bingo is so tremendous that if you miss these words, you're really falling behind. So that's why I would say that those are, and they come up also very, very often. They're quite playable and quite high probability, a lot of them. So
yeah, definitely good advice. As Josh said, some of the high probability words, all of them are important to know, but some of them are such that if you don't find one bingo, you might have others available. The letters are that flexible in the high probability range, but 5 vowel 8s, 5 vowel or whatever, vowel heavy bingos often are just far and away the best option. And like Josh said, if you miss them, you are in trouble. Idoy, this looks like a good play. This looks like probably Rasheed's best play to me.
I agree. This looks great. It scores well, opens that D to play through, or to play to, and keeps AE blank, which is very, very strong. Back to Depot, who we have another vodka sighting.
I know, it's like the universe trying to teach me not to miss this word anymore. Try to card box it in the wild. But yeah,
just gonna see food, which makes
food.
Sense.
Yeah.
Highest score available.
Also sneaky setup of the K, in fact. Walk, right? Like
nice.
If you draw something going down, that could be nice. It is a good overlap for both players, of course, but yeah, it could be cool to see.
Yeah, and if you draw an A, you get Fava. I draw an E, you get Fave. You get Kava with an A as well. Kiva with an I. There's actually a lot to be drawn for this usually pretty awful VK combination.
Yeah, surprisingly solid. So Rasheed definitely spotting some stuff there. I saw he had Amoebin set up.
Mm-hmm.
Where would that even go? I'm sure he has something.
Egomania was suggested. That would be hilarious.
Oh boy.
Going all the way down here.
Especially with this eye open. Could play it here.
C and the S, yeah.
If you wanted to be safe.
I'm always looking for those crazy ideas.
Yeah, of course. Metanoia, that's a cool thought as well. Egomania in the crazy spot would just be hilarious, just for content.
I mean, Rasheed's got to be a bit tilted, right?
From what specifically?
Up buys.
Yeah, up buys and yeah, maybe he's gotten over the tilt. It looked like Hut was a slightly tilty play on his part. It worked out decently. He got the bingo that he needed. Anytime you miss your bingo after a play like that, it just works out so much worse than taking the points. So yeah,
the best bingo plays to the N of toying. That hasn't been mentioned yet, I don't think.
Yeah, tough one. Very tough one to spot.
Very, very tough.
But doable.
That one would be the new man.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'd be very nice. I remember canoe. I remember. I think canoe like is something like that.
Canoe like.
Kayak, kayak like.
The very useful
There's some word like that.
3K word. Crumb cake like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Oh,
don't.
it's canoeable. Canoeable is a word, but not kayakable.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
back in the day, I had a famous clip where I did an impression of a Canadian, a very heavy Canadian accent when I learned that canoeable was a word.
That I mean, if you're wanting to share that, no one's going to stop you, but I'm not going to request
I
it.
don't think I can do it.
All
I
right,
don't think I
fair,
can.
fair enough.
I don't think I can do it anymore.
No one's going to stop you if you decide to. We're
I
all
was
here
just
for it.
completely. I thought it was so hilarious that canoeable was a word.
It is kind of
So I
weird.
just started.
But
I
most of
started
there's like
speaking Canadian.
fordable, I think boatable, reefable. There's a lot of these words about like seaworthiness, you know?
Hmm.
I'll be that theme.
So it looks like Rashid considering foam from the F, and if you're not going to see a bingo, that's pretty strong. Taking out the triple over here, scoring well, and keeping very well as well. That's a lot of well.
Because,
Well Anderson. You
yeah,
can call me Well Anderson.
I would be surprised to see him not bingo here. I guess they're all kind of tough. Like if you don't know, egomania, metanoia, canoe man, there's really no layups in there necessarily, even among the high probability ones. I would have expected
Here's the
him to
thing that I've
see egomania. Go ahead, Josh.
here's the thing that I've noticed about Rashid. He knows a lot of words, but it doesn't feel like he studies often enough that those five vowel eight letter words and like maybe more high probability words are going to come to him as quickly as his peers. I don't think he studies that much. I think he relies on his memory um, of words, and yeah, some of these words are much harder to spot organically. Uh, so that's why we drill them hard as study freaks that we are.
Yeah.
But facts comes down. Very nice response from Depot, who's now ahead almost 80 points. So even after a certain bingo this turn from Sheed, Depot's gonna have
Yeah.
a nice lead.
Now he's got one lined up. He's certainly going to be looking here first. Geraniol. Sorry for the corner, slightly cut off. We can try to get that fixed later, but you can see just enough. Um, yeah, that's going to go down pretty, I would assume, fast just because the time is already pronounced. So this is actually pretty. Oh, look at this. Okay, I'm surprised.
Gonna play paternal.
Oh, did this
This, oh my god, there's an insane 10-letter word here.
10?
Oh,
Wow. Through DWO? Oh my god. That's wild. That it would be one of the craziest plays I've ever seen in my life.
I'm sorry.
Arguably not necessarily the best play as well, right? Like, wouldn't you say? Like putting so
Always play the 10. There's no way you can't play a 10 if you
the
see
word in
the.
question, alder woman, with a blank M here. But yeah, this spot is quite scary. You can get hit really hard off of that, and you're getting 80 points for this compared to 77 for this. It might not be that much better, if at all. But yeah, as you say, if I see that, I'm playing it every time. Plus, you might get 5 points for challenging, for sure. Got to be worth the style points. This is what I made a video about. I'm trying to be more like you, Josh. I'm trying to seize the opportunity to have fun over the board. If that means content gets made as a result, so be it.
Yep, YOLO, they say. So we're seeing the play of Reek I wonder if it would have been better to use that K hook you're talking about. Like
Oh,
Q.
yeah. Well, I guess did Rasheed draw into a triple triple that just got blocked? Potentially. Not
Ooh,
sure.
maybe. But keeping the LRS rather than the two Rs and being more defensive play, 10-point sacrifice. But man, is Rasheed just drawing so well.
Yeah. Oh, we got what? Is this an overdraw? Yeah, Depot overdrew. He
His
overdrew after
opponent's
re.
okay, giving him softballs. Like these overdraws. I wish we could sort of see what letters
Yeah,
were
it's
overdrawn, but
hard to see any of that. It would be cool. Might I don't we might have that possibility, but we're zoomed in a little too tight on the board. Um, so yeah, I guess I'm curious to see. Let's just do the work. I don't want to go through the whole alphabet. I just want to tell you, yeah, no triple triples through
he
the L.
sees it. Rashid sees. Yeah, sorry, we're talking about if Reek wasn't played. Yeah,
Oh, he sees his
but
best play
Rashid sees his
now.
highest
Killer.
scoring bingo here.
Yeah, this is great.
Very nice. Um, and that's gonna put him well in the lead. And Depot's draw to LRS not the best.
Yeah, one more
Looks like
vowel and he's in great shape. Not quite though.
looks like it's gonna be very close. Rashid gonna take a 50-point lead, and Depot to try and respond and stay in the game. The board is very, very open. You see all of this space um, is still open on the right bottom side. So
Yeah.
there's definitely a lot of work to do if you have the lead to try and deal with that open space. But I guess Rashid looking a little bit longer. Probably not a huge fan. So he would have. That's still a rectangle. He would have univocal through that V,
Yeah.
and
See what
putting
he
that L
gives.
there, not ideal.
Yeah.
He's
But
looking at other options.
it's so many more points than any other option though, Josh.
Yeah, I would certainly do it. I guess there's also the threat of Q plays. Uh,
Yeah. You know what's
is that
interesting?
you?
What Depot will do about this. The nice thing about this
Yes,
play is it makes two spots that are somewhat worth dealing with from Depot's perspective. I think he probably should play through the U and keep his lone E, and that is going to give
absolutely.
Rasheed a chance to just hammer his own spot that he created. That does happen some of the time here if you're Rasheed. So,
And there's a hold. No, there isn't a hold. Okay.
yeah, probably not.
But yeah, univocal, great find by Rashid. And I really do think that for Depot, this L, yeah, let me fix the score here. 293 to 246. I don't think this L is worth his time this turn. But he's going to.
Ooh, well, Grillits. Ooh,
Oh,
that's ambitious.
okay.
Oh man, this kind of looks a little bit like a word, but I cannot. Yeah, Rasheed's gonna insta challenge.
Wow.
Oh,
All
that's
right. Well,
tough.
that's really tough.
That is a tough time for this because,
That's probably a thing, a grillet. It's probably something somewhere. It's
yeah,
just not a Scrabble word.
yeah, it's just it looks like it easily could be a word. It happens not to be, and this is such a rough time for this as well because Rasheed can now do whatever he wants in either of these two spots, knowing
Yeah.
that Depot cannot do anything to really damage him in the other. So Rasheed can do anything. He can basically play. He can play Hefe here in full confidence that this spot is not gonna really hurt him.
Yeah.
There's a lot that can happen. That's
Honestly, that's the thing. Like in Depot's position, it just feels like he should have some response to univocal. It feels like, yeah, it feels like he played this game quite well. He challenged off Boney earlier, but he's in such an unfavorable position after the back-to-back blank bingo from Rasheed. So I totally understand the instinct to try and make something happen, and I probably was pretty sure this was a word. It just happens not to be. So yeah, very unfortunate swing for Depot, and is giving Rasheed a very, very nice chance to
Yeah,
end the game
it's got to
quite
be
soon.
this. This has to be it here. FA.
Yep.
Cannot
The
imagine.
leader, the leader playing chief.
Yep. And Rashid right now is the Hefe of the standings. That's probably a horrendous misusage of that entire idea. But yeah, he's yeah, I mean we've seen Rashid make some mistakes, but we've also seen him make a number of really good plays, and certainly he's drawing some good tiles as Depot plays Gull. But that's not surprising, right, Josh? Like somebody in a field with a billion good players in it, like this tournament has, is going to draw very good tiles, and the odds are likely that that person's going to be in first place. It's going to be really, really tough for whoever is in the top of the standings to get there just by outplaying everybody else alone. The players are too good for that.
Yeah, yeah, that is definitely true. And we've only played 14 games. This is a 30 game tournament, so the more games there are, the more the luck will even out over time. And yeah, back to Rashid here, who has a very nice lead, has drawn exactly what he wanted, some scoring tiles to go right next to that E he just hung into space with the knowledge that Depot could do nothing uh, to score there. So something like Holm, which he's looking at, Holme, or Homer. I
Yeah,
think Rashid's just going to go with something that he is sure of, which is Homer.
yeah, killer.
Uh, Probably slightly better to play Holm, but quibble with that. Homer for 49 points. And not the best possible draw for Depot, but he does have possibility of playing bingo through that eye of toying, a valid one. And I think he won't hesitate.
Yeah, he's got to see it, but I feel like he's close to putting it together already. Yeah, there we go. Oh,
Not quite.
I
He's
thought he was
in,
about there, right? Did did you
yeah,
feel like he was about
just
to?
a couple of uh tile shifts, and he'll find crispest.
I think he will
Kind of
find it.
weird
Yeah.
looking, but he definitely needs to find it to have a chance. Yeah. She didn't draw very well, so there's still some hope.
Yeah, gotta
Not that many
see.
vowels left though. 7 vowels from what we know left in the bag. And I guess 7 consonants as well. So
Yeah, see, there's the
just
EST. He had that together already. Oh,
you're
like
you're
he's.
you're dealing yourself a lot of pain here
I know.
by focusing. Yeah, what is it called? Hyper focusing
Mm,
on yeah. Okay. Very unfortunate. So this was Depot's last chance back into the game, finding his word through the eye of crispest, but was not to be. Opt comes down, which is a great play. Um,
could be worth tacking the
Slides.
S on if you're gonna play up there. Just maybe not. A couple more points. Maybe the two S's don't help that much, but either way, yeah, crispest or bust. Oh, the Q. Are you kidding?
Oof. Yep. Sometimes Scrabble is brutal in that way. Sometimes you make a mistake and you don't suffer consequences, as we were talking earlier, and other times you make a tiny mistake and everything just crumbles. So Rasheed up by 105. Gonna take this game almost certainly. There's just not enough time for Depot to get rid of his Q and then bingo twice, which is his only way of coming back here. He can even exchange if he wants to, but yeah, probably playing something with using 3 consonants or scoring some points would make sense here. There's a really cool word of enenda
Oh, that
playable
would
through
be
this.
quite slick to see all of that through EEN on the board. Just
Just
10.
seeing tin for 10.
Yeah. Two
Very
N's, two
simple. You really
T's.
don't have to think about this.
Undouble it. Go up over 100. Chi. Oh, brutal. 3 S's too. So all the more
This
reason
time
maybe
he does play the S.
to dump one of the 2 S's last turn. But yeah, that's hindsight a little. But yeah.
All right. Back to Rashid. He's drawn 2 vowels. He can be very happy with that. That means he can play with pretty much full impunity now. He can use 2 vowels. The one thing you don't want to do when you're up by so much in a position like this is use up all of your vowels or all of your consonants, just for fear of having a rack full of one or the other. Most dangerously, having 7 consonants can lead to a win condition that would not have existed otherwise. So I think we saw a game early yesterday where we had an N thrown out into space where you needed to have a vowel to block the triple triple. And yeah, there could have been some weirdness there. So Dint comes down, makes perfect sense. 21 points.
You
4
committed,
tiles in the bag for
you committed Daint.
Depot. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So definitely good defensive nature of that play, preventing anything through the G of toying. There's not too much else that's even threatening to Rasheed. He is cruising to the end of this game. I just can't help thinking, oh, nice.
I have never seen that word in my life.
Yeah, that word comes up in Boggle
Sort of.
all the time. Very useful Boggle word for sure. So yeah, that one I'm familiar with. This is a cool play though. Ergs. This is basically Depot giving up at this point, blocking the board a little bit just to score, but that is pretty justifiable given the game situation, I would say.
Indeed. And this will bring him to 340 if he commits. Oh, he's missed his rack cam up.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll get it.
Nice. Thank you. Doing the Lord's work.
It's all
So
right.
yeah, if Depot, who has a ton of time to think and wallow in this horrendous position, missed this play, she isn't. That will empty the bag completely. No, actually, that would leave 1 in the bag. That actually seems pretty good. But maybe he wants to try something. So if you play AESC, that is your best score. The top right, 31 points. That would be an incredible find. But
Yeah,
no.
that would be insane. It's so nice. Doesn't block anything. Keeps the L open. Keeps good tiles. That would be pretty high level
Wonder
stuff.
if there's something you can draw maybe with like the Z that might give you enough to win.
Like a bingo with the G and the Z in it together. Oh, it seems unlikely. Would it have to go through, like, be a 10 through EEN or something?
I mean, you could get energizes. No, you can't. There's no E left. Huh. Yeah, maybe you hope the Z is in the bag. Yeah, I don't know. There's still like a glimmer of hope, so I understand why Depot is taking his play back. Just resign, yeah.
Yeah.
So
he's
no
gonna-
resigning. Will, you can explain why can't resign in these positions.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose there's nothing stopping somebody from literally just refusing to play anymore and waiting for their clock to hit 10 minutes overtime, which is the sort of failure moment where the game is over. But these numbers here are used as a tiebreaker, and it is the expectation in these tournaments that when you're losing a game, you continue to fight, try to reduce the amount that you lose. When you're winning, you want to maximize the amount that you win. So that is sort of the mindset behind resignations not really being a thing in this type of tournament format, but in match play, they definitely see resignations, Josh.
Indeed, and we were talking yesterday about, or maybe it was even today, about different formats to explore in the competitive Scrabble environment, and I think formats where it's all about wins, not about how much you win or lose by, are very, very interesting from a standpoint of playing, but also from a standpoint of um, producing content. 'Cause if there's a game that you're pretty much dead in the water, you can just say, okay, I resign, and we don't have to like deal with a game that's super one-sided if we're streaming it. So that could be very interesting uh, in the future.
Yeah.
And yeah, a match play format where I guess a small group of players or even just two players play each other in a best of whatever is the perfect way to test that theory.
Yeah, more match play would be great. I feel like that format is fantastic to watch. As Cuz is Depot's play there. Getting rid of that Z.
There are two very strong plays um, because of Rasheed's very unwieldy rack of 4 tiles. You could set yourself up, get a few more points, but
I'm going to
those
show
looks good.
analysis board. It might be all messed up. I have to fix the scenes.
It's all fine, I think. You see Ing come down. There's no way for Depot to go out here. So if he, yeah, I don't think he's worried about Rasheed going out though. So yeah, and he can slow play it and get a little bit more out of this end game. We could show the best sequence, I guess. While
Sure, yeah. Let's
Depot's
see how it
deliberating.
looks. So it's from Depot's POV now.
Yeah. So it looks
get
like he's
the-
playing.
Oh, okay. Rack's right again.
Never mind. He's not worried about it. Okay, we could just go back.
All right. Yeah, never mind.
Playing Ways 24.
Not bad. Where's decent. Gives Rasheed a chance to get one more vowel off the rack here. He finds the best spot. Oh wait, is that the best
That's
spot?
interesting. It is the best spot. It's the co-winner. You can play Topi on the top right. But blocking Jar for 11 is just worth it.
Oh, nice.
JAI,
Makes sense. That's funny. So yeah, playing the I here scores a lot more, but then Depot gets a higher score. So it all works out. It works out literally the same. Cool. So pretty crazy game back and forth. I feel like Depot had a chance to sort of swing this in his direction the way we saw David Webb do against Rasheed in the previous round. Was not to be. That Grillitz play, I feel like it's such a different game if he has a better rack there, but certainly if he just plays Gull there and maybe draws better. Though he was in trouble, Rasheed was going to play Hefe anyway. So, yeah, tough one. Rasheed gets back in the right side of things, and he's going to move up to 13-2, Josh. Pretty crazy.
Yep. Yeah. Quite the run for Rasheed. This game started off very much in Depot's favor. but Rasheed, yeah, he drew the bingo of ivories, and then he drew both blanks. And it's really hard, as you said, it's really hard to win a game when you don't draw blanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, tough one.
So doesn't look like. I think this is probably one of the earlier games in this round to finish. It doesn't look like there are that many rounds, round 15 results in the system that I see in the standings right now.
Mhm.
We can definitely take a look at them just to see. It looks like they're entering in electronically right now. Talking about the game a little bit, of course. But yeah, here are the
Yeah,
standings. Sheed is going to move up.
don't
Depot down.
don't think we have pairings for next round. I would have liked to, poll you guys
Pick a
about
game,
what
yeah.
game to show, but
Yeah, we've seen so much
we'll have a
Rasheed.
good game for you guys.
I'd love to try another one. See who we can get our hooks into. Looks like Harshan dropped a game last round, maybe. I think he was 8-5 and was charging up the standings. There's still plenty of time, though. Really, things are gonna.
We also have
condense.
another runaway in the B division. Io from New Jersey is
Really?
12-2. Depending on who he's playing, I think they're playing a full round robin in the B division.
Oh, okay. We can try to
So I
get
think
the standings up here. Let me see. How do I do this? You have the standings link that you can paste me?
Mhm. Let me get that to you real quick.
Hard to find it.
But yeah, last round results are not all in for either division, but before this round, Io tuned Adieri 12-2.
Nice. So yeah, we'll get these rounds in shortly.
So we might see a game from that division, possibly. Well,
yeah, we'll see. So if we look at the schedule, we just finished round 15, so that means we got 2 more before we finish out the day. Maybe today is the big day where I get a cup of coffee or something to get through.
An energy drink, yeah. We'll get through it, Will.
Yeah,
I know we've got the stamina.
I feel
That game
good.
was a little bit, I guess, of a yeah, it wasn't nearly as exciting as it could have been, just given the swings that occurred just out of nowhere. I think.
Right. Yeah, it was more of like a agonizing in certain ways.
Yeah. But yeah, 2 more rounds to go, and that'll take us through day 2 at the 2025 MGA International Scrabble Classics UK in Milton Keynes, which is midway between London and Birmingham. You guys know your geography.
I don't know anything about
tournament.
that geography.
Well, what's interesting about Milton Keynes is that it's a smart city. That's what they call it. They built it to sort of, I guess, favor human beings over like cars. So basically, the way that the city is laid out is there are walk paths and bikeways, often just very very widened areas where people walk and cycle and do all those things, and they do not interfere or intermingle with the carways. So the cars get to just travel um, by themselves and don't often have to worry about other forms of transit getting in the way. And if you're walking, you can get to where you're going without ever having to interact with a huge metal box that might crash into you. So it's a really cool layout. There's a bunch of like plazas, parking lots, just open areas with restaurants. And it's interesting because it gets really popular because there's a lot of businesses. It gets really popular like during the evenings. like midway through the day or even in the mornings, it's just very, very sullen and quiet. Anyways,
Good place to play Scrabble, it sounds like then.
that's my tangent. Yeah, it was
Nice.
very cool. It was my first time in the UK. It's very different from London.
Well, I would definitely have it on my bucket list to go play in this tournament someday, as I was mentioning yesterday. Pretty sure, I'm not sure what's going on here with the board. All right, they're still talking about stuff over the board here. Yeah, we don't have our pairings yet for next round, but when we do, we'll try to. I mean, I always like involving the chat to see what they want. The problem is we got to act fast sometimes to actually get the matchup we want because players are wanting to play as opposed to wait. All right, we got some results. One or two results are now in. Looking like Rasheed's is in, but go back to the standings and look at that. Maybe more of them will come in. So it looks like I actually can't tell whether Kevin and Ben lost or won their games. See, Rasheed won his game, so I guess it's up to Bob. Only so long Bob can hold out, Josh, to not be on the stream. He's got to give us what we all want. I want to see him
Yes.
up there.
Yeah, Will, you got to tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
I want to see some Bob Lynn action on the stream. This is a guy who's
want to see some turkeys rather than some tuskier?
I want to see some turkeys get blasted by Bob Lynn.
Wait, you want to see him go hunting? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I want to see him hunting, for people that he's facing off against over the Scrabble board, basically.
Yeah, so do I. So do I.
So, yeah.
I mean, it's worth mentioning Bob is in his 80s. And just still, look how incredible his performance has been so far. He's so sharp, so strong, even in his in his much older age than most of the players up here.
He's an unbelievably spry 80.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really incredible.
Yeah.
To witness his I guess undying ability to smoke some fools over the board.
Absolutely. Well said. So yeah, there is just to address, right, there is this idea that we don't really, I would say, have the most well codified system for when you sign up to a tournament. You absolutely have to go on the stream. I'm not really sure if there was like a clause in sign up for this tournament. I know some tournaments have that, where if you sign up, you have to go on the stream if asked. I believe the U.S. Nationals has that, or the North American Championship has that, I should say. And there are people who are not willing to participate in that event specifically for that reason, which is kind of surprising, but that's their choice, I suppose.
Yeah. One day we will rule over all of Scrabbledom with live streams on every board. No one will be safe.
Nice. Is this a utopia or a dystopia? I don't know. Seems like a utopia to me. Nice. Yeah. I would say, the more content, the better. But of course, we have to, make sure that we have
Bob
enough.
Beats David Webb.
Wow.
We saw it happen.
It's well overdue for Bob to be on the stream here. So we definitely want to prevail upon him that he's doing so well. We got to watch a little bit of that story, the Bob Lynn story. So yeah. Sam Crispin, a note about Sam in the chat. We did see him. He played a phony in the first move of the game against former world champion Mark Nyman, who looks to have lost a couple games since that time.
Yeah, it might have just been the very unfortunate game right before lunch, right? Might have set him.
Yeah, we saw one of them. But yeah, it says a lot, I think, at this tournament that these two players, Mark, a former world champion, Harshan, 2 times a world's finalist, are mired at 8 and 6. There are a lot of good players here. So that's, there's just no, if they're not drawing good tiles, and maybe they're not, it's going to be tough road for anyone, no matter how good in a field like this. So yeah, I think it's pretty telling.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a very tight knit bloodbath in this tournament. Just so many super strong players. Um, yeah, up to world class players and very strong expert players. And it's anybody's game for sure. And we see Rasheed 1 game ahead of Bob, and Bob 2 games ahead of everyone else. So yeah, that's really good. I mean, even at this point, midway through the tournament, having that much of a lead over the peloton is very nice. So
Yeah,
we'll
but
have to see
again,
what if Rashid continues to you know to win games. But I
yeah.
think we should show Boblin if we can.
So yeah, I mean, the crazy thing though is next round, this is going to be the halfway point, right? 16 games in the books at this point, and then another 16 after. So we are just barely getting to the halfway point here. So it feels like a lot. And there are plenty of tournaments of a length of, 16, 17, 18 games where there is a little more variation in the types of names that you see at the top, just because with more games you get more chance for skill to be able to master the vagaries of luck. Not sure what the right word I want to go for is there, but yeah,
Variance.
fair enough. That gets the job done for sure. But yeah, halfway through. Feels like it's been quite the marathon even to get to this point. But much more to go. So yeah, we're going to know as soon as, I guess maybe we'll show all of you, as soon as we get the pairings, which I don't think should be super long. I think a lot of these games are probably pretty close to done. Let's see. Can we identify which ones? Looks like, are these two playing right now?
Mark and Harshan might be.
Yeah,
Let me
this
see.
might be it. So we might be. That would be amazing. Imagine if we could just cut to that. Oh man.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Who wouldn't want to
Let's
see
see.
that one?
Are they playing? Harshan, yep. Harshan and Mark are playing. One of them is going to be 8 and 7.
Yeah, rough.
Seems so rough.
That is a rough.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like Harshan took that one, winning by 250.
Wow,
477 to 227.
big win for Harshan, getting back on the
Oh
positive
my
side.
goodness.
Definitely dropping Mark down.
Did
So
Mark
yeah,
run out of time? That's an insanely low score.
that's tough for poor Mark. But yeah, he's got time again to rise back up. I think any minute now we're probably going to see. Let's just go a little further down. Oh, we don't have that much further down to go. I'm pretty sure the next round's pairings are about to be released. So have a look. It's no
I'm
surprise.
pretty sure there's a tea break, by the way, which is
Oh, is that true? All right.
yeah.
I mean, I'm hesitant to take a full break, but maybe we should.
No.
Are you saying
No, I was just saying. I think that's why. Things are a little bit slower this round.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Out to get some tea. But yeah, I'm assuming once the pairings are up, we can all have a discussion together of what we'd like to see, realizing that potentially there is, chance if there are some refusals get up there, we'll have to pick something else. But I'm sure we're going to be spoiled for choice. So players we haven't seen yet, Bob, because he doesn't want to play on stream, but he'll eventually probably have to if he's doing this well. But Paul Allen, we haven't seen Paul, haven't seen Tim. So there's definitely some players that are working their way up that would be fun to watch. Paul is, I believe, the defending UK Scrabble champion, a 3-time winner of that tournament. Definitely well worth a watch.
And a hilarious guy.
Yeah, I don't think I've met Paul yet.
He was at Worlds 2023.
Was? Okay. I didn't cross paths with him there. Fortunately. That's on me then.
Yeah.
So you've met him, though.
Definitely good to watch. The only GM, I guess, that we haven't seen yet. So
yeah,
that would be good.
Lofty title for sure. So yeah, let's see. Am we getting word from any producers? No.
So yeah, were there any questions we failed to address? You guys have any questions for Will or myself? Chat.
Go back to our view. As soon as I see the pairings released, we'll go back and take a look at that. But for the time being, we can have an AMA here. Joint AMA.
So what's your next tournament, Will?
I don't know. If not for this and School Scrabble, which I had committed to somewhat in advance, I would have wanted to go to the Champions Cup tournament in upstate New York, hosted by Terry Kang. That's always a lot of fun, but there was just a lot of stuff going on. And I would have wanted to do that one. I'm not 100%. Oh, okay. Well, I can finish the rest of this story as we look at this now.
Yeah, and to answer the question in chat, why are people green? Why are people red? Sorry to interrupt. The people in green, that's the place prizes. So they're paying up to 7th place. Anything below that, you're not getting a cash prize. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm putting a poll up here. Next round.
Okay.
Shown. Next round. Let's see.
Yeah, Ben Schonbrun winning that Champions Cup against a bunch of players, including Wellington Jagere. So a very impressive result for him. He's in 5th place, top 5. He's about to play David Webb.
That seems like a pretty good game to me, in fact. Let me just put one more.
Bob and Tim, those they're both Americans, so I know that both of them are very hesitant to be on stream.
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna get a no. So I'm gonna put four other games up. Polls coming up. Oh, never mind. So, I'm being told that it's Kevin versus Paul. Hopefully that wins.
Paul. Okay.
Everybody vote for Kevin versus Paul if you want this poll to be meaningful. Otherwise, if you vote for anything else, we are going to undemocratically not do what you want. So if you, is that how democracy works?
Yep, exactly.
There we go. Good job. Thank you, everybody. No, it's good though, because we haven't.
Wait, who put the poll in my chat? That's so funny.
Very nice. Probably. That's
Kevin versus Paul. Kevin versus Paul. What about Paul versus Kevin? I would have liked to see that up.
Yeah, good question. It's going to be Paul Allen going first and Kevin McMahon to respond. I actually feel like, if I'm being honest, Josh, Kevin probably played the crispest game of anybody that we've seen on stream yet. He literally did not make a move that I would have changed in the game we saw of him. So
yeah.
Part of that is, what's drawn in the game. Some certain games are a little easier to play optimally, but at the same time, I was quite impressed that I think I'm remembering the only mistake we wanted him to do was not play Loon and instead play Roton or something. That was.
I mean, I told you this. During our private pre-stream. Like, I was so afraid of Kevin McMahon last year. He just seemed like the darkest horse in the mix. Like, I thought this guy is just, his results are insane. He looks so strong, and yeah, he is very strong. So not at all surprising to see his performance on stream was stellar.
Yeah, so we're gonna have Kevin and Paul coming up. I think. Is this one where I need to worry about Like Scotland. I mean, Paul is Scotland, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin is Ireland. But is it Northern Ireland? Do I have to worry about that?
Um,
Hopefully, I'm not going to create a geopolitical scene here, but I'm just going to roll with the flags that I know, which is these. Let's all proofread this together. What do we think?
I don't remember. I don't remember if. Do you remember if it was Northern Ireland?
Well, that was Rick. We had that issue with Rick Kennedy, right, where we weren't sure what to do. But yeah.
I thought Kevin was just Ireland. Yeah,
All right. Cool.
Ireland.
And let's be ready for them when they hit the board. Best to disambiguate them. Okay, I don't have a little circle of Northern Ireland, so I can
It's
just
okay.
go.
We got Ireland and we got Scotland here, so there's no scandal.
All
These are
right,
the correct flags.
nice, cool. I'm gonna say we are ready when they are. So yeah, Kevin, very impressive player. There he is, sitting down. Paul, three-time UK champion. Also, this should be a very good matchup. Excited for this. Not sure stylistically. I feel like Paul might be a little cagier, but I wouldn't. I would defer to those that have played him more. Um, but yeah, I was impressed with Kevin, and I've always been impressed with Paul when I've seen him play. So this should be a very good matchup. There we go. We got the handshake. These two probably have played a lot of times. I wonder if we get the head-to-head between the two,
Ooh, I can look that up.
because I'm confident that they must have played quite a bit.
Yeah, I'll look that up if you're willing to take
Sure.
us through the start of this.
Yeah, sounds good. They're definitely not ready to get started right this second. It seems.
Latest
Is it
ratings.
is Kevin? Oh my God! I thought my feed of them was frozen. Kevin was like absolutely frozen in place, and I was like, "Oh f, the stream's down."
Oh,
But
I
it was just
can't I can't
Kevin.
see head to head.
Kevin was absolutely motionless. Really, no head to head.
I need to be a member. I need to have an account on the ABSP. I can look at Wespa
Oh
though.
yeah, Wespa is what I was thinking. I'm sure that has some of them, right? Kevin is currently ranked 21st in the world right now. He's been ranked in the top 10 before. He has a very, very good rating. In fact, Kevin is 2 rating points ahead of me.
Yeah.
Kevin is 21st. I am 23rd.
So in
2024 to
Wespa they've only played 3 times. But that's what I was telling you. I looked him up and I was like, oh, this guy seems like he's extremely good at Scrabble. But I had a very easy game against him, luckily. So they played 3 times and Kevin's won 2 out of the 3.
nice. Not a big sample size. Yeah, this is an old photo of Paul. I mean, it does look like him, just the hair is a little grayer. That's the only difference. Um, cool.
Oh,
So,
18 times, 9 and 9. Very nice. Thank you, Womble Scrabble, for the update.
wow, that's really cool. Okay, thank you for that. That's actually helpful. So helpful. Oh man, look at
So,
Paul. Imagine Paul going second and getting an A. Think Banoffee is a word, right? Yeah, so
oh, Banoffee. Oh.
any Great British Baking Show fans out there, my wife and I love that show.
Oh,
But
that would be such
unfortunately,
a good UK word.
yeah, that would be fantastic. Um, yes, the Let's See Paul Allen's tiles. We had Paul Allen did appear in a video of mine where I made some American Psycho jokes, and I'm sure he's heard them before. Unfortunately for him, iconic lines
What's
in that
the
movie.
what's is that the exact line?
Yes.
Let's see his tiles.
No, let's so it's a scene in American Psycho where they're comparing business cards and the cards all look exactly the same, but to the main character of the movie, Patrick Bateman, they all look unbelievably different somehow, and he's having kind of a nervous breakdown over it. And the alpha of their social group is a guy named Paul Allen. And right as he's really about on the verge of breaking down, he says, "Let's see Paul Allen's card." Like really disturbed. And that's where it's from.
Nice. All right, so we see Boff off center. So tell me a little bit why
Yeah,
Paul would have
smart.
played this with the F on the star rather than
Yeah.
the B. It's
So
actually going to lead to some hilarious double, I think, for Kevin McMahon. But yeah, go ahead.
nice, yeah. If he has the confidence to play whatever, I mean, something like Tubbers, I think, is available. Maybe there's something better. But yeah, the idea on the first move of the game is you want to avoid placing vowels next to the double letter score because that is the way that your opponent can use high scoring consonants to score a lot. So, probably the most normal position for a 4-letter word is here. You avoid placing your vowels next to those squares, but Boff takes hooks, right? So, not only does it take the S, but also an O and not an I. I think that's Biffo. But is that it?
Buffy.
Yeah, it's just right. So just the O and the S. So maybe the idea there is to avoid making it that easy to hook it going down. The hooks with this positioning way less dangerous on both counts. What am I missing, Josh?
Yeah, so that would be the reason to play off center, not wanting those hooks to be more lucrative. And the counterpoint is that you are opening the possibility of a non-bingo double, and you're sort of making it difficult for yourself next move if you're going for sort of like a bingo. So BOFF keeping EEN, the result you're, I guess, looking for a significant amount of the time is getting some bingo tiles. But you draw a bingo after this placement of Boff, the placement of your bingo is not going to be very great. So by playing in the center of the board, you're allowing more often the board to develop in a way where your next move is going to be less awkward, but you might be giving a little bit more back to your opponent. Um, but it's sort of a more variant approach. It seems like you're reducing variance by playing this way, but I actually think that it's doing the opposite. It's allowing for some weird results like Tubbers for 44 and not really having a response to that.
Yeah, Tubbers. That's a word you could anagram reasonably easily, but not remember whether it is Tubbers or Stubber, right? Like, why would Stubber not be good and Tubbers be good? But that's true, right? So if you weren't 100% sure of that, both of those words actually play through the B. Hopefully, Paul didn't just knock his camera completely off course. Yeah, we still got it. Cool. But yeah, failing that, yeah, it's just tough to pull the trigger. So I do think that was definitely the best play for Kevin there, but it's so scary to take a 0 instead of a reasonable play.
Yeah, and this move really does open some danger. Not just the overlap that we're seeing here with Jive, which looks like Paul's best play, but double through the E, the hooks on Brogue. So yeah, definitely a pretty hefty miss, but you have to be sure of a word like Tubbers. Those words are so difficult to get straight. Like what words take the ER, what don't. You probably have studied the rack, but again, like you said, is it stubber, tubbers, rubbits, burbits?
True. Could be.
It could be anything.
A lot of those sound like words for sure.
Arboots is good, Barbuts, barbu, or however you want to pronounce it. So,
Yes, right.
yeah, you get easily confused.
We got
Yes, we saw
Owos
Owo.
coming in the
Owo
chat.
lined up.
Yeah, Owo. We
Bafo and
saw.
Owo looks pretty good
Yeah, but why not just play Woo? You know,
because
content for the
yeah, these guys
memes.
are surely playing for content.
Yeah,
I don't know. The S hook after Owo is a little bit stronger.
yeah, fair enough.
You play it under. If you play underneath.
So no content for us. Instead, we get a much more standard looking play. This makes a ton of sense. Um, Wu and Bafo keeping a pretty dynamite lead of ELTS. If Kevin were to draw an I or an A, for example, it's going to get even better. See what he does draw. Important note that Bafo does take an S. I wouldn't say that's like super obvious to know that. Um, I feel like Bafo is often used as an adjective, meaning like, fantastic or something. I'm not sure exactly what, but I feel like it's somewhat adjectival. So the S hook isn't trivial to me anyway, Josh.
Yeah, definitely would not play that under like most circumstances. Those words that pluralize more than one way are just so difficult, and when it only costs 5 points to question a word, you have to be very sure. So Bafo apparently meaning Bafola. I wonder if there are any other extensions of Bafo.
Or Boff, yeah. I mean, prior to the yo, I'm curious. But yeah,
Yeah.
so were there any? Did you look?
Prior to the O, there's like Boffin stuff and
Nothing.
sub office, rub off.
Sub office. Sub officer looks kind of like a word to me.
That is a word.
Oh,
Yeah, so sub officers, if you had cruises on your rack, you could play sub officers.
easy. What could be easier?
Yep.
All right. Over to Paul now. What's he gonna do here? Maybe Foy off of the first F of Bafo seems okay. Leaving quite nice letters, not quite as nice as Kevin's, which are phenomenal. With letters that good as what Kevin has, it's going to be next to impossible to stop somebody holding stuff like that from bingoing. So we're going to see Kevin bingo.
For sure. And yeah, this rack looks a little tantalizing. There's like Kaloyer, Acolyte, a bunch of things that are close, and sometimes that Y, it makes you do a double take.
Yeah.
I often miss words with Y's in them, so I understand why Paul is taking his time.
So yeah, this blocks Flariest, which I feel like Kevin was in the process of putting those letters in that order on his rack to play down for what I think would have been by far his best and highest scoring bingo. But again, he's going to be fine. The question is, where will Kevin bingo, and will he give back anything? Is there even a an 8-letter word that Paul can hope for that Kevin actually has? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think
Not
Kevin's
seeing
going
it.
to take a lead here, depending on how um, sure he is. I guess there's nothing with Bafo, so he doesn't have to worry about that. But yeah, we might see something like laterize through the E.
Yeah.
That way you're putting an S here. It's not as dangerous to open that double or that triple. Rather than taking a few more points with something like slatier or saltier right here, just because of how dangerous stuff you're opening is.
Yeah.
So it's
Lat-
there are lots of bingos available, but that makes the turn all the more difficult. You have to remember all of them and make sure that um, you find, because if there's something that hits the double and hooks with chives, that would probably be ideal.
Looks like
But there isn't.
he's concurring with you, Josh. This is actually pretty good, I think. This is nice recognition on his part that all the other options, he probably went through them all sequentially to say, okay, this is available. right? All the S words that go down here, give back stuff on the lower part of the board. This is definitely the safest option that he has. So nice recognition by Kevin. That defensive-minded choice, I think, is completely warranted for him here. And now back to Paul with one of these tweener racks that's very annoying. I guess he'll have some stuff to do, like if he wants to play cello here or something, it's not that bad. Um, Seems like
Yeah,
as I
already
say
spotted
that, he was already in the process of identifying that. That seems okay to me.
Yeah, you can add the PHANE to that word. Cellophane, right?
He has A&E,
Yeah,
fortunately.
that's why I noticed that. But
Yeah,
yeah, cello looks very good. You can also play. You can put the A instead of the O. If you want to feel very, very aggressive, that sets up the E hook.
yeah,
Cellae. I definitely don't recommend that play, but if you have some inkling that your opponent might not be sure of the hook,
right.
that could be interesting. And Kevin with a great draw of a blank.
Yeah, he's
He's
gonna be in good shape with
in good
that.
shape.
Yeah, cello seems good. Only the S hook on this, I believe. All the other cell words, especially after the inclusion of celly, as in the cell phone, it's pretty dangerous now to play the I. No I
Hmm.
on Paul's rack, so that wasn't an option. But yeah, so
So now
what to do now?
I feel like you just play from the S and latterize and you're happy. Do you play six or sax? You probably play six.
Yeah, IG, right? So you can the play is probably here unless we're missing something big. Maybe there's some. Is there like any other thought? Is it possible that okay? Let me be careful. Let me not get clipped out of context. I was gonna say, I was going to say, is it possible sex is good? I
It
didn't say
is.
that. I didn't say
So
that. I said, is it possible that using the E is better than the I or A here? That's what I'm saying.
I would say not in this circumstance. However, it's a very important concept to remember that the E is primarily good as a bingo tile. I know you know this, Will. You've made loads of videos about how why the E is the best vowel. When it comes to synergy, it's a different story. When it comes to sort of flexibility, keeping an A often yields more plays with the G. The G and the E don't really go super well together when it comes to shorter plays. So if you're sort of acting on this like if you're playing on a pretty closed board and you're getting close to the end of the game, it's always worth considering playing off an E um, instead of an A or an I, just because. I mean, usually you play an I over an E, no matter what, but the A tends to be more flexible with a different array of tiles.
Six is the
C6
play.
comes down.
This looks,
You also don't want to duplicate. Sometimes there are tons of E's left. You're happy just getting rid of one of them. But
yeah.
playing two tiles, he plays six.
Yep. This makes sense. Um, it's definitely worth thinking. I think Kevin did spend a beat thinking about probably the other. I'm sure he was looking for other stuff. Maybe he's looking for plays, burning the blank, making EX or something like that here, and maybe realizing it's not enough. Oh man, check that out. Nice. I didn't even look at Paul's draw.
Yeah, pretty good. You don't have like fantastic options here, but you can just drop a two-letter word with zo here. Um, but maybe playing something like haze here is worth a thought. I would be worried about the counterplay next to
Yeah,
HAZE here.
it's
You could
tough.
also play haze here, or less counterplay, but at a 4-point sacrifice.
Yeah, so the Z bombs down in the corner give no counterplay, but have the disadvantage of keeping very consonant heavy leaves. Maybe that's okay, just because like HM feels like those. I mean, that's a word, right? Is a word, so it's a good omen that maybe you'll be able to dump some vowels. And he's going to play Hazer, so this feels like the least amount of counterplay that your Z can offer with a long word here. If you're not going to play down in the corner, Josh, seems all right to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this decision.
Oops, sorry.
It's going to be a little bit harder for Kevin to just continue taking the lead, making some high-scoring plays. But here looks good, but do you see anything here, Mo? Through the E of Hazer, maybe?
It's super close, but not seeing anything yet. That would be quite the stinger to not have a playable bingo, but I think the GV combination, this is what we're concerned about when we have those letters, is it constricts a little bit the options that you have. So Kevin, this is a tough one. I'm curious to see how fast he makes that determination that there might actually not be anything here, because it's very tough sometimes to pull away from racks like this and say, how the heck could I not be seeing a bingo here?
Yeah, but based on how quickly he played Ladderized, I feel like one of Kevin's strengths is quickly sorting through um, possibilities
Yeah,
of bonuses. So
I agree.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long he takes here because it just feels so much like there should be a word through either that E of Hazer or that R. But there just happens to be nothing here in that VG combination. One
Wow,
of them has to go.
for sure. So what do you do? Or do you just play Gazed or something through the Z and just try to get a bunch of
So
points and redraw some vowels? That seems okay, I guess. Um, Maybe suggestion
yeah,
of Vega right here, keeping TED blank, which looks quite a bit better for bingoing. He is gonna
yeah, there's voted being suggested
Voted is
as
also
well.
solid. Yeah, I feel like those plays
Keeping
are
the AG.
all quite close. Um, I'd love to
But
get rid
yeah,
of the V
Gaze is the
here.
choice.
I mean, the V.
I agree. I like how restrictive this play of Gazed is. It really takes away a lot of counterplay, and you have the blank, so a lot of the time you're going to be able to use that V for a bingo. Um, but yeah, all of those plays seemed very viable.
Yeah, I don't feel super strongly about any of those. They all have their. It's just like the point differential between those plays is so appropriate to like make them all viable. So
Yeah, so we see a very quick decision by Paul. He had a lot of time to think on
Jew.
Kevin's turn, and the good thing about the play of Gaze is it really does restrict. That's good for Kevin, but also good for Paul's thought process because all the plays he considered are either not available anymore or still available, and nothing new has been opened. So Zhu very quickly is setting up that triple. Not
Oh,
super dangerous. You do hold that O. Um, so a lot of nice scoring options down the line for Paul and a very good score immediately. I like that.
Fireworks are coming though, Josh, as Overture lined up, I should say, to go here, and then Morendo lined up to go down for Paul when that goes down. So we're going to see both players trading bingos almost certainly, with Paul winding up far ahead in all likelihood because he's already up by 16, and his bingo here is going to score quite a bit more than Overture. So Kevin about to bingo, probably feeling decent. That's going to very quickly
Overture would be hilarious. I mean, it's a great find. Venturer scoring one more point.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Overture, what
Takes a
happens after
C.
that?
Takes a C,
There's a
right?
C. There's
Coverture.
one C left.
Yeah.
That could be really interesting to see later on.
Oh man, what if Kevin draws
Um,
the C after this? Yeah, Venturer has to be better than this, right? Safer.
well, what's cool about Venture is that you could draw Adventurer
Yeah, but that's not
with
as
the
bad
double.
as any C play just walloping
But yeah,
this
it
spot,
just
you know?
has to be better to play Venturer and like leave this part of the board alone,
Yeah.
uh, and score the extra point.
Coverture. I feel like that has a great chance of coming into play in this game. Whoever draws the other C is pretty likely. The V here makes it really tough to make a play overlapping down either side of this word that actually blocks off this square really conclusively. So I feel like the C can easily come into play. So we'll see.
Yeah,
No pun intended.
we will
Sorry.
see. Yeah, one C left, so the likelihood of Kevin drawing it on this draw is something like 30%. Maybe would be my guesstimation.
I have
And I'm
some
a little bit
concern.
concerned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Paul has not played this bingo yet. I feel like if you see it, there's zero reason to waste any time. Oh my god, this draw from Kevin though.
Eek. Not good.
Yeah, this is concerning to us both clearly. Myself and Josh are sort of getting antsy because if you see Doorman Morendo as an anagram pair, you just know it should be going down. Oh man, oh no. I think we're going to see potentially a very huge miss.
Yeah, Morendo is 98 points, making JO. Um, Paul's just gonna want to, if he just resets for 2 seconds, he's gonna find it. Yeah,
There we
there we
go.
go.
Oof. Okay. Huge. That's pretty
Sometimes it
huge.
just feels too good to be true that you would have something playable here, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But he did that thing. It just clicked. Is like, okay, he knew subconsciously there was something there.
Yeah.
So that's a huge swing in Paul's favor, and terrible draw for Kevin.
Yeah,
No idea what he's gonna do.
one of the few ways that coverture hook could be
Miranda on hold.
blocked. Oh, a hold. Okay. Kevin can challenge this. I mean, it's 98, whatever you said, 90. Yeah, 98. If you're at all unsure, you got to challenge if you're Kevin. So he's going to get an extra, Paul will get an extra 5. And yeah, unfortunately for the C stands in the chat, we're probably going to see Chi be played, which is one of the few things that actually would block that spot. I mean, any consonant combo here might
I'm
do it.
devastated, Will.
I
I'm
know.
so devastated.
Sag. It's okay.
But not only if you have any doubt on a 98-point play should you challenge with this 5-point challenge rule, but the fact of the matter is Kevin knows now that he's in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
He's already found that he can play QI, but if he plays QI now, the board, this is his only lane.
Oh, yeah. Should he play
Board is
Niqab just to keep things open on this side of the board? It leaves HII sacrificing a boatload of points, but is that
could be.
better positionally? That's not a
I
nice
don't know.
play
The thing
either.
is, you're keeping the H, so if you play QI, you have the H for CH to reopen the board,
Yeah, it
maybe on
opens a
this
lot,
side. But
right?
that's a very shallow and dangerous opening ever make.
Yeah.
So regardless of what Kevin chooses here, his position is absolutely horrible.
Yeah, for sure. I guess
Maybe you
if
play
it's
QI
me.
here.
Oh,
Rather
how
draw something here.
interesting. Yeah. Well, actually, there are very, very few eyes on the board. In fact, only 2.
Oh my
So
God!
look at how
Paul's drawn
many.
3 of the 4.
And the C.
Oh man.
This is kind of crazy. Does he even have a play worth making? Not really. Not with this C. I have no idea what he's supposed to do. Like,
I
if
think
we assume
Tick
it's
is worth
Paul's
playing.
turn, what should he do here?
I think Tick is worth playing. It's 34.
Tick, I guess. That's as Acai lined up.
But
Sure,
yeah.
he's
Kevin just like, I'm sure he's just tanking here. It's like there's nothing good about this play. And
yeah.
can I please find a better play? I think is what is going through his head right now. That Q,
Q is brutal
crazy.
to draw here for sure. Not a lot of help for it in the form of U's in the bag either. If I'm Kevin, I'm probably grudgingly just playing Chi here. I know it sucks, but I'm not down by that much where it's like absolute. Ooh, he's gonna use the
Oh,
N.
interesting.
I wonder.
Honestly, that's good. That's good. I like this.
It gives
There's just
you.
more chance of things getting opened. That N, although helpful for balance, I think prevents Kevin from drawing certain things that'll help him out here.
Yeah, you do eventually, like, if this spot just stays open a while, you do potentially get the chance to play something with Chi that makes a threat. So there is that. Maybe you get lucky and are able to play through the queue somehow, opening more space. That doesn't seem quite as likely, but maybe it's possible. Of course, you are leaving a very imbalanced leave there, so you have to incur that hit. But yeah,
The spot from Paul is so funny because as a human being, if I see coverture, I want to keep my C. He's looking at Acai right here, which looks like a very good play.
yeah.
But I want to play Ixia for 11 and just try and draw a high scoring play. But
Yeah,
this is nothing great. There's nothing great at this point.
if you know this word for sure, Ixia is pretty solid. It doesn't score that much less than acai. Keep your C, and in basically any reasonable play ending in IC, which is common, right? As a suffix, IC, you definitely should be able to draw words like that often. But I don't quibble with acai that much either. You don't want to overly fixate on hitting this spot with coverture, especially because sometimes if you might be in situations where the only word you can play isn't very defensive and opens up more space. So it's fine. Acai is fine. So.
Yeah, that's the part of the really weird, deep analysis that I don't really like about keeping the C. Is like, yeah, once you get it, what's happening? You're just opening the board.
Right. It's good in the
All
short
right,
term for sure. But yeah.
really bad draw for Paul,
Both
who has a nice
players
lead over
both
Kevin.
both players have kind of trash right now.
I think that was a pretty good draw actually for Kevin. He's got some.
Well,
I mean, he
one more
kept
consonant
what?
might
What
be
did he keep?
nice, right? Like
HAII.
yes, but he drew two vowels to that. So he could have drawn three consonants and been in business. So he did draw one consonant, but I think he could do better. But what's he got set up here?
I don't know. Maybe he's thinking of playing Ohio over here. That to me seems like really shooting yourself in the foot. The overlaps for that word are going to be massive and going to further shut the board down. I was thinking maybe patio is an option. I mean, nothing is good here. Maybe you play Hoy up here.
Yeah.
Ahi.
The reason I like Adio is just biding your time a little longer and maybe trying to really make a good play with the H, right? If you could make a solid play with this right here, for example, at least a 4 that opens up this lane and this lane together, that, like, let's say Kevin draws the blank and can make a word like this holding the blank, that puts so much pressure on Paul. So I like Adio for that reason, keeping the H and hoping for something like that to come up. But I could see any of those plays being solid. This seems solid. This seems all right. I mean, it's a bad
Scores
situation.
well.
Yeah, it scores
As
well.
well for what you got. This might help. Oops, this might help Paul a little bit. Like, but is he really gonna play tilt to that H, keeping WUI?
That's brutal to do. I mean, there's no way around it, huh? You can't hit
Do
that
other
H without
stuff.
keeping. The only way to get to the triple to that H is tilt. Ugh, that's so
I
brutal.
think this is a really weird and deep and like strategic tactical position. Paul is up 24, so he's not necessarily winning whenever Kevin doesn't bingo. Kevin could somehow score his way back into this game. So that's why maybe playing for points with tilt is worth considering. It is actually the best play by equity, according to the engine. Equity being point value plus the leave value. So even though IUW is an absolutely dreadful set of 3 letters to keep, the 24 points make up for that. There are other options. You can play WILI and try to fade a response on this triple. Um, you could play Twixt through this X, keeping ILU. You could even exchange here. There is a blank lurking, so there's some danger. Doesn't seem like it's at all comfortable for Paul. But he's playing Twix.
He's playing Twixt, and this is kind of cool to me because Tilth, as good of an equity play as it is, and again, as Josh defined equity, that's something that warrants repeating. We define that as the points of the play plus the value of the leftover letters with no consideration of the board status or anything like that. It's just a way to measure the ranking of plays while factoring in the value of your leftover letters, because as you know, 2 plays scoring 20 points, one of which leaves ERS blank and one leaves UUUU, are different. So that's our way of measuring that. But yeah, Twixt, the thing I want to say about this is Tilth opening up this lane, which is going to be a big problem long term for Paul. It feels annoying to make a play like Twixt that doesn't really do anything to close the board down further. But actually, the fact that it doesn't open the board is good enough for Paul because the board is so crappy right now. It's so difficult to do basically anything, that making a play that leaves the board in its current crappy state is well worth it. So, yeah, liking that choice for him, even though it looks pretty unideal, Josh.
I think this is over. I was just paying on the board because Nika and IKH has been spotted. This is
Oh,
certainly
and
far and
Tipula's.
away Kevin's best play, but yeah, Tipula is coming down right after.
Oh,
Underlapping is probably going to end things on the spot.
yeah, he's got Nika
Nika's going to
lined
tie the
up.
game,
Great play.
but
But what if,
um,
could it's going to tie the game and maybe Kevin draws the blank? And
yeah, but then what? I mean, if
well,
we
yeah,
look at
let's
this
look at
line,
it.
I could look at the
Nika,
analysis.
Tipula's.
Look at the analysis up here
What
for
if he
what's going to
draws,
happen.
blank P or something, and he can play a big play to the triple, holding the blank, opening more space? I feel like there's definitely.
He'd empty the bag.
Oh, bag's gonna be empty at that point. Okay, never mind. How many tiles in the
So
bag?
this is
22. It's gonna be. So now it's gonna. That would be 15, then 11. Yeah, it would empty the bag. You're right. Okay, so there's pretty much no doing that. There we go. Nice one, Paul. Tipulas.
I tipula my hat to this.
No,
Where are you
no,
going?
not there. There we go.
My hat is untipped.
And there is the blank. I mean, it's there. The
It's
T
just
is not good enough, though, I don't think.
I'm just trying to see like what kind of what kind of wizardry is possible in this position. with 4 in the bag.
Tibula is anagramming to "It's Paul." nice find, Jello mochas.
Can you play? Is there a hook to lad? Lad?
Blad, I think is a word. Glad. You're gonna have to draw crazy specific, and it's just gonna get blocked anyway.
This board will is just
Yeah, it's too crappy.
so unwelcoming. So
Yeah.
what's left? This I, this T,
The
and
eye.
whatever space you might open up here with like Nan. Like maybe you play NAN.
And hope
up
to
here.
draw the other
Draw
A.
something.
Anan is a word. That's gonna get met pretty quickly with a play here that might outrun though, I feel. Right? If you play Nan here, just get hit with anything with the P or M, any of that stuff. It's gonna score so well. You probably can't win anyway. Looks pretty grim
for Paul Allen. We were talking about how blanks are important, but in this particular instance, Morendo out of nowhere was really a game changer.
This fits too. If you draw one of the many E's, if you're Kevin, you can leave this open, right? Able.
But I guess maybe you can play like Lind, L-I-N-D. It's just
It's gonna be rough.
So much like everything can be blocked.
Yeah, it's true. It probably is true. It's pretty tough. Not really sure if there is going to be a play that feels good, but you gotta. Maybe the mindset here, if you're Kevin, is to not necessarily come up with something that's absolutely ironclad that's gonna, win you the game for sure. But maybe just something that makes things complicated for Paul. That's probably the best you can do. With optimal play, it seems like Paul is going to win by outrunning or blocking the most salient threat. But give him a chance to make a boo-boo, I guess. That's the best you can do.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be tough. And Kevin, with only 2 minutes left on the clock, does not have time to consider all of the viable options here. So I don't think he's going to make it. But crazier things have happened. This is Scrabble.
Looking back at a game like this, what could Kevin have done? I would say Kevin has made nary a false step except for his original play of Brogue. This was actually a pretty big mistake. 17-point play when he could have played Tubbers for 44. That would have changed. The butterfly effect is
absolutely everything. Yeah.
Can't even say how much the game would have changed because it was so early. Everything would have branched off differently from that. But that was a pretty good sized mistake. Since that time, Kevin has played really, really well, made a lot of plays that we liked. So yeah.
So he is playing Lad. That's so cool. That was my original idea.
Hope for something.
And I think, yeah, calls for desperation. It seems really hard to block whatever threats there may be after this play without opening new ones. So I really think this was a very smart decision. With under a minute left for Kevin, we just have to see what he draws. ADEINNS blank is what is unseen from Paul's perspective. Unfortunately,
not quite.
That D was not the letter that Kevin wanted, but there are threats, right? From Paul's perspective of the Glad and Blad, Bandies.
Yeah, he's got to worry about an N being in the bag for sure. I feel like
2 and 8.
It is with this N. So if an N is in the bag, Bandies and Blad, and you can't even even if there was a play starting with EP, that wouldn't work either because it just makes it worse for you. In fact, because I think Slade is a word, so you can't do that. But I do think Paul should be able to underlap here pretty effectively, right? I feel like he can
Yeah, but
score
if he
nicely.
underlaps, look, I mean, you're giving back.
Well, let's
Like
see.
you
If he
put the
plays,
N.
he's thinking about playing Peen.
You need the S for 8s. That's going to be difficult. So
It's
that'll
hard.
certainly outrun stuff through the B.
This feels scary, but maybe it's not as scary as it seems when you actually go through. I mean, sending. So you lose to sending if the A is in the bag.
Yeah, he's losing at least 1 out of 8 in all of these situations.
Yeah. So how do you get around that?
Yeah, stand-in too. So I in the bag.
Stand-in. Yeah,
this is
this would
crazy.
be. Oh, and he has
This is
stand-in.
actually this might happen.
Stand-in is gonna play. If Kevin sees stand-in after this, which I mean, his word knowledge is so strong, he might even have time. This could. Oh my god. Crazy.
He's gonna win by 14 if PENE comes down. What an incredible situation here.
What about
I
like
don't
Nep?
know.
What about like
Do
Nep?
you? Yeah, but
Stand-in.
stand, the new
Stand-in.
word, and stand in and stand.
Jeez.
What do you do?
Pretty crazy.
Do you play TEEM and just hope for no bandies and no canines?
What about this?
Wow. That could be it. Is there no underlaps available?
There might be. I mean, that's equally brutal.
Medina's, but that is only a 1 in 8.
Medina's. Oh my god. Crazy. This is very agonizing from Paul's perspective. What
This is
about
insane. I mean, the plays that make the most sense are going to give back.
Medina's, huh? Oh my god.
Like PENE or NEP make the most sense here. There's no real T unseen. It's just a blank. But it is all about math. If you're Paul, you have to use every second of your time here to make sure you're analyzing all of the threats with all of the potential blocks that you have.
It's unbelievable. I cannot believe that Paul has. I mean, it seemed like he was absolutely locked down. So Lad was a pretty great idea. In fact,
That gets the 2 exclamation marks. I know I found it immediately.
yeah.
But that's me. I think just, most of the things that I find are not so brilliant. But I think this deserves the 2 exclamation mark.
So Paul is up by 55. That's not enough. I mean, I was gonna say if he was up like a little bit more, then not only would outrunning be a possibility, but passing would also be a possibility if he knew he could get a really good scoring place somewhere. But that doesn't. I don't feel like you can pass. Medina's gonna score too much. You don't have a good counter to that. So that I think he's got to play. Oh man, crazy. So we know.
So there's been discussion of putting the T, making ATT, because that doesn't get overlapped. But whatever you do,
yeah, it still
you're gonna
gives
have
this
some
up.
threats.
If you play something like team or something like that, which is very difficult to underlap, you're still gonna lose.
Well, even something like
bandies.
pet, and ATT
Pet
is going to give back spending, spavin.
spending. Yeah, that's not a. And what about the M? Is that you play Met or
Met is Amadine's. So there are some plays that are going to win the game
Jeez.
based on what Kevin has, but how do you know? How do you know what to do? Is there any way that you can
Get to
infer
100.
something
From
from the
Lad.
play of Lad that would give you information to help you decide? Or is this really just a plain math equation
I don't know.
with all of the...
How could you infer anything?
Wow.
He's gonna go.
I
Oh
don't know
my
what to
god.
say.
Okay, Met looks like what Paul's considering. He's gone back. So just to make clear, if he plays Peen thinking he wants to block bandies, he's gonna lose potentially if Kevin sees his outplay. It's a lot of the time is an issue. So you got to be careful you aren't so zealous to block. I actually like Paul's ability to suss this out as thoroughly as anybody in the field. I feel like that he lives for this. Like he's always posting puzzles on, on social media that are kind of like this. I actually like his ability to come up with something good here, but it is very challenging to be sure.
This is... I don't even...
Yeah,
It's really
Medina's.
insane.
The blank in here makes it so much more brutal to calculate, I would say. He's thinking about Nep now. This again is going to lose to Stand. He does this. This would be so painful. Oh my god.
I mean, I think there's plays that win 6 out of 8 here. There might be a play that wins 7 out of 8. We'd have to analyze. Is putting the M out only winning with or only losing with... No, there's S in the bag, N in the bag. That's 6 and 8. That's
Neat.
insane. So we have somebody following this on our best engine that says the best option for Paul only wins 6 out of 8 times. Can you believe this potential swindle from Kevin McMahon? I can't believe what just happened. I thought the game was over. Tipula's just
Absolutely.
destroyed every chance that Kevin had immediately, but Kevin found pretty much the only poison in the position, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Putting a ton of pressure
And
on
it's the
Paul.
perfect score too. Like if Paul just had 10 more points or
He
something,
could just
he'd
outrun
probably have
probably.
options that just score too much.
His
Wow,
clock is.
unbelievable.
He can use up a lot of clock here, knowing that it's very binary, right? Either Kevin's going to have a bingo or he won't. If Kevin has a bingo, he probably loses. If he doesn't, he wins, even if he takes a time penalty. So I think that's probably true. Maybe not if there was like a bingo here, but otherwise, I'm pretty sure what I just said is right.
Good point by Evil Budgie. Lid would be played potentially
Ah,
if you had an I because you have the S for slid.
yeah. But even then, drawing
So
three
either no
tiles.
S or no I.
Yeah, fair enough.
There's a small little
Things, yeah, little weightings. All right,
So
here we go.
we're
Oh
gonna
man,
see
this is it.
EENE, and that is going to give back
That's gonna
2
lose.
out bingos for Kevin McMahon. Holy mackerel, and all he needs to do is spot these within the next 2.5 minutes.
Oh, he's gonna see him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
He's got to. He's got to see he can just play right underneath. Just lock it in right there.
does
And
he have to see it before going overtime, or does he have
No.
another minute?
He has another... He can go over a minute overtime. Or
Oh,
yeah, but he finds it. Stand-in.
holy
Paul's gotta be...
shit! Paul is going to be devastated. Yeah, brutal, absolutely brutal.
Oh.
Man, so that my heart goes out to Paul for that, but also brilliant by Kevin. Both. right? Both of those things. What a fascinating. Yeah, Paul's going to go straight to the post-mortem
Gotta
here,
be. He's
wasting
gotta
no
be
time.
beside himself.
But that is
Because he probably
crazy.
thinks there's gotta be something here.
He's
There's gotta be
thinking there
something
has to be a
better.
way to win. Yeah, so this would win, right? This would have won in this situation, I'm pretty sure. And maybe, I mean, maybe Paul just picked what was the
I mean, this was bad. This was a 4 and 8.
yeah, so too many things play underneath there for this to be good. But so he could have gone up to 6 out of 8 with this play, which would have won, right?
Yeah, but that's high. I mean,
It's
yeah.
hindsight.
So
Of course it's hindsight and you're
PNE was
trying to
definitely.
in a way the desire that Paul had to try to like get to 8 out of 8 probably, led him to like I have to block bandies and, hope there's nothing else. But yeah, I mean that he went for a higher, higher winning percentage, but in the process probably allowed more stuff than he was realizing thanks to that blank.
Yeah, so if there's a play that only loses to the eye and something else, then that would probably be the right play. Just because the eye would appear to be up to a 1 in 4 chance that the eye is in the bag. If you can purely infer that lid would be played instead of lad, then the likelihood that the eye is still in the bag is a 1 in 4. So that's twice as likely as a 1 in 8. So if there's some play, yeah, this will have to be analyzed with an engine, but
Yeah, this is crazy. Engine's got to help us sort of sift through all the possibilities just to make like we could do a lot of this by hand and go through all the like what if you draw this, what if you draw that, what bingos are available with different plays, but the engine's going to brute force it and help us understand it really fast. That is a wildly complex situation, especially with can you sprinkle in a little bit of inference and know that lad makes it less likely to have certain letters, whether it's an I or an S. Crazy. That was crazy, Josh.
great.
Probably
That was great.
the best game we've seen in terms of cutting our teeth into something really exciting.
Yeah. Just yeah, not much left to say there. I just that play of lad just made things so incredibly complicated.
Yep. That's the sort of
Wow.
play we've seen a number of games like this where a player's down by what looks like too much. The reason that everybody in that situation at this level is always grinding until the last second runs off their clock is because sometimes there are plays like that available that put unexpected pressure on. Sometimes there aren't, but you're looking for plays like that that give you some kind of winning pathway. And yeah, this was definitely exactly that sort of game for Kevin where you're just like, holy crap, I cannot believe I won that. This is definitely the type of game that you could see Kevin, springboard off of this up the standings. So yeah, pretty crazy.
I
Um,
mean, I've been in this sort of situation where it just feels like there's gotta be a winning play. There's just gotta be. But like
yeah,
the more you analyze, the more freaked out you get by all the possibilities. Yeah, it must have been a huge gut punch for Paul, who did get up, walked away, came back.
yeah.
Wow,
Had to get
what a
up for a
win
sec.
for
Crazy win
Kevin
for
McMahon.
Kevin. He's gonna get that in. He's gonna pop up to 11-5, but most of the other games are complete. So I would say it's time for us to pick a game. If we look at the schedule, I think we're down to the final round of the day. It's round 17. So we got to pick a good one ASAP, or it's going to be picked for us. I feel like maybe Ben and Chris. We haven't had them on the stream for a while.
Mhm.
Sammy
Yeah,
versus David Webb is also fine. That's fine. Also, Ben, Chris is fine.
I guess it depends how
Whichever.
much you care about the viewer experience of sideways tiles and upside
Yeah,
down tiles.
yeah, for
Like
sure.
I have no problem watching Ben Schonbrun play. Um, on stream, and it seems like this crowd seems not as phased by it. Maybe people are just used to it, and I think maybe that's a good thing to get people used to that sort of thing. I would definitely watch Ben versus Chris.
So yeah, we'll see. I'm getting talking with producers on site about this. So yeah, that was really fun. People are saying Mac video, Will video. I could definitely see doing a video of that one just because Kevin pulling a rabbit out of a hat there is pretty amazing. It's a good video to show the complexity that certain positions have in the late game for sure.
Yep. And there's no shortage of these games. It's just that we rarely get to see one on stream.
So yeah, we will see. What's all the starts and replies? This is telling the players who goes first in the game. So that's decided for you by the computer system that pairs it. So for example, Rasheed replies, meaning he goes second against Paul Allen. Let's see, Paul starts. So there's always going to be one starts and one replies. So let me just see if there are players. No, they're still grinding here at this post-mortem. I mean, Paul is agonizing, and I totally understand it. But man, that was a brutally complicated position. He should definitely, of course, we all want to try to win every last game. That's theoretically possible. And yes, he had some other plays he was considering that would have won him this game, but that was not a garden variety blown game where you do something really stupid. Like, that was a very high level situation that I think many of us, Josh, would have struggled to navigate.
Yeah, it really does just go to show the complexity of a pre-endgame position. The most important position in a Scrabble game is one where there are only a few tiles left because you have the ability to ascertain certain things and really weigh the pros and the cons and the probabilities. And sometimes it's the difference between winning 100% of the time and winning 7 out of 8, which we saw earlier with Sammy Okasaga versus Natalie Zolti. Sometimes it's the difference between winning 6 out of 8 and 4 out of 8, which is what we saw here. And it can even get more complicated. It can be less of a pure equation if you add some sort of inference, if you add some sort of gathering from the previous play that a certain letter was still in the bag at that point, which I think we can possibly do in this position. So yeah, this is why we're showing Scrabble. I mean, part of it is just I don't think the world is understanding or really like ready for how brilliant this game is and how multifaceted. But I actually think the world is ready. I think they just are not. They don't know. And people like you are bringing Scrabble to the world stage.
Yeah,
and showing people the brilliancy of the game. So
definitely, it
please make a
galls.
video.
Yeah, I'm sure I will. It galls me to think about Scrabble being mentioned in the same breath, I should say, not with a D, as like other family games, like whatever it may be, Shoots and Ladders or whatever. Like, give me a break. Like part of my whole. No. Oh, all right. It's gonna be Sammy and David Webb here. That sounds good. So Sammy going first. I'll just tell them they can get started anytime as I do the nameplates and whatnot. That's not essential. We'll just catch up with that stuff as long as you're ready with the game analysis. We should
Absolutely.
be good. Cool. So let's just launch right into it. I'll tell them ready, and they can get started. It's round 17. Between
final
Sammy,
round of the day, guys.
Yes. The day has started, and it's Sammy. It's my opponent to go first. Sammy is in 7th right now. Important game for these two. I think both of them are sort of hovering on the outskirts of like the top group, so they could each use a win badly. So there is some import to this game for each of those players. It's going to be harder. How many in a 32 game tournament, Josh? What would your estimate be of how many losses, or I guess how many wins it would take to clinch it for the winner?
32.
Like 22,
20. I'd say 20.
20 in a field like this?
20,
Maybe
21.
it's just such a deep field. Uh-oh. Wait, what's happening with the board? I guess we're okay. I think it's fine.
Is the rack okay? The top rack?
Yeah, I just saw the board moving out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, oh no. I think we should be all right.
Yeah, you can move the top rack down.
Yeah, I'll get it in a second. Rack. Be all good. This should be a fun match between these two. So, of course, David has been on stream already. He won a thrilling game against Rasheed Balogun, which, all right, let me get the flags as well. Thrilling game against Rasheed Balogun, which it seemed like David would be dead to rights just because he was drawing so badly. But he pulled it out, which was very impressive. We've seen Sammy a bunch, though, as well.
Yep. So let's see what he gets. First rack. DXRD. AA. Oh, okay. Saved by those vowels in the end. We might see a quick play of Vax for 26. Seems pretty much like what you do here.
All right, we have a little bit of the board
Vax
off.
keeping road. And
Yeah.
an early blank for Mr. Webb.
Oh, Tottenham, come on. I guess Muttony is much safer, but we want Tottenham for content.
And the Y hook, right?
Yeah, Y in addition to the S. That would be pretty epic. I think David is likely to see Muttony, which plays underneath the A of Vax right here. This is pretty safe.
So either Muttony or Buttony will not give back Air Radio. Excuse me.
Oh.
So this is actually going to be very interesting. I think
big swing.
whichever of the bingos David chooses is not going to give back the spot for Air Radio. So that's going to be kind of brutal.
Yeah, we talked about these 5 vowel 7s and 8s, how important it is to know them. So certainly Sammy sees it, you see it's lined up, but let's say you're one of the many people watching this who probably wouldn't know that's a word. The difference between...
He's Tottenham. This would be so cool.
Oh my god. The funny thing about Tottenham is that there's no question that Muttony is better in every way. It scores 11 more points. There we go. Nice one, David. Good spot. I have Tottenham for 61.
I knew you were about to start.
Opens a very big hook. Don't like that. Oh, I've got Muttony instead. 11 more points. Let's do that. We're going to bingo.
What the blank is.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We could get producer on that.
I'll ask.
I think my guess is B. We can run a poll as well.
Of what people think it is. Yeah. Yeah, he saw Tottenham and then switched it to the better play for sure. And the agonizing thing here, again, is that no matter which choice this is, a radio, as I was trying to drive towards this point, right? Like, having the ability to play this bingo or not is such a huge determinant of, like, your fortunes in this game. If Sammy had a spot for this where he can just get out of this terrible rack, which is otherwise terrible... Like, this, because he can't play this bingo, this rack is pretty terrible. If he could, obviously it wouldn't be terrible because he's bingoing. He's scoring 70 odd points. So yeah, Um, tough swing for him. So many of the replies that David could have made there would have allowed Sammy to bingo here, but it's not to be.
I think it is a B. I know that's not what you were saying. But we got people guessing
Nice.
what the blank is. Is it a B? There's two people that say B, two people that say M. We're going to see the play of deer come down.
Answer is M.
No! I should have known that David Webb, of course, he loves that meat. I remember going out to dinner with him. He was very fond of all the meat dishes.
Nice.
So muttony makes the most sense. I caught myself there, don't worry.
Fair enough. Interesting play by Sammy, though. Deer for 33, leaving 3 vowels. He probably has to do that, but it likely does not feel good to him to do. But look at the score. It's close, right? There's no need for panic on his part. But what to do if
back
you're
to
David, right?
It's a pretty decent draw. You drew an S, drew some nice bingo tiles, but nowhere to play Yui, is there? UEY. Since he made that blank an M, he can't play UEY here. ABY would have been valid.
Right.
Wow, look at that chickens.
He's getting ready to play that with Udo, which actually looks kind of nice, right?
This that's great.
A really nice looking spot that sets you up fantastically to hit. Oh wait, it's an M, so you can't put an S there. So that's all right though. Actually, that was probably David's thinking with behind Buttony versus Muttony, right? Like one of them puts a nice S hook on the board, and you just don't know if Sammy has one. So with this being an M, you can't do that. But now, ironically, David probably wishes it was a B because he's in really good position to get the next bingo down. If an S hook were to reveal itself, see what he draws. Sammy with Buhai on his rack. Great word, but where is he? Oh, he's going to play it with Ami. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Maybe we should just leave that there.
Leave this there. It's kind of funny.
People know what's going on.
Yeah, Buhai with the 3 O's on the rack. This is just like far and away. I'll keep that M up there for everybody for a little bit. Yeah. So fully expect this to come down. I like this play. Josh, your thoughts?
Yeah. I think it's the only play that does anything decent.
Yeah, pretty forced.
Unfortunately, gonna give David some very nice counterplay.
Yeah,
there's mention of the S on Yui, which is not a word. Chop Suey, only valid in your, I guess, in your recipe book.
Suety,
Have you gotten Suey?
No, I don't think so. No, I've never had Suey. I mean, it's totally reasonable. That seems like it should definitely be good, but it happens not to be. Ooh, nice draw for Sammy to his O. Not sure if he has anything yet, but that's definitely what he's wanting. But yeah, no bingos for David. He should definitely be able to play something nice under Buhai, though.
Yeah. So WALE, WEAR will make OW the spot here. And score a nice, juicy, muttony 34 points.
Yeah. I think just ERS is just so classically strong that you probably want to play Whale here just for that reason. It is worth noting, mentioned in one of the chats, Yui is kind of nice to set up your L for Ludo. So if you draw anything ending in L or even LS, it fits there. But I don't think that's frequent enough of an occurrence to worry about keeping the L here.
Yeah, fully agree with that. it's a very, very small drop in a rather large pool to keep an L hook on this board. So yeah, Dave's just probably doubly checking he doesn't have an 8-letter word through any of these tiles. The B or the O, I guess. And maybe he's going to want to just drop the WE. Keep the very, very potent and strong AELRS.
Yeah.
It could be an option.
He has this. Is he thinking of this? This definitely is not as good, given that you really want to keep an E, I think. No?
You do, but this does have the benefit of setting up your S. You can maybe get some big scores here next, and it's maybe a little bit more restrictive for scoring.
Yeah.
For Sammy, but yeah, probably a small mistake here.
I just think, yeah, it's too big a hit to his bingo percentage to do this, in my opinion. But I'm not going to sit here and say it's like a massive mistake or anything. It scores well. It blocks more of the, spots here. David is the one who's slightly ahead. So maybe he wants to get in the way of the B a little bit in addition to everything else. Yeah, there is still a good sevens line here, so it's not fully a block anyway. But let's see what he draws. Is he going to redraw an E, or is he going to wish that he held on to one? Ooh, CV. CV. Ouch. Yeah. So what did he draw? He left ALS. So
I don't even want to engage in this conversation.
CORV. So if he had played whale leaving ERS, he would have nothing either. So it doesn't matter from that perspective. Sometimes it does matter, It's nice to look at that.
Disappointed. It's a one in like tens of thousands.
Right, but if you simulate it and one play simulates a lot better, then you could be looking at one of the iterations that's the reason why,
Yeah, one of hundreds of thousands of possibilities. Yeah, we agree that you should keep the E there, but not based on the one draw that David got, but based on all of the combined draws.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a very dangerous game to play hindsight like that, but I think, sometimes there is something to learn from the reason that certain draws work and other draws don't, right? Like ERS is just a better leave than ALS. So that what does that mean? It means more bingos result.
Yeah, having some salient and having some actual results or just like some practical explanations as to why. Of course.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I mean,
sure.
if we're sitting here and telling Chad, telling everybody watching that ERS is better than ALS, I think they're going to trust us.
Yeah, and of course, every proclamation about what sets of letters are better than the other need to be, qualified hugely. That it's always board specific. Got to make sure that there's no consideration that could sway things. Like if there was some massive, if activist was right here. If activist was on the board right here, you should keep the L for lactivist. Very nice.
I knew that one.
Right? ALS would be better on that board. So, in any case...
They're both good, right? Lactivism well?
I don't actually know the answer to that. I would assume, but for consistency's sake, but I don't know. So... over to Sammy. Is he thinking about playing his S here? Maybe he's thinking a play like this looks like something David would do with the S and wants to play freeze here. I feel like I would want to definitely keep... If I'm Sammy, I probably want to lean into it and make a new spot, right? Like I would want to not just cash it like that. Oh, he's thinking about surf now.
So that's the thing here. There's really no good S spots on this board and no good plays that don't use the S that score something. The only reasonable play that scores without the S is ORF or FE. Or just
there's no way to make. You can't even really make one. That's the annoying thing.
So that's why this is this has been like taking Sammy's clock down at least 3 or 4 minutes because there's nothing clear.
Thinking about
Equity would
this,
say oaf, but if David just has one of those 4 L's
or
or a
three
G,
G's, yeah, Goph as
like
well.
I
It's so
I
risky.
can't stomach that. You could play OF, OnlyFans, and keep the AEILS, which gives you very good chances.
I would favor
Of drawing
that
something
to.
here.
I would rather that than oaf. Would you?
Yeah, it's yeah, much better, I would say, OF than OAF. But yeah, the idea of freeze or freeze, it's like it's the most points you can get.
It makes sense.
It's- you don't want to play Tifo really because it doesn't really create a great lane for you and
Yeah, it takes one
sort of blocks
away.
stuff off.
So Tifo here makes a lane, but also takes one that you were banking on being available. So it's kind of neutral. Maybe that's okay though. Is that like maybe that's all right? You're not, at least you're not blocking only, like playing something that doesn't hook, takes away your one spot, and you still keep that really nice leave. I don't know. Is it's not obviously like I wouldn't discard it immediately as being like horrible, but I don't know. It can't be the best play, can it?
No, I don't like it. I think it just gives too much back as well with the overlaps.
I guess I'm liking
Um,
Orf more as I think about it. I'm liking this play more.
yeah, it seems pretty good. It's hard to see with the new O hook on O
Yeah.
on Al. I mean, but yeah, or for Surf even was being suggested.
I just like this play
Um,
because if you draw a seven
this
letter
Surf is the
bingo,
most you can score. Yeah,
if you draw a seven letter bingo, it's going to play the vast majority of the time, but it's very difficult for David to do anything with this lane that's really that productive, right? Like, yeah, a six letter word here. Of course, he could have a bingo of his own, but assuming he doesn't, playing down from the E, that doesn't look great, and it would open more lanes for you. It's like doesn't really do much other than make a decent bingo lane for you. So I think it scores 26. That's pretty good. You don't have to use up your S to do it. I think I'm leaning towards that now.
yeah. So I mean, hear me out though. The play that Sammy's looking at, and he's already taken over 6 minutes this turn, which is very impressive. He's
There you
playing
go.
Surf, and just like
Surf.
what do you do if you don't have an S? What do you do on this board? How do you make
It's
any
true. This
progress
board is
so much of the time?
very trash. There's no question about that. This board is really tough to work with. Without an S, you're doomed. How are you doing anything? It makes a lot of sense.
And
Um,
even now, like Dave does have the S, but what's the best he can do? Like
I don't think he's going to play it. I think he'd be more apt
Soka?
to play Vocal and Ludo than play
Yeah.
anything with the S right now. So yeah,
Yeah, or even just Vol.
VOL. Yeah, that's better.
VOL.
That's probably better.
ACRS.
Your
You're
leave
gonna hit this
is
pretty
yeah,
hard.
definitely better. Good call.
So yeah, that was a very long think from Sammy. The longest think I think we've seen this whole entire
It deserved it
tournament
though. That
on
was a
stream. But
really
yeah, we could keep talking about
nuanced.
this position for
Yeah,
a day.
very nuanced position. I can say for sure I would have played Orf almost as soon as I saw it. So this is a learning moment for me because Sammy is definitely, respect your elders here. Sammy's resume in the game speaks for itself. So yeah,
Scrabble speaks for itself. Yeah.
yes, that's right. Uh, man, we need some drama like that.
I like
Just
Orf
kidding.
too. I think that's probably the right call. But this really, I mean, if you're gonna use that much time making a very restrictive play that forces your opponent to use a bunch of their time, a lot of the time, is probably a good call.
Yeah. So
So, are we gonna see Vol, or are we gonna see something
Bo
more like
vocab?
Oh, that would be weird. He's looking at vocabs, taking the 9 extra for the S.
Pursuer. That's
But why would
wow. Is he
you
gonna really
do
play
that
the
with
S?
your... You have
Wow.
this.
Yeah,
No,
I
you
don't
have the S
like
for this. You have the S for this.
don't like playing the S here. Yeah, it's too valuable with these other spots. It's just yeah, you get some more points for it for sure, but it's the amount of extra points that you're gonna get by having it and having plays here that are like 15, 20 points better than anything else after Sammy plays through the C, which he's going to do every time. And now he has the K, so it's like easy pickings right here to just hammer this
But you
spot.
know what? Well, what if, like, if you're Sammy, aren't you under the impression that this fully, like, tells you that David has another S? Doesn't this
Yeah,
seem like you would
but
only play this with another S?
can you really what can you do
You
with
can't
that
do anything
info?
about
You
it.
have to play here and you have no way of playing far enough that doesn't create this hook, so you gotta probably live with it if you're Sammy and be pleasantly surprised when you discover there actually was no S. Um, yeah, but
Yeah, I just feel like just you're taking away so much of your agency by playing vocab. So I wonder why. I
tick
guess tick instead of talk
and
because
not
there are
talk.
7 eyes unseen.
Yeah, nice job, Sammy. He's dodging all this. That's why. The O's, there's a lot of them on the board, so it's very unlikely he's going to draw more. That's a very clever play by Sammy for sure. Let's see what he draws. If he draws an I, he's going to look like a genius.
Still not going to be happy though with 5 owls.
Yeah, for sure.
But he's taking a lead.
N R W. Ovenware. Oh boy. Wow. Bingo. Bingo from the V of vocabs, which is big. I cannot imagine how that's getting obstructed. Oh, a
Ludo.
hull. A hull.
A hull, bool,
Ouch.
BUHL.
Oh my god.
I think it is getting blocked.
Sheesh. This is another banger on our hands here with a lot of,
But you could
nuances.
just see, I could imagine Thurl keeping the second L. That
Representing the
keeps
S
like,
that he doesn't have.
wow, but I actually don't like this play for David. I don't really see what the point is of keeping BR on this board.
Um,
But yeah, it just feels so unbalanced compared to being able to keep a vowel. But I mean, it's gonna work out really nice for him.
yeah. And there isn't anything it should we should make clear. There is no star play here that blows this out of the water. There are a lot of like hair splitting options between that. I mean, he had plays also like Hub and Budo if he thought about that, which also would have blocked Ovenware. Anything here blocks, unfortunately. And there's Sammy lamenting here. That was one of the worst circles I've ever drawn. Not a circle, but worst shapes I've ever drawn. So yeah.
You look into
Oh, Renovate, but also Urbanite now for David.
wow,
I have no idea how Sammy is gonna.
Wove.
If he plays Wove, that would get the job done. Setting up his N, maybe. What else, right?
It's the top equity.
Yeah. What else? Like Townie or something? That's too crazy.
Townies.
Can't do that
You
after.
probably
David's.
still think he has an S.
Yeah, you definitely
The
can.
Wove blocks the S hook on ticks, sets your N up, doesn't do anything terrible to the board, doesn't set up massive danger. We might just see Wove, but yeah, we might also see Sammy taking a while here, but his time
Yeah, he already
starting to be a
has.
problem.
He already has taken a while. These last two games are rejuvenating my energy level, Josh.
Yeah, they've been amazing.
Um,
I don't actually understand what in the world you do here if you're Sammy. It's
it's
such a barn
it's
burner. of a
very
game.
brutal. I mean, Wove does have that benefit. What's he got there? Reeb 1. Oh, Maybe he's going to play that here just to sort of turn tiles. Yeah, okay. It makes some sense. It's a little imbalanced, but try to get that blank, try to get that Z, some of the other stuff in there. It is going to
Setting up
allow.
A and A.
Yep. It's reasonable. I mean, it gives back good overlaps all around, right? Like it's definitely giving a lot back, but there's no hesitation on David's part. So a lot is going to hinge on this draw now for Sammy. If he draws something good, he can keep pace. Draw something bad, I don't know.
Still, I mean, what happened now after the play of Surf and Vocabs is an S has become extremely valuable. Not just to open the board, but to maybe just keep until you draw a bingo starting an S down here.
Enamine fits alert.
Oh, wow.
Enamine.
What in the world?
Right here.
Yes, it does.
Oh, huge.
So that's great for Sammy. It's
Critical.
still blank out though.
Yeah, critical for Sammy. He's gonna see it. No way he misses this. I don't think. It would be shocking.
Yeah. Question: did Sammy move to the U.S. from Nigeria? Yes.
Quick.
Sammy's lived in the U.S. for many, many years now.
Nice one, Sammy. Let's see what David draws. He hasn't looked yet that we are aware of. Not sure even where his tiles are. Like, he probably has them off to the side somewhere, but I don't see him. So, wow, Sammy benefiting from that, making a lane that maybe if he draws something with an A in it, he'll be able to play it. That's exactly what happened.
Enemy on hold.
David challenges it. Extra 5 points. I mean, this game's pretty close, so that's a nice little perk for Sammy, I would say.
Yeah. A little surprised with that challenge, but if you're unsure.
Yeah, why not? 81 points before the challenge if you have any doubt. I would much rather see the challenge than not. Sammy himself in an earlier game not challenging, shockingly, the ECOD's hook from Rasheed Balogun. Wouldn't taunt on him at the very start be 76. Unfortunately not, just because it actually doesn't hit. It would have been through this A, so you're only getting the face value of all the tiles except for the one on this square. So typically bingos that don't hit a double word or a triple word or anything like that often find themselves in the like 60-point range. So yeah, you're just getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 14, 64.
All right, so David's clock not restarted. I think David just took a look at the timer too. Maybe not, but Galago.
Wow, spected for Sammy. Is that good?
Yeah,
I think it is,
good.
right? Yikes.
Yeah, that's good. What an unexpected. Okay, I shouldn't even. I'm not even.
Tagalog.
Tagalog. True, tag along is the word.
Yeah,
not
quite tag-along though. So David close with that, but yeah, no, unfortunately. Oh yeah, we got to remind them to hit that timer. Unfortunately, they didn't restart their clock.
Yeah, I think that's something you're allowed to say, right? When nobody's clock is running. Or no, I think you're only allowed to mention when the wrong person's clock is. There are some things you're allowed to intervene in other games.
So should I
think
not?
This is one of them.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I think it's just up to Sammy to have restarted David's clock. There was no attempt to do so. I do think that David is aware, and he's just gonna sit there and take however long he wants. But I feel like whenever this has happened, when I knew my clock wasn't running, it actually just made me even more nervous. And I ended up just making a play pretty quickly because maybe I felt a little bad that I wasn't saying anything. but it is
Yeah.
your opponent's responsibility.
Yeah, I wouldn't even think about that. I would probably just say something, but I don't know. I don't care about the. Obviously, anybody that knows me knows I don't give a crap about the rules. I play by my own rules. No, I just don't. I don't like being litigious about things like that. That's all. Um, yeah, goal. So it looks like goal. Where would that go? Here, maybe setting up a lane here sneakily with some hooks. I think a loo is a
Yeah, I
word.
mean,
Oh, there.
I
Okay.
was thinking he was playing there, but it's just looking pretty bad for David.
Well, knowing what
Not
Sammy
opening the
has,
board. No,
yeah,
but even not like going down 20
true.
points on this board
Yeah,
without an S.
true.
But I mean, if it wasn't for this incredible draw from Sammy, then this would certainly be more of a game. But this looks over now. David making a little bit of unhappy gestures. It looks like.
Yeah, that's
Um,
tough.
totally understandable. Just out of nowhere enemy and out of nowhere expected.
Yeah,
on
right
this
out of
board.
right out of the bag after a 5 tile pick of after re1 and I mean and then spected. That's just tough. But kudos to Sammy for seeing that stuff and weathering the storm. I mean, it was David that got off to the slightly faster start here and had a bit of a stranglehold on the board. Sammy figured out a way to keep things open. Gordita. Oh, nowhere to put that, I assume.
Yeah, there's nowhere to put a single 7-letter word on this board, so you're not even worth looking for.
See what Sammy gets.
And you
That
know me,
blank.
sometimes I don't look for my bingos.
You find a lot of them, not most of them.
All right,
QZ.
so weird draw, but probably quite good.
And no
Means
blank.
David's not going to be able to use either of these high-scoring tiles to
Um,
make a dent.
I don't think there is anything, unfortunately, but my brain really wants to put a G here because David has the last A, but there just isn't.
Oh, why not just drop the G?
Maybe it would be. Is it really that? There's not that many immediate hits. You could redraw the G and play Gordita. Parotted doesn't fit. Dilator. There actually aren't that many fits. I would rather play something
Parroted.
higher scoring. Yeah, it doesn't fit.
Asteroid doesn't fit.
But yeah, Turbinite. I think Torbinite is a word that I know now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you really just play down from the P here. Just play Pog, not Pog, but
Pog.
P.
What is our estimate of when Pog is gonna be valid in Scrabble? I feel like if Uwu can be valid, why not, right?
Yeah, now that PogChamp 6 has ended and the cheating scandal,
Yeah.
I think it's gonna become even more popular.
Crazy.
The word Pog.
This is a good play. It would be so nice to play Pog and try to draw ing here as opposed to using your I if you're David. That's just not an option.
But there's no N. There's only one N from his point of view, so it's
Right, but better to have that to draw than not if you could play Pog, but you can't. Oh,
exactly.
hello.
He's redrawn Gorditas.
Hello.
So what's crazy is that it doesn't even make sense, like optically speaking, for Sammy to interfere with the G this way. There's so
But
few words that
in this case,
might.
yeah, you would be well if he knew what David had, he would probably say, "Yeah, I'm going to do that." Although from Sammy's POV, all these I's but no N's. So maybe I'm not as worried. I mean, he might play through that E because he just doesn't have. Well, yeah, Fez is going to score a lot.
I think you just play Fez.
Yeah, no need to.
Your rack cam a little bit.
Yeah, no need to think too much about that probably. and a lot of
Fail score is
eyes.
less than Z or Zen,
Yeah.
but I think getting rid of that F is probably fine. There's nowhere to draw into Fakir. Oh, you could keep the F for Fakir possibilities.
Cool.
Yeah, anyways.
Cool suggestion in the YouTube chat though of radiator.
What? Wow.
That's a really good play because it leaves this open. You're rarely are you going to bingo here. So while you have one, you might as well take it and leave this G open as a threat for Sammy to deal with. I feel like Radiator is not only 2 more points, but positionally it is fantastic, right?
Yeah, the problem here is that you're completely emptying the bag, and no matter where you play, whatever you're left with is going to get blocked.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
So
Okay.
it doesn't make a big difference.
All right. It actually doesn't matter.
It's 2 more points. So it's certainly a little bit better for spread.
And
What's
if you happen
interesting-
to draw something to the G, which is next to impossible, but maybe it is
Well,
possible.
Actually, in either case, Sammy is unstuck with the Q. So maybe actually Ergatoid instead was the only chance of sticking Sammy with the Q.
Oh, interesting.
Now he can just play QIS.
Yeah, the Q stick. So
But I think regardless, I think Sammy just has way too much of a lead. So even the Q
Yeah.
stick wouldn't have worked out.
here we have we're seeing David get the news. We already know what he's going to draw. We saw it here. But there it is now. Same order and everything. So yeah, J in this spot, right? So there's at least that, but Sammy is going to be just fine here. As you suggested, he's up by too much.
Maybe you do play QIS though, just not to give back JO there. Anyways.
Sorry, what?
QIS for 11 instead of QIN.
What? Where's the blank S? Got it. Yeah. Yes, makes sense. Right.
Wow, the best play is neither.
Oh
The
yeah.
best play is NID.
Wow,
So
sick.
QIS,
Oh, that's so sick. It blocks
and it's
it.
unblockable. It's the only Q spot left, but it's
God.
unblockable.
That's amazing. So Nid here setting up Needy and Cheese in a way that cannot be blocked and blocking the J spot. That's so sick. God, some pretty cool end games on display here in some of these games. Pretty neat.
All right, let me get the score updated for you guys.
So
yeah, so we're probably gonna see. It's interesting. Like by far the best score is just JO, of course.
yeah, is there any
Leaving
other?
yourself with those 5 consos.
I think he has to play it now, or else Sammy would block it next, right? Like,
yeah.
You got to take it while you have it. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing really else to do. So the JO is going to come down, which is going to bring David a little bit closer. Sammy has just enough to win by around, I think, 30-40 at the end of this end game.
David's going to make it close. Good game. Another good one. We've had several very good ones to finish things off on our schedule today. Pretty cool. Yeah, that last one with Kevin and Paul in particular was a complete banger. Really, really cool when a Scrabble game unfolds like that. Josh, that was the feeling we all had watching you play overall.
Yep. It's at least in Kevin's case, he probably made the best play right before the bingo.
Well, yeah, of course. You would say that.
So, bunch of plays here are equivalent.
Yeah.
All of them play one of the I's and one of the consonants.
Yeah, there's several places to play id for 10 points and it for 8 points, and it doesn't matter what order you do them, basically.
Yeah.
Um, that's pretty rare. So yeah. Question of, do
This
you have
one
to
makes the most
qualify? Do you have to qualify for these tournaments, or can anyone enter? I believe it really is just open to all. So we've shown a couple games from lower divisions. Um, Very good games, by the way. The players playing quite well, but there are definitely a variety of skill levels, experience levels at pretty much any tournament. So I rarely say this in any of my videos or my content, just because I'm trying to do the soft sell and show how cool this game is, and then hope that all of you get the instinct that, oh, I want to go play this game. That's fine if you don't and just want to watch. It's all good. We're happy to have you as well. But for anybody that's got that itch and watching this and saying, man, this looks cool, there are going to be players at your level playing. You will definitely have people to go up against, who are appropriately tuned to you, as Josh showing all the places to play id here. But yeah, it's been one of the best decisions I've ever made, is to get to become a part of this community. So if my experience is any indication, same could be true of you all out there.
Yes, indeed. So we're gonna see imps,
Yeah,
which
sorry, it's
is
cut off.
not quite the best play. Elms from this E would have been slightly better. Then we see ID. So Sammy winning this game in the end, 438 to 393. A great game.
Really
Both
good
players
game.
made some very interesting decisions.
Look at this
That really.
definition. Look what an id is.
Oh,
It's an orf.
nice. It's an orf.
Of course.
Great.
Seeing orf again. We talked about that earlier right there.
Yeah. Again, I really think that vocab versus vocab's decision. I mean, there are also other options I think we liked more instead of vocab. I think that's really what set the tone for David um, playing comeback, which he did. He got Urbanite, but yeah, Enamine out of nowhere, and then Spected.
Yeah. Sammy hitting those
That was good to
bingos
come back from.
one after
Yeah,
the
it's a
other.
great game.
Yep, for sure. Nice win for him. Um, Results are going to be coming in for this round. Maybe we'll just riff a minute or two before we call it quits here. I definitely am excited to eat some lunch, maybe take a nap. But it's been a great day too overall. Thank you to all of you out there for watching, bearing with us through a couple tech issues, which we mostly, I would say, got corrected. But tomorrow it's going to be onward and upward with all of that. But yeah, let's we can just cut over to the schedule. Not schedule. Well, I guess schedule. So we just finished round 17. We made it, Josh, past the halfway point. Tomorrow we're going to sleep in and miss round 18. Be ready with round 19 to pick up with the action for 8 more games, starting at, once again, 5 a.m. wake up for us. It's only going to get better from here. It's going to get so sick. Games are going to be such bangers towards the end when everything is on the line.
Yeah, although we had him in the first half. Not gonna lie.
Nice. That meme is so funny.
Some great games today already.
That kid's face makes me laugh every time that we had him in the first half. Meme kid. So yeah, very few games are in. So it looks like Ben winning his game, but pretty much everybody else in the top group has yet to get their result in. We have some other people moving up to 10, but we're very much in the middle of this round here. So I don't know. I feel kind of curious to let people know before we sign off for good what the standings look like, but I'm also hungry and want to eat. Should we do Should we do a poll of what we should do?
No, it's fine. I mean, we're gonna rejoin the tournament after the next round starts anyway, so the standings are gonna be different when we come back. So,
True.
yeah.
All right. So in that case, get a good look here. Remember, pinned comments on both of our, I think maybe at least I see your pinned comment on my chat with the standings. But if you are curious to see how this last round concludes, the link, I just posted it again on YouTube. Either way, the one thing we know for sure is that Rasheed Balogun is going to end day 2 in first place no matter what. So that's nice. We have that assurance. So he is in pole position. We saw a lot of him play today, a lot of good plays, not perfect plays though. So I feel like he's going to have a tough run tomorrow. A lot of these top GMs on the way up the standings to try to catch him. So
yeah, they're not gonna let him get away with some of the phonies we've seen.
E-Cods.
And still win the game. So yeah, he definitely needs to take it up a notch and continue to win games, and we'll see what happens. I mean, it's still so early. Anything can happen, but being 1 or 2 games atop the field is always a great feeling after day 2.
Feels good.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll be back, like you said, bright and early. For me, it's dark and early, but we'll be here covering the games. Great games today, Will. Awesome job, of course, as always. Thanks for watching, guys. We will see you tomorrow.
Back at you, bro. So that does it for today. Like Josh said, see you bright and early tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun. Barely halfway through. A lot more Scrabble coming. So thanks, everybody. Catch you later.